We are live. Thanks for joining, everybody. It's the NHL Trade Deadline live stream 2026. Live stream, I would say number 3 or number 2 of the year, at least. It's always the top 3 stream. It might be the best this year. We'll see. Obviously, the free agent stream, big Stanley Cup final games, potentially Olympic games, things like that. But there we go. Noties go out. We love to see that. So welcome if you're a new subscriber. I hope you stick around. It's going to be a good one. I mean, I was up late last night. Let's just put it that way. I think I'm up on 4 hours of sleep, so we'll push through. But John Carlson was traded last night, so he goes to the Anaheim Ducks. I still can't believe I'm saying that. But yeah, absolute mayhem. So we will see what happens today, but there's going to be a lot of conversations and a lot of things to talk about. We have already 10 in the chat. What's going on, Logan, J-Dub, Joshua? Thanks for joining, guys. Who's fired up? Let's go. We got the coffee going. We're ready to go. Let's go. London Knights fans, this great coverage so far, John. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm exhausted, but we're pushing through. We are pushing through, and I'm ready to go. Let's go. Bring on the trades. I still can't believe John Carlson was traded. I know I'm repeating myself. It's just nuts. So if you guys didn't see this morning from Pierre LeBrun, the trade happened so late that John Carlson was asleep and didn't find out until this morning. Tough trade for the Caps, obviously, but their play since the break forced them to be realistic. Dowd trade as well. Having said that, they tried on Connor Garland and will try to add a piece today if possible. So, I see what they're saying. I mean, John Carlson was a penny UFA. How old is he? 36 years old. So, he's had a great year in Washington. I think it was like 17 years in Washington at a Stanley Cup. So, for me, it's one of those like double-edged things. It's like in terms of the respect of how long the guy's been there, and he still had a productive year offensively. It's like, do you just hold on to him? But I think when you have the opportunity to get a first-round pick, a potential top 20 first-round pick this year, and a third-round pick, I feel like that was just a good return for Washington. Nashawn, thanks for being here. Says, do you think there's a chance that Jake DeBrusk actually comes back to the Bruins? I don't know about that. I actually think he could get traded, though. I've heard some stuff. For sure. So we'll see. But let's just put it this way. I don't think the Canucks are done. I do not think the Canucks are done. And I think the Boston Bruins have a chunky trade up their sleeve today. So connect the dots as you will. But I do think, yes, the Bruins will make a chunky trade. The Canucks will be busy. Maybe they get busy together. Who knows? Prince Chicken, thanks for being here. Cody says, do you think that Penguins will do anything today? I think Dubas will do something. Did you guys see the Evgeny Malkin slash? Did everybody see it? I don't know why I didn't talk about it last night. I was just so focused on the trades that Geno Malkin doing something stupid like that, I just didn't warrant me having that conversation when trades are happening. But my God, what a crazy slash to the face. Like, that was kind of crazy. Some people will try to make excuses for him, but it's kind of crazy. So, we'll see. But my point on that is, if Sidney Crosby is out, and now Malkin's suspended for, I would think, a few games, I think Pittsburgh might acquire a center today. And it could be anywhere. Like, if we look at the trade bait board, let's look at the HTH trade bait board here. Do they go after a Scotty Lawton? Or do they go after Pittsburgh boy, Vinny Trocheck? Yeah, Vinny Trocheck is a Pittsburgh boy. Hey, I'm just saying, you never know. What if the Rangers called and said, hey, Pittsburgh, give us Rutger McGroarty and we'll give you Vinny Trocheck? Obviously, it'd be more than McGroarty, but I'm just saying. You never know. But on the lesser side of things, maybe they call Seattle and they go, hey, what's your avail on Shane Wright? Or maybe they call a team like Chicago. Try to snag like a Ryan Donato who can play center and wing. Those are the kind of guys I'd actually look for today in terms of like, they haven't been talked about as much, but Ryan Donato is a good example of like a versatile guy that can play center and wing. You know what's bad when the Penguins are trying to play Rickard Rakell at center. It's been bad. Like, I love Rickard Rakell. He's a great player. Really great player, but he's not a center. It's just as simple as that. We have 105 in the chat already. Do you guys realize how big of legends you guys are? Unbelievable. Great stuff. Thanks for joining, guys. What's up, Skinner? What's up? Chooch Looch says, new here, but your content is great. The passion, bro. Anywho, do you think my Pens actually pull the trigger today? Yeah, so building off that last question, for sure. I think they make a trade. I just don't know how big it is. Like, do they... I call it the Peter Holland plug and play kind of thing. Like, back in the day... I say back in the day. Like, probably 10 years ago, the Leafs had Kadri and Bozak out, and they traded for Peter Holland. So, Pittsburgh, obviously a much different scenario. But do they make a trade like that? Is it like, hey, we're going to plug in a center for 10 days so our playoff hopes don't go sideways? Or do we actually acquire a guy that can be here next year? And the reason I bring up a guy like Shane Wright is because of Evgeny Malkin and the signs between Kyle Dubas and these conversations and these little hints that have been dropped in the media. I just don't know if Malkin's in the long-term plans anymore. Obviously, long-term plans. He's 39, I think. So long-term can maybe mean 2 years, but do they even want him to be around for another 2 years? I don't know. Evander Kane was not on my board. No, I just did a top 10 board, the juicy ones. To me, Evander Kane's not going to get a big return. I know it's a seller's market, and I still think it's, guys, it's probably one of the funniest things. Like, in my time in covering hockey or being in on this sport, doing YouTube content, doing streaming, doing different coverage, I have never seen insiders come together, or at least like some of the big ones, and send a message that I felt was so egregiously wrong. Like, and I'm not even going to say their names because they've been so good in calling like the trade so far, and they're always so dialed in. I just, if I'm being honest, I would love to know the background reasoning on why that information was released and who fed that information. Was it multiple GMs? Was it multiple executives? Who was telling these insiders that it was a buyer's market? Like, I'm laughing as I'm saying this because I had like multiple friends, multiple colleagues, different people in the industry talking to me about this. And I was like, I don't know what these insiders are talking about, because it was just, to me, it was so obvious it was a seller's market. I didn't care what was being fed. I didn't care about the information. Like, you could just look at the standings, see what teams are doing what, and realize, there's a lot less sellers than there are buyers. But somehow we were being fed that it was a buyer's market. Okay. Guys, the seller's market was so hectic and so crazy that in Ovechkin's potential last year in the NHL, the Capitals turned into sellers. And they're only, 4 points out of a playoff spot? That should tell everybody and their mother that this is one of the craziest sellers markets we've seen in recent time. And we were actually being told the opposite days ago, like a couple days ago, that it was a buyer's market. It's crazy. I think it was like Monday or Tuesday. I saw tweets from insiders saying it was a buyer's market. I couldn't believe it. Yeah, Prince Chicken, we'll see. It could be Ovi's last year in the Chell. Yeah, I think the Canes will get in on the fun. I think so. I would still, hey, I'm looking at J-Dub. I'll put this out here. I will let you know that the Canes could be one of the teams for the centers and could be one of the teams for Jordan Binnington. We will see. I'll pull this up here, guys. Some of you probably didn't see it last night. Let me pull it up. Here we go. So Brian Lawton, who's pretty well connected, former NHL player, agent, general manager. He's on NHL Network. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Brian Lawton, but I believe him when he says this. I for sure believe him when he says this. He says multiple teams still interested in acquiring St. Louis Blues, Jordan Binnington. 60-40 chance it gets done tomorrow. And this was last night. 60-40? Wow. Like, that's a lot more possible than it seemed like a few days ago. So, my prediction, guys, in my video, I predicted Vegas, but I have consistently said if Jordan Binnington gets traded at the deadline, I'm looking at two teams, and it's Vegas and Carolina. If we're really going deep dive into the sneaky teams, Montreal would be a sneaky one, an underrated one. Edmonton would be very under the radar. Bowman did say that they're likely done, but we've seen GMs, and we've heard GMs say that before in the sense of leverage. Like, I always go back to the Marc Bergevin effect, all right? So when people say, oh, this GM said this, oh, this executive said this, it's all mind games. Just the way that executives told insiders that it was a buyer's market, sometimes it's very much mind games being played. I've seen it. I've heard it. It's like a game of poker, or it's just straight up like a game of telephone, or just straight up lies. Like when you're hearing some gossip, there's going to be lies in there. The story's going to be exaggerated sometimes. Well, long story short, when you look at the scenario for like Montreal and Marc Bergevin, he had done that a couple times, and he did it with probably one of the biggest trades the Montreal Canadiens made with sending PK Subban to Nashville for Shea Weber. A couple days before that trade, at the draft, Marc Bergevin on live national television said, no, we are not trading PK Subban. Days later, PK Subban traded. So, and I still have, I was trying to look back. I just didn't have time this morning, but I said it last night. I swear, on TV and on X, I saw insiders say that John Carlson was not going to get traded. So if somebody can find me, there was some reliable tweets out there, I'm pretty sure. And John Carlson was traded. So you can't always take the word of what's being put out there, especially when it comes to things like that. But yeah, it's crazy, guys. Like that, the fact that I'm on little sleep is all to do with John Carlson being traded at 1:08 a.m. Eastern time. I'm going to try to read some comments here, guys, because there's some great people in the chat this morning. Zarbian, thanks for joining. Avi, thanks for joining. Kevin, Bly. Did Friedman tweet it yesterday that he wasn't getting traded? Really, J-Dub? Wow, Friedge is usually on it. No, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we get an early one today. Honestly, considering we got one at 1 a.m. or after 1 a.m. last night, I think we're gonna get some. Ooh, I want to watch this. Shout out to TSN. They've always got some good like skits with their insiders. I will say though, Dregs is on the shit list for a lot of fans right now. But yeah, guys, I hope you guys can stick around. I hope I can give you guys the best live coverage out there. I know there's a lot of other coverage and a lot of other streams and a lot of other things that you guys could be watching today. So the fact that you guys are choosing this channel, you're choosing to watch me and kind of hang with this community, I appreciate it. All right. If you guys could share the stream on Twitter, Instagram, wherever, I really appreciate it. Holy shit. The morning allergies. Always great. Let's go, Skinner. What's up, Ryan? Thanks for joining. Nix's quick Detroit thoughts. Back to the HTH trade board. I think Detroit's in on those top three names you see there. And honestly, I can see Detroit in on so many of those top names. And personally, I'm probably going to swap in Justin Falk for Scott Laughton, maybe. Something like that. There we go. I like Justin Falk in there, actually. The more I look at it, I can see Detroit in on Justin Falk. But, like, honestly, any of those top 5 teams, I could see the Red Wings in on. I heard that they're in on Trocheck still. They've checked in on Kadri a couple times throughout the process. The thing is, and people have to keep this in mind, it sounds like Kadri's price tag is a lot lower than some of these other guys. I know the age is the huge factor there and the cap hit, so rightfully so. But, yeah, I think there could be a team that's in on, like, the Trocheck and Robert Thomas conversations, and they revert to Nazem Kadri just based on the price tag. So don't be surprised if that happens. If you guys didn't see it last night, too, Sam Carrick heads to the Buffalo Sabres as well. So Sam Carrick from the Rangers to the Sabres, and then Logan Stanley and Luke Schenn from the Winnipeg Jets to the Buffalo Sabres. We got 235 in the chat. Thanks for being here, guys. Nickel City, thanks for being here. The Leafs need to do something. Alex Ramirez says, do you think the Sharks are going to make a move? I do think so. I had the Sharks in on Simone Nemec, young defenseman, 2nd overall pick from the New Jersey Devils, so keep an eye on that. But they honestly could go for Dougie Hamilton as well. I just feel like New Jersey and San Jose are going to have a conversation. Like, obviously, there's proof in the pudding that they can make a trade together. You go back to the Timo Meier trade, so I would keep an eye on San Jose and New Jersey making a trade together again. The other one that I would really keep an eye on, and this is more for like the Sharks defense, I wonder if they want to retool that defense to get younger. Like guys like Mario Ferraro and John Klingberg are pending UFAs. I really wonder if the Sharks would consider what the Capitals have done here, where it's like, hey, maybe we'll retool. We'll sell off some pieces for some high price tags, and then we'll bring in some guys with term. That's what Washington's trying to do right now. They obviously got great value for Nick Dowd and John Carlson, but if they can get a younger piece with term into their lineup, that will help them maybe compete this year, but also long term. I think that's what they're trying to accomplish. So I feel like San Jose is kind of in that similar boat. Yeah, Motor, that's what I'm getting at. I think the Caps could make one more trade, at least. That's funny. Somebody said Stankoven for Kadri. I don't see that. But a couple of Carolina assets to get Kadri. I could see Kadri as the second-line center in Carolina. I think that would make a lot of sense. The Big says Carlson's not worth a first-round pick. I mean, I think that's up for debate, right? I think we could have the conversation that based on this market he is. Yeah, you know what? This market's really interesting. Again, I sound like a broken record, but like this has always been a seller's market in my head, and it's proof of the pudding once again. But yeah, it was a first and third for John Carlson. Almost 300 in the chat already, guys. 8:05 a.m. Thank you so much. Truthfully, guys, classic me. I wanted to go live at 7, and I don't know what happened. I think my alarm was going off for like 30 minutes because I woke up and it was like 7:05, and I think I had set the alarm for 6:30. So there you go. So I was probably about 30 minutes behind this morning, but hey, you know what? We still got like what 7:45. I think we got going, so that's not bad. Enough time to get the coffee going, you know. Keenan says, do you think Drouin to Montreal would be a good fit? No. They tried that, done that. Yeah, Kobe says, McCarron shouldn't be worth a second, but here we are, exactly. What do I think the Blues will do? Well, let's go back to the trade bait board. If I had to make a realistic prediction, I think the Blues are trading... I want to say two of. Well, let's put it this way. Between Jordan Binnington, Justin Falk, Colton Parayko, and Robert Thomas, and you could even throw Brayden Schenn into that equation, between those 5 players, I think there's a good chance at least 2 of them go. If that gives some context on my mindset. So, not for sure, but I would say I'm giving it like a 75% probability that 2 of those 5 players I just named are dealt. Which, those are big names. Like, we are going to be going nuts today if like 4 or 5 of those guys are gone, right? So we'll see what happens. Thank you. Zito, what's going on? Marc-Andre Fleury. Ooh, I forgot about that. That was rumored mid-season. Could Marc-Andre Fleury make his big return to the National Hockey League? Chat, what do we think? What do we think, chat? Let us know. We got 300 in the live. Cody says, where do you think Schneider goes? Ooh, Braden Schneider, a couple sneaky teams. Vegas would be a sneaky team for me. Ottawa would be a sneaky team for Braden Schneider. San Jose would be a sneaky team for me for Braden Schneider. Nashville, maybe. Just to name a few teams. I could see those teams in on Braden Schneider. Prince Chicken, I believe so, and I think that's why Avi brought it up. But again, guys, big shout out. Thank you to everybody that watched the videos last night. Guys, I'm telling you, it happened twice last night. Where I'm literally laying down. I'm like, oh, all right, this was a long day. Let's wind down a little bit. And then, boom, Connor Garland traded to the Columbus Blue Jackets. All right, I'm going to go make a video. Make the video, prepare for the live stream. All right, I'm going to go to bed now. I go to bed, I watch an episode of something. All of a sudden, it's like 1 a.m. John Carlson to the Anaheim Ducks. Oh, my goodness. I literally was like half asleep at 1 a.m. last night, and John Carlson was traded. I'm like, I guess I'm going to make a video because I'm up now. So, absolute mayhem. And again, the other guy that was said yesterday, and I'm not trying to diminish Frank Seravalli or anybody else reporting on it, but to me, just because we're saying Zach Whitecloud is likely going to stay because Uyghur got traded, bro, have you seen this market? If the Calgary Flames are offered a first-round pick for Zach Whitecloud, you think they should say no? What do we think? Oh! A $50 dono to start our day! Jose! Let's go! Says John, thank you for doing this live for everybody. What a bomb! Jose, I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Whoa! Wow! What's up, Devin? 300 in the chat. Excellent for everyone joining. Let's go. You guys are great. Legends in the chat. Thank you so much, Jose. I appreciate the donos. Never expected, but I appreciate it. Yes, guys. If you want to follow me on X, follow me on Twitter. These are the two accounts I'll always be tweeting from. So John Viveiros _ and Hot Take Hockey. If you guys could go on Twitter, on X, and retweet that, share it around. I really appreciate it. What's up, Kaiza? Wakanda says trade Whitecloud so you can draft a Whitecloud. I understand what you're saying, and that's probably why the Flames may end up keeping him. But it really depends on the Flames, let's just say, timeline of things, right? Zach Whitecloud is 29 years old, right? You're not talking about a 25 or 26-year-old. So I understand what you're saying. The response is a little snappy, but you know what? I accept it because I think it makes sense. But Whitecloud is 29 years old. If he was 26 years old, I'm with you. And I say keep Zach Whitecloud 100%. He's going to be a good veteran for when you're good again. But he's 29 years old. Do you think the Calgary Flames are making the playoffs next year? If you do, then yes, you keep Zach Whitecloud. If you don't, you trade Zach Whitecloud. Because by next season, in November, he will be 30 years old. Charlie, if I had to make a prediction, I would say by 9 a.m. we'll get a trade. What's up, Unscheduled? Avi, thanks for being here. Says over under 2.5 Canucks trades today. Ooh. I will say under. I think they'll make 2 trades today. I will say under 2.5. I think 2 trades is a good shout. What's up, Midnight Sam? I am Eastern time, so I'm 8:12 a.m. Sorry, I was also reading a text at the same time, but I am Eastern time, 8:12 a.m. But yeah, guys, let us know where you're watching from. Again, I hope you guys all stick around. I know I already said it. There's a lot of channels you guys can choose from, a lot of streams, but I appreciate you guys being in this one. And if you guys could share the stream around, I really appreciate it. And the fact that I'm not even on the Hot Take Hockey main channel, and we have 300 people in here, that's a big W right there. Real, oh my goodness, Dublin, Ireland. We got represent here. Let's go. Jacob from Indiana. Ronnie from Newfoundland. Danny Girl from Owen Sound. Chris from Windsor. Galkin, no. Alright, guys, give me a sec. Ooh, I wanted to get a piece of bacon. And also, I don't know why I'm stuffy this morning. I guess I'm on low sleep. That's why. All right, guys. Drop a comment in the live chat right now. Who do you think is going to be the first player traded on trade deadline day? Technically, it was John Carlson, but we're starting now. Get your predictions in the chat. All right. Avi says he thinks Utah's the first one to get going. Wheeling and dealing. $290 in the live stream. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you. I don't know if you guys saw the Leafs game last night. Matthew Nyes was mentioned as a long shot trade candidate from Elliotte Friedman. A Mind of Kevin with the $5 dono says Shane Wright to the Pens. You heard it here first. Hey, Kevin, Mind of Kevin and Mind of John are on the same wavelength. I said it, and I will agree with you. I think Shane Wright to the Pittsburgh Penguins makes a lot of sense, and I think we could see that today. Big shout out to Mind of Kevin. Let's get some Kevin hype in the chat. What's up, Colin? Nylander for Hart. Stephen Gillies. Camden. You think the Islanders land Jordan Kyrou? I think that's what I predicted as well, so I'll stick with that. Let's go. Also, guys, in the stream title, I did put Hot Take Hockey in there, so I'm hoping if people can't find the stream on the main channel, I'm hoping that they just search in Hot Take Hockey and they'll find it. So that hopefully should work out well. All right. Yeah, Wakanda, I could see Stephen Holiday traded today. He's a guy that just hasn't been able to be like in the lineup every day. I think he's a great player, and I think he's a bottom six NHLer right now. So with the Sens acquiring Warren Fogle, I could really see them trading another forward. They traded David Perron to the Red Wings, but obviously Perron was kind of out of the lineup for a big chunk of time. So Ryan says Red Wings with the second most cap space, they have to make some big moves. I think Stevie Y is going to be active. I don't know if he's paying the price tag for a Vinny Trocheck or a Robert Thomas, but we'll see. But guys, Let's go through the trade bait board, and I'll give you guys a yay or nay if I truly think they're going to be dealt, or like if I think it's higher than a 50% that they're going to get dealt, all right? So Robert Thomas, I think, is below 50%. Right now, if I had to guess, I think the price tag's so high. I think Utah could pull the trigger. I think a couple teams could, but will they? Nazem Kadri, I'm going to say yay. I think he's dealt today. Yes. So Kadri, yes. Trocheck, yes. I think he's dealt today. Parayko, I'm going to say yes. I think he's dealt today. I think he's dealt to a different team. Probably not the Anaheim Ducks now because they got John Carlson, but I would keep an eye on the LA Kings and a couple other teams. Oliver Ekman-Larsson, yes. Bobrovsky, to me, it's so 50-50. I'll say it's like Binnington 60-40, so I'll say yes as well. Ristolainen, yes. Kyrou, I think, is probably below 50%, but I think it's potential. I think there's potential there. Justin Falk, I'll say yes, and Bobby McMann, I'll say yes. So of my top 10 trade bait board, I am saying 7 of the 10 get dealt. That's my prediction. What do you guys think? On the HTH trade bait board, make your prediction. Out of 10, I'm saying 7 out of 10. That's my prediction. That's a high number. Hey, sometimes we don't hit with all the guys, but I think because this is such a crazy market, so many teams trying to add, I'm going to say 7 out of 10. That might be a bit aggressive. 6 Sportsnet says 5 out of 10. Colin says 5 out of 10. Woo! Avi says 8 out of 10. Oh! Charlie, what's going on? He says 6. OEL, I think he's going to get a first. If I had to make a prediction, I think it's going to be exactly what they got for John Carlson. But OEL, less of a name. He's not a right shot guy. He's a left shot. Right shots always get more value. But he's a lower cap hit and he's got term. So I would say, based on what John Carlson got last night, and OEL, point production-wise, is not that far behind John Carlson. I would say OEL is going to get at least a first-round pick and a third-round pick today. That would be my prediction. Ilja says, Leafs also might move Domi, Michelli, Carlos Stolers. Yeah, I mean, I think the Leafs... So somebody said over, under 2.5 for Canucks trades. I think that might be under because the Canucks traded Garland. I would have said over if Garland wasn't traded yet. The Leafs, I think it's over 2.5. It depends, though, because here's the thing, guys, and I'll give you some intel, all right? David Pagnotta also tweeted this out, so I'll give him some credit. But I talked about this like 3-4 days ago, and I included it in my trade deadline prediction video because there's some stuff that I've kind of heard about it. I think, and after the Bruins trade last year, I think Brad Treliving should be hesitant and be careful on trading in division. I think there might be a Lightning Leafs trade today. And it could be more than one player. Again, sometimes things don't come to fruition, but based on what I've heard and based on clear evidence, I'll say, this is not just like I'm pulling an idea out of my ass. This is like legit. I could see the Lightning getting 2 players from the Toronto Maple Leafs today in one trade. And I'll just say the names. Like, could it be a package of McMann and Lawton? Could it be a package of Lawton and OEL? Could it be a package of McMann and Stetcher? I'm throwing the ideas out there. That's kind of what I think Tampa and Toronto have talked about. And one guy that I would keep an eye out for Tampa Bay, for them to potentially trade. I think they like Connor Geekie a lot, so I don't think they're going to move him, ideally, unless it's a bigger deal. Sam O'Reilly. He was traded this year from the London Knights in the Ontario Hockey League to the Kitchener Rangers. He was on Team Canada at the World Juniors. Very strong, bit of a, I wouldn't even say a bite, but really good two-way player. And still can bring the offense. So his versatility of being a center and right wing is also very attractive, I would say, for teams. So we'll keep an eye on the Lightning. It's not like they don't have 0 assets. They have future draft selections, and they also have a couple of young prospects they could trade. What's up, Chris? Hockey King says, how much would we get for a McMann and Lawton package? What do you think they'd give? I think if it's both, I think it could be the equivalent of a first-round pick and a second-round pick. Because I heard that the Leafs have been pushing for McMann to get a first-round pick on his own, but that no one's bit so far, obviously, because I think if they were offered that, they would have taken it by now. That it's more under the assumption that Kiefer Sherwood, this is the comp. Kiefer Sherwood was traded from the Vancouver Canucks to the San Jose Sharks for 2 second-round picks. Based on statistics this year, I think it's very close to the same value. So assuming that McMann today could get a second and a third, or a second and a, second and third, yeah, or second and second, I think if you added Lawton to that equation with 50% retention, the big thing that I talked about on Hot Take was, and this has to be kept in mind, if the Leafs were to retain 50% on McMann or Lawton, that cap hit is so attractive to contenders that are tight on the cap. Lawton, and I'm trying to do my math again quickly in my head, he's at 1.5. So Lawton 50% retained would be $750K on the cap. For the Leafs to retain 50% of that, it's nothing. It's so minimal, it's not even funny. He's a pending UFA, so it makes sense for the Leafs to do that. McMann, it's even smaller. McMann, at this point, has a $1.35 million cap hit. So for this year, 1.35 mil against the cap. If you retain 50% on that, that drops to $675,000 against the cap. You know how easily any contender can... You're getting a top 6 forward in Bobby McMann, or at least a middle 6 forward, for the price lower than a fourth line player. It's crazy. So, Vet, I think there is a chance Bobrovsky get traded. I would say it's 50-50, but like the Panthers would have to retain 50%. And honestly, I'm thinking Carolina could be the team that gets Bobrovsky. Like, I could see, guys, a chaotic scenario today where Vegas gets Binnington and Carolina gets Bobrovsky. Would you guys not go nuts? And I'm not, again, most of what I'll say today, I will make sure I emphasize. If I am saying something totally outlandish or totally, like, unlikely, I will make that clear. I don't think it's unlikely to say that I think Bobrovsky could get dealt today. And I think the fact that Brian Lawton, he's pretty well connected. As I said, former GM, former agent, former player. He's on NHL Network consistently. I would say there's a good chance that Binnington could get traded if the right team comes forward. That scenario for me with Vegas would be Adin Hill heading to St. Louis, attached with a future draft pick and one of their top prospects. And again, Vegas's prospect pool is pretty thin, but they have a couple guys that have been first or second round picks that have potential. I believe they drafted Trevor Conley in the first round somewhat recently, a couple years ago. No, Midnight Sam. I don't see McMann going to St. Louis. That to me, that does not fit their timeline. McMann is 29 years old, I believe. So I don't think that fits their timeline. We have 420 in the chat. If you guys could do me a favor, if everybody hits the like button on the stream and subscribes, YouTube will push out the stream to more viewers. I appreciate the help in doing that. What would Carolina send for Bob? So to offset, well, Carolina's got some cap flexibility, so they don't really need to do this. But in terms of just contract for contract, player for player, it would probably be Frederik Andersen heading to the Florida Panthers. So Andersen to the Panthers with probably, if I had to guess, a future first-round pick. Maybe they send, I think Carolina has, is it 2028 or 2027? Somebody help me out. Their first-round pick from Dallas, from the Rantanen trade. So they have that. And then Carolina's got a lot of prospects still they could include here. So personally, I think it would probably be like a first-round pick, Frederik Andersen, and either a B-level prospect or a mid-round pick. Similar to what we honestly just saw for John Carlson, I would say for Bobrovsky is going to be similar. Ethan, yeah, I talked about that. I think the Leafs will get at least a first and third for OEL. We got 410 in the chat. Thanks for everyone sticking around. Let's go. Can we get 1,000 people in here? Let's go. Let's go. It's going to be a big day. All right. Back to live X. Back to live Twitter. Pierre LeBrun, little breaking tweet, says Devils continue to listen on Simon Nemec, who needs a new contract this offseason. New Jersey would only move him in the right package for a top 6 young forward that impacts the group. We'll see. I wonder. I don't think San Jose would do it. But if San Jose called New Jersey and said, hey, we'll send you Michael Misa for Simon Nemec and Cody Glass, I don't think San Jose does that. But Simon Nemec, honestly, like, would fit the profile pretty well of what San Jose is looking for. They need a top defenseman. And Simon Nemec, former second overall pick for a recent second overall pick in Michael Misa, I think there would be more to that deal, as I just mentioned. I think San Jose would want to center back from New Jersey, which Cody Glass is in trade rumors as well. So if like the Sharks really need a top defenseman bad, Simon Nemec would fit that profile really bad. Like I just, that's why I keep thinking San Jose and New Jersey should be talking regardless, because once upon a time, Dougie Hamilton blocked a trade to San Jose. I think knowing what we know now, and Dougie Hamilton knowing what he knows now, the fact that the Devils are not going to make the playoffs likely, why not get a change of scenery ahead to San Jose in a playoff push? Yeah, that's my list. You can always pause it, right, on the stream if you... But yeah, let me know your thoughts on the list. I'm always up for some feedback, guys. Hey, this list is not set in stone. If the chat feels that somebody is more important on this list, hey, the chat wins. This is a chat-driven stream. You guys are the stars. Hey, I'm just some bum. You guys are the stars. Brandon says, show me a Connor Geeky, Sam O'Reilly, and a first, and something else for Nemec and Mercer. Woo! Brandon's getting hot. Cap-wise, it'd have to be like Bjorkstrand going to New Jersey, but interesting. But here's the thing. I think New Jersey's trying to retool quickly. I mean, Connor Geeky is pretty intriguing. I'm not going to lie. Owen Tippett could be on the list. Yeah, he could be. Do we all feel that way? No, I mean, yeah, I don't know. Like the Flyers are an interesting one for me. I have Rasmus Ristolainen representing the Flyers on that list. I don't know if the Flyers are going to do a lot today. I hope I'm proven wrong by them. They should do a lot today. But after Rasmus Ristolainen and maybe Tippett, I just don't see them doing a lot. The only other guy that's been speculated in rumors is Bobby Brink. So we'll keep an eye on Brink to see if he's dealt. What about Patrick Laine? Yeah, I could see Laine traded today, but in terms of a top 10, is Laine, all due respect to Laine, should he be considered in a top 10? When you look at this list in terms of productive seasons and profile for a trade, do we really want to take somebody out for Patrick Laine on this list? But thanks to everyone for sticking around. I hope you guys stick around, even if you're just listening to me on the road. I think there's some people listening to me from work or on the road. They texted me. A couple people have messaged me, so I appreciate that. If that's you, I appreciate it. So let me know if that's you guys. If you're at work or you're on the road, let me know where you're watching from or listening from. TJ says, Falk, Kyrou, Shen, Binnington all get moved. Wow. John Cena, Nick Foligno on the move. Carzy says, good morning, everybody. Elliotte Friedman and Chris Johnson named as Sharks as the Leafs' top trade partner. For Joshua in the chat. I saw the Sharks mentioned. I don't know if I saw a top trade target, but if you could send me that tweet, I'd love to read up on it. But, yeah, I mean, there's probably a couple guys that the Sharks would be interested in. Matias Maccelli comes to mind for the Sharks. So that's one. I would say one of the Leafs defensemen, for sure, between Carlo, Benoit, McCabe, of course, OEL. I think OEL is a bit old for their profile in terms of what they want. So I think McCabe and Carlo fits more on the timeline for the San Jose Sharks. So we'll see. Justin says go Canes in the chat. Garfield from work. There we go. Big shout out to Garfield. Brandon says hot take. Ovi gets moved to a contender at 50% retained for a massive haul. Woo! Zero says listening from Orlando, Florida as I work from home. There you go. Maxi says Montembeault, mid prospect, and a pick for Binnington. I can see that. I think it's a long shot for Montreal, but hey, Kiprios brought it up. There's some people that brought it up. Big shout out to everybody in the chat. You guys are the best in the biz. And let me know, guys, in the chat how you found this stream today. If you just have been here before, or you watched a Hot Take Hockey video where I was upset about streaming being down. I actually wasn't that upset. I think I played it pretty cool. Or if you just found it on YouTube today. I'm always curious how you found the stream. I'm with Carlo Koliakovo. Why are people doubting Jordan Binnington in big games? If you are a contender and you already have like a decent goalie or a respectable goalie, why wouldn't you want to add Binnington to the fold? Like Carolina is a perfect example of that. Brandon Bussy's had a great year. But wouldn't you want to add a Jordan Binnington for the big games? Like, Frederik Andersen has not had a good year. Plain and simple. So for me, I'm like, hey, if you can upgrade and it doesn't cost an arm and a leg, I think you go after a Binnington. His numbers, 867 save percentage. He hasn't had a great year. Obviously, the Blues have had just a brutal year altogether, so I wouldn't read too much into that. But I think it's fair. Ooh, look at Corrado in the background. Lonely says, found you on YouTube this morning. Thank you, Lonely, for joining. John Cena was here last deadline. There you go. 360 in the chat in Houston. ZN says, search NHL Deadline live. There you go. Jersey said, look for live streams on the banner. TP says, been watching the Trade Deadline stream since 2021. Love watching with you yearly. TP. Appreciate you. Let's go. Love those comments. Let's go. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Trocheck for Nemec. Whew! That's hot! Oh! Honestly? Just thinking about that, I don't actually hate that. Oh my god, that would give the Devils the best 1-2-3 punch in the league. I just don't know if the Rangers are trading in division like that. God, I actually kind of like that for both teams, though. Like, that sets up New Jersey really well for next year. I mean, they could do it at the trade deadline, but that feels like more of an off-season move. That's interesting. I think the Devils would want something else from the Rangers. How about... I'll throw something in the air here. I don't believe this is happening today, but based on your proposal, that actually piques my interest a bit. What about a 2-for-2 deal? This is just on the fly. So again, I'm prefacing that I don't think this is realistic, but what if it's like a 2-for-2 deal where it's Trocheck and Braden Schneider, so you're sending the better center in the deal and Braden Schneider, right shot defenseman, to New Jersey, and New Jersey's sending Simone Nemec and Cody Glass. Ooh, Avi, I saw that you were shutting down that trade before, but I think that evens things out a bit. Cody Glass and Simone Nemec for Trocheck and Braden Schneider. I think that's closer. I think value-wise, that's a bit closer. Line A says, John, love the content. Still can't believe John Carlson. Yeah, crazy. Yeah, the big. That's why I'm saying I think it's unrealistic that the Rangers and Devils trade between each other. But again, I'm just talking value-wise. I act like the Devils are like, I don't know, the Ducks in that trade for a second. Hockey King, what's going on? But yeah, I do think Trocheck's going to get dealt today. What are you thinking? Says driving around Tennessee glued to your stream. Big shout out. Let's go. You a Preds fan? Let us know. But we got 387 in the chat. Thanks to everybody that's sticking around, hanging out. Appreciate you guys supporting. If you guys could, please hit that subscribe button. Let's go. There we go. That's a live sub count, too. Let's go, guys. You see that? Live sub count. Can we get to 3.5K right now? I think we have enough people to get to 3.5K subs. Let's do it. That's unreal. Let's go. I like that addition to the stream, actually. There we go. Oh, whoa. Whoa! Oh, look at that jump up! Oh! All right. Bro. All right. I want to see the ESPN grades here. Let's see what they're talking about here while we're waiting for the trade to drop. All right, so March 6th, Ducks trade for Karlsson. Let's see what ESPN's grading here. So they said the Ducks grade is a B. This is what NHL Trade Deadline is all about. Huge swings from playoff-starved teams. Anaheim hasn't made the postseason since 2018. Head coach Joel Quenneville has currently them in the second in the Pacific Division. All right, let's scroll here. He says Capitals grade A. Oh, I actually liked it a lot for the Capitals, but I still also like it for the Ducks a lot. Says, when I spoke with Karlsson at the Capitals training camp, it was clear he wasn't pleased with the uncertainty surrounding this team. Yeah, I mean, 1,143 games played by John Karlsson. Craziness. All right, so Sabres land a pair of Jets. So if you guys didn't see it again, Luke Schenn and Logan Stanley headed to the Buffalo Sabres from the Winnipeg Jets for Bryson, Isaac Rosén, and a second-round pick and a conditional fourth-round pick. Sabres grade they're giving him a B+. I think that's kind of generous, honestly. I don't love this value-wise for the Sabres. Fit-wise, I like it. I think it's what they needed. So I guess I'd probably give it a B-B in comparison to the B+ they're giving them. And let's see. I'd say the Jets get better than a B+. Are you kidding me? Jets fans wanted Logan Stanley out of there a couple of years ago. He's upped his value. I think he's close to 10 goals on the year. He's played better defensively, like awareness-wise. So I'd say the Jets deserve an A- on that trade. All right, Blue Jackets, the Connor Garland trade. They're giving the Blue Jackets an A-. That's also kind of generous. Says the impact of this trade could be influenced in the short term by Mason Marchment's status. If you guys didn't see it last night, Mason Marchment left the game with an injury, so that could have played a factor for the Blue Jackets to pull the trigger on this trade. And then ESPN gives the Canucks a B. Honestly, I think the Canucks deserve like a B+. But here's the thing, and I talked about it in the video on Hot Take Hockey last night. I think the context is very important here. I think the fact that the Canucks, once upon a time, traded a first-round pick that turned into Dylan Guenther for Oliver Ekman-Larsson and Connor Garland from the Coyotes, it looks pretty bad. In the bigger picture, it looks pretty bad. If you just isolate that one trade, I think it's actually a pretty good deal to get a second and a third and get off that contract if you're the Canucks. The Stars add forward depth with Michael Bunting. He's got about 13 goals this year. They give the Stars a grade of a B+, which I think is a fair grade, and the Preds a B. Yeah, I think that's fair. Wow! They're giving the Avs a grade of an A for the Nick Waugh ad. I think that's super generous. It says adding a third-line center was a priority, and the Avs traded for perhaps the strongest available option ahead of the deadline. During Waugh's time with Vegas, he emerged into a legitimate bottom-six anchor who could provide a team with more than 10 goals and 30 points per season. 6'4", 201 pounds. Yeah, physical, penalty kill. I talked about all that. Okay, so they give the Leafs an A-. Truly, I do think that was a win-win trade, but I thought the Leafs got spectacular value for Nick Waugh. And they gave the Oilers an A- on that Jason Dickinson trade. Interesting. Yeah, I think that was fairly win-win. I think it became more win-win when I saw that Colton Dach was in that trade, so that makes sense to me. All right. So expectation is that newly acquired Columbus Blue Jacket Connor Garland will arrive in Columbus today and make his CBJ debut Saturday versus Utah. There you go. All right, I'm going to read some comments. Thank you to the 400 people in the chat again, guys. I hope you stick around. Hey, we are 21 subscribers away from 3.5K. That's pretty cool. Thanks, guys. I don't know what number Garland will be. Was that confirmed? Well, Dealey, I think it's a perfect fit for the Avs. Like, if you look at their lineup now, in the center spot at least, it's Nathan McKinnon, Brock Nelson, Nick Waugh at the center spot. Or they could go Jack Drury than Nick Waugh. Either way, Nick Waugh is going to be one of those centers there in the bottom 6, 3C or 4C. But probably 3C. Micah says 5 to 6 years in a row watching your deadline streams. Let's go, John. Let's go, Micah. Thank you so much. I appreciate you being here. Shout out to everybody in the chat. It's not even 9 a.m. yet. We have 400 people in this stream. Thank you, guys. I hope you guys stick around. Let's have a fun time today. Lide says, I don't know what Garland will be. Potentially 8. Matt, what's happening with Stamkos? Well, Stammer doesn't want to leave. He doesn't want to leave Nashville, so that's the funny part here. So we'll see what happens, but that's kind of the speculation right now that Trocheck, well, sorry, they're talking about Trocheck, that Stamkos doesn't want to go anywhere. Camden, you're a legend. 6 deadline live streams on John Viveiros HTH. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Tom Russell. Oh, that's what I'm forgetting. I feel like I'm forgetting an element here to the stream. That's what I'm forgetting, guys. Thank you for the reminder. The timer. How did I forget the timer? See, guys, this is why I need to be reminded sometimes from... All right. There we go. All right. Let's fix that. Let's fix that. All right. So it is, what, just over 6 hours left? Okay. Let's add that to the stream. Can't believe I forgot that. All right. There we go. All right, let's add this to the stream here. There we go. W's in the chat. We got the timer now. Let's go. That's a better element to the stream. We like that. Now we like that. There we go. W's in the chat. Let's go. Let's go. There we go. So much is going on. I was like, I feel like we're forgetting an element to the stream. There we go. Just over 6 hours left. Motor says, I hope the Capitals can get a decent trade in today. I think they're going to trade at least, or make at least one more trade. All right, guys. Over under an hour before we get a trade. Hey, we got the John Carlson trade late last night. I think some GMs are just waking up. I think we're getting it soon. Where do I think Dougie Hamilton goes? I said potentially San Jose. We'll see. What if New Jersey really badly wanted Matty Nyes? And New Jersey goes, hey, Toronto, we got a great offer for you. We'll send you Dawson Mercer, Cody Glass, and Simone Nemec. Woo! That is a crazy package, imagine. Scott says, when are we going to be men and go out to the streets? Okay, Scott, come on. No. I'm not reading that full comment. No. We're not getting into that. Come on. We got 3,483 subscribers. We are almost at 3.5. Almost. We're 17 away. Chad says, hopefully the Blues get trades done early and not wait until right before the deadline. I agree. Troy says, wonder if Seattle buys. Aren't they currently in that third playoff spot in the Pacific? Yeah, they're in the third division spot. Sorry, I think again, guys, sorry. Just advice. If I'm missing your comment, just at me in the chat. Add Hot Take or add John Viveiros HTH in the chat, and it should highlight back to me. Let's see if the commands are working here. TP predicts 1042 will be our first trade. Wired says, how many trades do you think the Leafs are going to make? I said over 2.5. Thanks, everyone, for joining. Leafs defense in the chat. David, thanks for being here. Daily. Let's see. Amrit, thanks for joining. I appreciate you. Amrit's back. Basics, do you think San Jose trades for Braden Schneider? I think that makes a lot of sense. I think that's a perfect fit for San Jose. Yo! Brandon Sikora with the $5 dono. Says Robert Thomas and Jordan Binnington don't get dealt, but Kyrou does. All right, I respect the prediction. It's a good prediction. What's up, Chin? Thanks for being here. Kevin, thanks for being here. Shakros has dropped a sub. Keep up the good work. Sneaking an earbud under earmuffs at work to listen in. Let's go, Shaq. Let's go. Let's go. Big shout out. Thanks for subbing. We are 14 away from 3.5. That's awesome. Ryan says, y'all see Malkin's chop last night? I did see it, Ryan. Pretty crazy. Pretty nuts. Mark Masters at the airport. He's buzzing. He is buzzing. Hansen says, does Kopitar decide he wants a final run at a cup or ride out in retirement as a king? That's a good question. But did you ever think that Kopitar thinks the Kings can still squeak into the playoffs and go on a run? They've done that before, right? Right? We've seen that before with the Kings. They sneak in and then they go on a run. So you never know. They have the team to do it. And when I say that, I more so mean to sneak in. I don't know if the Kings have it in them to go on a run this year, but definitely to sneak into the playoffs, I think they could. Brandon Secura with the 2 says, what's McKayev's trade value? First plus or less? Oh, Brandon, thank you so much for the dono. Less, man, less. Because the Blackhawks have already used their 3 retention spots. They can't retain anymore. So with McKayev's cap hit, it would have to be a bad contract coming back. And even in that sense, it's not like McKayev's worth a lot to begin with. So if I had to guess, it'd be a second or third on top. Do people know about my burner account? Maybe. I haven't really been secretive about it. If you guys want to follow it, it's I think some of you guys know it. Cody CC! My burner account's pretty funny, but it's not like a secret, I don't think. Maybe for some people. Curtis says Kings aren't getting into anything, not with all their injuries. Well, you never know. They're not that far out. Richard Clay says if they are going to move Thomas and Kyrou, it needs to be today. Thomas and Holloway are finally both healthy, and they will screw up their draft position if they keep winning. I'm with you, Richard. I'm with you. Fridley says potentially which wildcard team is the most dangerous? Ducks? Ooh. Are you talking about on both conferences? Yeah, I mean, I'll just say Western Conference. Well, here's what I'll say. Utah has so much cap space. If they went after a Robert Thomas, I think they could be the scary team. But I agree with you. I would say Anaheim right now in terms of the fact that they just got Carlson. I love their defense group. And Dostal could go on a run. Yeah, I would say Ducks right now. That's a good get. I know, Mike. I agree with you and J-Dub. Stankoven needs to be on the wing, I believe. That's why I'm saying, going back to the HTH trade bait board for a second, I think I predicted Kadri to the Red Wings, but I also mentioned the Habs in on him, and I said Carolina would make so much sense for one of those players. Like, between Thomas, Kadri, like, do they want to look at Trocheck? So, I was going to check, like, how long was he there for? Trocheck was with Carolina for how long? 3 years? Yeah, it's crazy that Trocheck was with those teams for so long and, like, had great seasons. Like, with the Panthers, he had a great season in 17-18, 75 points in 82 games. He had great years in Carolina as well. And I feel like his, like, profile has gotten bigger with the Rangers. Obviously, it's a massive market, so that helps. But I feel like obviously being on Team USA and winning Olympic gold as well. But, like, Trocheck's value and his cap hit being at only, like, it's under $6 million, which is crazy. This guy is, like, one of the best 2Cs in the league. Like, he could hold his own as a 1C if you had to. But he's, like, one of the best high-end 2Cs in the league. 39 points in 46 games this season. Like, if you get a Vinny Trocheck, I feel like you are setting yourself up really well to go on a run. We have 450 in the chat. Thank you guys for being here. I really appreciate it. Hit that subscribe button if you're new. Oh. See, I believe Friedge more times than not, but he also did say that he thought that John Carlson was not getting traded and he got traded. So Friedman checks in and says, good morning. The Rangers have indicated they are prepared to keep Trocheck if they don't get what they feel they need. Told teams they are not trading him just for the sake of making a trade. Well, guys, like I said, mind games, mind games, mind games. The Rangers are, of course, going to say that, especially considering the Blues want the sun, the moon, the stars for Robert Thomas. So I still think there's a good chance Trocheck gets traded today. I just think it's going to be a big package, and frankly, I think it's like it's got to be a big package, right? As I mentioned, he's under term for a couple of years more, and under $6 million for his production and his role. I think it makes sense. Holy, Twitter's going nuts. The Don Sweeney's on X, thanks Kobe for sending it, says the Bruins will make 3 trades today. The Bruins are one of those sneaky teams. I could see them making a big move. I wonder, the one that I also wonder about is going back to the Bruins and Devils making a trade together. Between like Simone Nemec and Mason Lohrei being in rumors, and maybe a forward swap. I've heard that the Boston Bruins have some interest in Dawson Mercer from the Devils. We'll see. I also wouldn't be surprised if a guy like Casey Middlestat was traded from the Bruins. So we'll keep an eye on all of that I just talked about. Guys, if you could do me a solid, we are 5 subscribers away from 3.5. I know there's 5 of you in here that are not subbed yet. I hope you guys give this channel a chance. We're going to be live all day here. So thanks for being here. And let us know if you're a new viewer. All right. It's crazy. Shout out to Puck Empire hunting Hex. Puck Empire's been following the insider trade breaks, and it's awesome because it's it just shows Elliotte Friedman's just been running away with it. Kyrou to the Sabres. You never know. We got 3.5K. Thank you guys for subscribing. Yeah, I think the Sabres are going to go after a big forward. They made their defense trade, so they added the defenseman they wanted. The Sabres are done. They are not going to trade for another defenseman now. That's done, so. But I think the Sabres have one more trade up their sleeve, and it's, yes, for a forward upgrade. I agree. Oh, you guys are the best. Thank you so much. You guys are legends. I appreciate you. Also, guys, throughout the day, if we see a trade or you guys want to see any new jerseys in the background, we can do that as well. All right, Gunnar, I'll be careful with that. Also, guys, I don't want to just like use it just to use it, but do you guys want to see the Gary Bettman breaking news? We have a trade. It's not that special, but I always find it funny. Should we see it? Greg, I still have the Fraser Minton jersey. Yes. You're going to make me cry. Let me know if you can hear it. Actually, it's good to test. I'm just making this known. No trade has happened. We are doing a test. Test 1 2, test 1 2.
We have a trade to announce.
You guys heard it? Did it work? I think it worked. Hey, there we go. That was just a test. 1 2, 1 2. All right, there we go. Let's go. Production value. Yeah! All right, there we go. What are the trade details? All right, Gary, what are the trade details? Hot Take Hockey has traded a coffee for a water. That's the breaking news. Shout out to Danielle Bain. All right. Micah says, John, you were supposed to come out for the Canes playoff game last year. Remember? Tailgate. I know, Micah. Micah, I think I'm going back, or not going back. I think I'm going in that area sometime. Like, around the spring, I'll probably be back in Knoxville, Tennessee. So if I'm in that area, I'll probably do a detour and head to Raleigh, a little road trip. I think it's like probably like a 7 or 8 hour drive from there, but I will do it. For a Canes playoff game, count me in. We have 450 in the chat, guys. Everybody stick around. Let's get 500 people in here. Let's go. Needs a rough at the end. Should we get Gary to bark? Is that what you guys want? Little bark from Gary. But Steven Rosner, this is an interesting tweet, says, the sense I'm getting is that Isles prospect Victor Eklund, the 2025 number 16th overall, is viewed as a very important piece of the organization moving forward. Would likely take a legitimate star-type return for the Islanders to even consider moving him, not a Jordan Kyrou. But a Robert Thomas, maybe? Maybe. Ushenko says, hey, John, will the Wings finally make a big splash today? I think so. I think Stevie Y is going to get up on his office behind, I should say, and make a move. Train Bike says, you can't tell me what to do. I'm out of here. Wait, what? I sincerely apologize for telling you what to do. My apologies. I don't know what I did. Less than 6 hours. Yeah! Nice catch. Less than 6 hours to the trade deadline, guys. Hanson in the chat says, do the Wild get a center today or pivot to a wing? If so, who? Who? I think the Wild go for a center. I don't know if it's one of the guys on this list, but if I had to make a prediction, I think they're still in on Trocheck. The sneaky one that I could see the Wild in on is Kadri. Because if Kadri really wants to get dealt today, and teams are not going for it because they feel he's old, whatever, like I don't think Billy Guerin cares. I think Billy Guerin wants to win now, and Kadri would fit that mold. So Elliotte Friedman says, still blown away by this one. Anaheim stepped up for Karlsson, one of the best players in Capitals history, who is having a terrific season. So pause for a second. I think he's having a good season. Obviously, there's times I've talked to Caps fans, he's slowed down, but like plus minus and points wise, I mean, it looks good, right? Elliot says he was asleep when the trade occurred. Earlier in the week, the Caps verbally agreed to Nick Dow deal with Vegas late the night before. Trade call was delayed until the next day, but news got out beforehand. Caps were upset about that. They didn't want Karlsson to find out that way. They decided on the opposite approach this time, informing Karlsson at approximately 6:30 a.m. We will see what he says today. Everyone's still recovering from the shock. I bet. Anthony, I missed the comment. So just because there's so many comments. Oh, I see it now. I just scrolled up and I see it. AJ Greer, I had Colorado getting AJ Greer. That was my prediction. Adam says, I wonder if Kadri gets traded and the return will be underwhelming. We'll see. Minnesota has the space to add Kadri. I agree, Ryan. I think Minnesota could be a sneaky team for Kadri. Thanks to everyone for hitting that subscribe button. On our way to 4,000 subs on here. But don't worry, guys. We'll be back live on Hot Take Hockey soon. But the great thing about it, and hopefully more people find this stream this way, is I will be live on here all day. And then I will be like posting clips on Hot Take Hockey. So as trades happen, I'll clip it, post it there. Boom. Done. Bucks, what does Tampa Bay do today? English is hard. So I talked about the Leafs Lightning potential trade. The other one that's super sneaky when it comes to the Lightning, it's on the trade bait board. If the Blues were willing to retain on Justin Falk, I'd be interested about Justin Falk. I'd be very interested about Justin Falk with the Lightning. Also, there was reports that the Lightning also were in on Kadri, which cap-wise doesn't make any sense. But if the Flames were willing to retain, maybe. Or, and this is the other one, if the Lightning don't like the fit of Oliver Bjorkstrand on the team, they could send Bjorkstrand to Calgary, and then Kadri could fit in cap-wise. So that's also one to consider. Brad, you have 6 hours and counting. We have almost 500 in the live stream. Thanks for being here, everybody. Welcome to the stream. You guys are legends. Legends. Let's go. Do we have a trade? Oh, Mike Johnson, I love you, but I thought that was a trade. Matt Longoria's mock trade in the chat is Bjorkstrand plus Sam O'Reilly plus a second for Stamkos 25% retained. Man, a Stammer return to Tampa would be unreal. Honestly, just as a general hockey fan, I would love to see it. Who's down? I'm down. I'm down to see a Stammer return to Tampa. I want to trade. The bigs is Karlsson definitely is a stunner. Yeah, I agree. The one Walsh is, I think the Wild, Detroit, Utah all make a huge trade. Yeah, I mean, if I had to make a prediction based on those three all making a trade today, if it had to be different players, obviously. Detroit, I'll go Trocheck. I don't know. I just don't know if the Wild are willing to pay the price. Same with Detroit, though. I'll go, yeah. No, I'll go Wild, Trocheck, Detroit, Kadri, Utah, Robert Thomas. Oh, Kevin Weeks. Kevin Weeks. This is early morning rumblings. Per sources, Bobrovsky, Wallstead, Ingram, Bennington, Stolars, and Skinner have all been discussed in different potential trade scenarios. Goalie market is intriguing. Woo! Here we go. I said, hey, Stolars might get traded today. We're going to go nuts. Stolars might get traded today, guys. All right, they're talking about the Karlsson trade. All right, guys, little a little nudge that I'm getting. Ooh. Keep an eye on the Carolina Hurricanes to make a sneaky splash. They haven't been talked about a lot as like favorites for players, but Carolina, of course, as we know, they've gone through a lot of playoff runs in a row, and they've been killed by the Florida Panthers, essentially. We'll call it killed because that's basically what's happened, right? So Carolina sees the path. Yes, they would have to go through Tampa still and go through some tough opponents, but Carolina, for one of the teams today to watch out. I've heard that from a few people to be like, hey, Carolina's not being talked about enough in terms of a big swing. Look out for them. They have a lot of intriguing young players and assets. And I talked about the mock trade for Robert Thomas, and a lot of people thought I was crazy. Remember in that one video, guys, I said Carolina actually has a sneaky, intriguing offer. Because here's the thing, St. Louis, when they're calling Buffalo, St. Louis is going, hey, if you want Robert Thomas, we want Owen Power or Bowen Byram. There's this guy on Carolina, Mr. Nikishin. See, Carolina's already got a nicely built top forward defense group. They could afford trading Nikishin if it meant a clear upgrade in their forward group. I could see Carolina being very sneaky today. And I'm not saying it's necessarily for sure Robert Thomas. But if you could put together Nikishin, Nadeau, multiple first-round picks, I think that intrigues St. Louis. Nikishin is like, I think, a rare breed. I think St. Louis would love Nikishin on their team. So we'll keep an eye on it. It doesn't just have to be St. Louis. It could be somebody else that trades with Carolina. But I think I've had multiple people now tell me that watch out for Carolina. Watch out for Carolina. And I've kind of had that in the back of my head. I'm like, man, Florida is out of the picture now. Again, Tampa Bay is still there, but Florida is out of the picture now. Did I miss a dono? James with the $5 dono says, here's some coffee money. What can the Canucks do before the deadline? Been up since 5 a.m. Let's go. James, let's go, guys. Shout out to James in the chat. Thank you. Yeah, James. Honestly, I might have to do like a Uber Eats or something order for... Hey, that wasn't an ad. I might have to do an order for like an iced coffee or something. That's a good point. Thank you, James. I appreciate it. Yeah, we're going to be live here all day. Like, I'm going to be live here for T-minus, what? 7 hours-ish? 8 hours? I wanted to go live earlier, but I needed my sleep. I blame the John Carlson trade for not being live earlier. I could have been live around 6, 7 a.m., but with that John Carlson trade, that cost me about an hour of sleep, maybe 2. J-Dub just ordered breakfast. There you go. Somebody make a trade. Darkness, what's going on? Nah, Midnight Sam, that's not happening. Buffalo wouldn't do that. Striker says, John, heard Stolarz could be dealt. Yeah, it's possible. After Stolarz had that showcase game against New Jersey the other night, I think that's possible. What's up, Wade? Ooh, the mini sticks at Dawn's could be a move. Hansen says Wallstead only moves if it's a bigger deal for a star center. Okay. So I'll ask you something. If Minnesota calls and goes, hey, St. Louis, I don't think the Wild and Blues will trade with each other here, but you never know. Hey, Dougie, it's Billy Guerin here. I'll send you Jesper Wallstead, Stremel, maybe a couple first-round picks, maybe another younger player in there, and you give us Rob Thomas, and then Binnington gets dealt in another deal, and then the Wild sign Marc-Andre Fleury for a cup run. Richard, you don't want Wallstead and Stremel and multiple firsts? Bro, I think Stramel's going to be actually really good. And Wallstead, I mean, that's like Wallstead and Hofer, that's quite the duo. Adam says my surprise trade is I think Philip Forsberg gets traded. If he gets traded, I would actually, guys, I would probably go nuts. Okay, so I heard Pierre LeBrun say that. So, yeah, guys, that's what it sounds like. Parayko does not intend on waiving his no-trade clause today, per LeBrun. All indications are he stays in St. Louis for now. Damn. All right, maybe he wanted to go to Anaheim, and now John Carlson went to Anaheim, or... All right, well, let's update the HCH trade bait board. I'm going to take out Colton Parayko. And I'm going to put... Who should we put, guys? I'll let the chat decide. You guys are the real winners. You guys are the stars of the show. Who should I put in Parayko's place? There's a few that come to mind. I'm thinking maybe Binnington. I'm thinking maybe Brayden Schenn. Maybe we put... Okay, I like that from Anthony. Anthony says Bob, and then a few people are saying Lawton. So we'll put Sergei Bobrovsky in this spot. And then in Bobrovsky's spot, we'll put Scotty Lawton. There we go. All right, I like that updated list. I like it. I like it. That's an accurate list. I like it. Hey, Jake, what's going on? I started about an hour and a half ago, which I can't believe it's already 9:15. It's crazy. Willie Stein is also on that vibe. Lawton or McMahon in Tampa makes a ton of sense. They have their second round pick this season, are right up against the cap, and always seem to target players with some added utility. I think that makes a lot of sense. So there you go. Cam Robinson says, sense around the league is Carolina will either stay quiet today or push for a true needle mover by the deadline. Little expectation of a middle tier move. I mean, I tend to agree with that. And honestly, that could be Robert Thomas. Man, Carolina and St. Louis just makes so much sense as trade partners. Between Binnington or Robert Thomas or even Brayden Schenn, I think that makes a lot of sense. But anyways, somebody also said this yesterday, and I'm curious about it, because I said it before I thought Luke Schenn would head to Buffalo. I think Buffalo could chat to St. Louis again about Justin Falk and Brayden Schenn. Maybe as like a package deal, because hey, they got Luke Schenn. There's been a lot of reports in the past, in recent memory, that the Schenn brothers want to play together in a playoff run. So now that Luke's in Buffalo, could Brayden be enticed to head to Buffalo? We have 500 in the chat. I hope you guys stick around. Hit that subscribe button. We're trying to get to 4,000 subs today. Let's do it. Appreciate everybody hitting that like. And guys, what do we think? Can we get to 200 likes? We're 8 away. Let's do it. Pete says, greetings all. Crazy past 2 days. What can the Kings do here to save their season? They are in no man land right now. They had over 8 minutes of an empty net tonight. Or last night. Couldn't score. Yeah. Hey, Dominic says, best stream every trade deadline. Thank you, Dominic. I really appreciate that. Zachary says, Thomas and Falk for Nikishin, 3 first, Jason. I think you mean Jackson Blake and Jesperi Kotkaniemi. Ooh. Honestly, that's quite the package. Robert Thomas and Falk for Nikishin, 3 firsts, and Jackson Blake and send the Kotkaniemi. How does St. Louis say no to that? That's such a massive package. I feel like you'd have to say yes to that. Robert says, hot take, Matty Nyes to Minnesota. Ooh. Who's going back to Toronto, though? That's my question to you. Trippy. I didn't change the channel name. We had a little oopsie on the Hot Take Hockey channel. So We can't stream on there for a couple months. But luckily, we can still stream on here. So we're good. And we're going to post videos on Hot Take throughout the day. Thanks to everyone subscribing. I see that number rising. I appreciate you. We have 500 in the live. Yeah, sorry, Trippy, but we're here. You found the stream. I know a lot of people are struggling to find the stream, but we are here. I'll put another post out just in case people are missing it. All right. I can't, guys, just the pop. I can't wait for the pop of the first trade. So Steven Roser says, if the Blues insist on D prospect Kashawn Aitchison in a potential Kyrou deal, I'm told that likely takes the Isles out of the mix. Wow. Like, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but then, like, what do the Islanders, like, think they're doing here then? You gotta give to get. It's like the same thing when I see Habs fans or pages saying, yeah, I want Robert Thomas really badly, but we're not going to give up Michael Hage. It's like, okay, then you don't want Robert Thomas badly. It's like, how badly do the Islanders want Jordan Kyrou today? I said that Kyrou would go to the Islanders, but you have to give up a decent enough prospect for the Blues to make that trade. And Eklund, Aitchison, Yzerman, like, those are probably the guys that come to mind. So if they're not willing to trade Aitchison and Eklund, it's probably a package around first-round pick and Cole Yzerman. That's got to be two of the pieces to get Kyrou out of St. Louis. But thank you to everybody for joining the stream. Appreciate it. Hope you guys stick around. We've got, what, 500 people in here. You guys are amazing. Dak, what up, John? Anything on the Jets? Nothing crazy on the Jets outside of the trade we saw last night, which was Logan Stanley and Luke Shen heading to the Buffalo Sabres. I think it was a great return for the Jets. I'm pretty impressed with that return. So the TSN panel put together the top 5 cup contenders for each. Everybody had Colorado in the top spot except for Frankie as Carolina in that top spot. It's crazy. Jeff and MJ have Carolina in the 5 spot when Frankie has Carolina in the 1 spot. Minnesota is with everybody as well. Dallas was with all of them. Tampa's with all of them. So it's literally all 5 teams are the same for each analyst, just in different order. That's interesting. No Vegas, eh? But Vegas, they've been such a weird team. They're in a good position for playoffs, but the fact that they just, for the first time in like 4 months or 3 months, they beat a playoff team is crazy. But honestly, so I realized Edmonton with that win, I guess they jumped Seattle, but Seattle has a game in hand. So Edmonton's technically in the 3 spot in the Pacific, but based on point percentage, Seattle's probably ahead of them. But it's crazy that Vegas is in the top spot in the Pacific, and they're 10 points back of Minnesota, who are in the 3rd spot. Utah has 70 points. They're in the number 1 wildcard spot, and they're only 2 points back of the Pacific Division leader, Vegas Golden Knights. It's also crazy that Vegas would not be in a playoff spot. Isn't that crazy, guys? In the Eastern Conference, Vegas would not be in a playoff spot. That's how poor the Pacific Division's been this year. Is if the Vegas Golden Knights were in the Eastern Conference, or frankly any Pacific Division team, they would not be in the playoffs. The Bruins in the 2nd wildcard spot have 73 points. Vegas at the top of the Pacific has 72. Nuts. Darkness. Big shout out to Scott. Big shout out to the Bucks. Ooh, a little breaking from Pierre LeBrun. Latest on Ryan O'Reilly, there hasn't been a trade offer yet on the table for Nashville to consider seriously. Given the price paid for Nick Waugh yesterday, it's at least a first and a top prospect, if not more, for a team to get Ryan O'Reilly. O'Reilly could very well stay put, which I think he would prefer, but the teams are calling. Special says, I'd take Vegas in a series over all the East teams except Tampa and Carolina. Richard says, Binner and Shen to Vegas. I could see it. Hockey's King says, what did Carlson get traded for last night? Or what time? It was 1:08 a.m. Eastern time. Anthony says, Bob to the Canadians for a package that includes Reinbacher. I think the Panthers would probably get Montembeault in that deal, I would think. But funny enough, Montembeault was originally a Florida Panther, so I don't know. Maybe they'd ask for Dobish. Let's see. Lord says Korchinski plus Foligno to CBJ for Kent Johnson in a third. Whew. Spicy. Midnight says, Sam says, what would the Sabres need to give up for Shen and Falk? Probably at least a first. Honestly, probably close to the package that they were going to give up for Parayko, which was a first and redeem Murka. St. Louis would probably want that package back, especially if it was Shen and Falk. I would say at least a first and Murka. So we'll see if the Shen brothers unite in Buffalo. But thank you to the 500 people in the chat, guys. Hit that subscribe button if you're new. Let us know where you're watching from. I know there's some people listening in from work or on the road. I appreciate all of you guys. So there's a lot of speculation that Montreal is going to go after a right shot defenseman today. And there were some rumors that Arbor Jackeye will be traded by the Montreal Canadiens today. So we'll keep an eye on that. It's apparent. Apparently Calgary is interested, but I mean, it's apparent that they are willing to change some key locker room guys for a massive upgrade. You got to be careful with that stuff, right? I always look back to certain players that were not valued on paper by fans, but were valued heavily in the locker room and in the organization. Like Barclay Goodrow with the New York Rangers. Like, I honestly, guys, I specifically pinpoint that time for the New York Rangers organization as like a really big downward spiral. Maybe not spiral, but downwards trajectory. And I think the fact that a guy like that, who's not a great player, like he's a good NHLer, he's a winner, bottom six presence, but on the surface, fans are like, Barclay Goodrow overpaid, get him out of here. I'm not saying this Arbor Jackeye is on a cheaper contract, but what I'm getting at is some fans might be like, it's all good if you trade Arbor Jackeye, if we get a clear upgrade on defense. But from the sounds of it, Arbor's a glue guy in that room. And he's been a glue guy in his career for the different teams he's played for. So if I'm Montreal, I'd be careful on trading Arbor Jackeye, but it sounds like that's a possibility. Ken Dog says, what will the Red Wings do? Again, going back to the HTH trade bait board. Thanks for being here, Ken Dog. I think when you look at those top three centers on the board, I think there's a good chance the Red Wings could get one of those guys. But it really depends. Is Stevie Y willing to give it up? Gary says, new to the channel from Detroit. We are hoping Yzerman actually makes a huge move. Thank you, Gary. I appreciate it. Thank you to everyone hitting that subscribe button on this channel and Hot Take Hockey. We'll be posting clips throughout the day as well. Hope you guys can stick around. Keep the stream open. Why not? Just listen in, even if you got to do something. I'll make sure I'm keeping the audio listeners in mind and not just assuming you guys can see a visual. Hey, shout out to Elliotte for giving the Paralympics a shout. So again, on the Ryan O'Reilly report from Pierre LeBrun, we'll see. It's very similar to other players in the deadline conversations right now. It's like you got to blow a team away with an offer, and that like goes for Robert Thomas, that goes for Vinny Trocheck. So there's a lot of those guys in the market right now. But there are like other guys that you could target that are fitting profiles of a second line center That's why I think a Pittsburgh that has Malkin suspended and Crosby out with an injury, I think Shane Wright is the perfect fit for Pittsburgh today. And then a guy like Scott Laughton, I mean, he's been buried on the fourth line or third line in Toronto this year, but he can be on a second line or at least a third line center spot. So if there's teams out there that are looking for that third line center, Scott Laughton would fit really nicely with that cheaper cap hit. So that's another conversation. Thanks to the people that just subscribed. I saw that pop up. Mark, yeah, we could see Stammer back to Tampa Bay. It's possible. Nicholas, any updates on the Penguins? Yeah, I just talked about it. I think the Pens are going to target a young center today. So Shane Wright fits that profile. I could see Drew O'Connor being dealt. Yeah, Dominic, I predicted the Canucks are making 2 trades today. So I said probably 3 in total or 4. They traded Garland. So between O'Connor, Kampf, I don't know. Like, I feel like DeBrusk and Besser are just long shots. So, I don't know. Teddy Bluger's probably going to get dealt. So, I would say that's 1 for sure, Bluger. And then between the guys I just mentioned, that's probably a second trade that happens with the Canucks. Remy says, the Leafs can have Jack Quinn for free. I'll drive him over right now. Whoa! Sabres fans, how are you feeling on that one? Woo! Paul says, oop, new channel too, so sub. Thank you, Paul. I appreciate it. Thanks to everyone subbing on this channel. I appreciate it. Big shouts. Havo says, Laughton is more of a defensive forward. I got a bunch of shorthanded goals. Colin says, over under 30 trades today. Oh, Colin, I mean, I'm probably going to say under, but like, Colin, if we get 25 trades today, that's still pretty busy. But over under 30 trades, I mean, frig, I hope it's over. That'd be great if it's over. But if I had to make a prediction on how many trades we'll get today, I'm going to say 25, which is still a lot. I don't know about you guys. I think 25 trades in a day, I think that's active. I think that's busy. Joseph Zeta says, might have missed it if you mentioned it, but if Tampa Bay lands OEL in either Laughton or McMahon, what do you think a realistic return is? Yeah, so, yeah, Zeta, I talked about this, but you're a legend, so I'll talk about it again. I think it would be, again, you have to understand Sam O'Reilly's value here. Sam O'Reilly was a late first-round pick. I think a lot of teams value that style of player. We were talking a lot about Ryan O'Reilly, right? I think Sam O'Reilly is a similar player of that profile, right? Like, he's a guy that can play center or wing, middle lineup guy potentially. I feel like his projection for NHL is a good second line two-way center. So with that in mind, I don't think you would get O'Reilly, like Sam O'Reilly, and a first. So if I had to make the prediction, it would probably be for, I'll just give the Laughton and OEL package. If it's Laughton and OEL, I think it could be like Sam O'Reilly, a second, and a third-round pick. That would be my prediction, Zeta. So if it's OEL and Scott Laughton, my mock trade would be Laughton and OEL to Tampa Bay. Maybe some retention in there, I would imagine, from Toronto. And then Sam O'Reilly, a second-round pick, and a third-round pick from Tampa Bay. And honestly, Tampa Bay's so high up in the standings, and they're likely going to go a couple rounds this year. I honestly would prefer Sam O'Reilly than a first-round pick, for sure. Like, if you're the Leafs, you're not trying to go through a full-on rebuild if you don't have to. I think they should sell off so many guys. Like, when I'm listing off OEL, Laughton, McMahon, Michelli, Robertson, Stetcher, Benoit, Stolars. Like, I just listed off, like, close to 10 names there. I could list 10 names that you realistically could trade and still come back next season and be competitive because you have guys in the top 6 like Matthews, Nylander, Nyes, Cowan. I think he's going to be more ready next year. Then in the defense group, if you keep McCabe and Carlo, I mean, defense don't grow on trees, but you're hoping you can get another top 4 defenseman in there. And then goaltending, if you have to go with Woll and Hill to be next year, you're not upset by it. Like, that's a respectable tandem. Kristen says 35 trades today. Wow. Maybe I'm being pessimistic. What do you think, Zita, about that trade? I'm curious about your thoughts. Wow. I'm surprised you guys think it's going to be that many. I hope so. But, like, am I losing it? I think 25 is a lot. Like, I know in other years we've gotten more than that. But I just think, like, I think the difference is this year we're going to get more, like, quality trades. Jacob says, I hope Tampa Bay won't make that trade. Sam O'Reilly is such a beast. Yeah, but Jacob, don't you want to see Tampa win a cup? If OEL joins that top 6, Tampa has one of the best defense groups for sure in the league. They already arguably have one of the best in the Eastern Conference. But if you add OEL into the fold, he can play both sides, especially with the uncertainty of Hedman's health status here in a full year. It's a valuable add. And then, like I said, Scott Lawton, center wing, I think... Frig, man, maybe Toronto just makes it a bigger deal. Maybe throw McMahon in there. I want Sam O'Reilly to be a Leaf if the Leafs and Lightning trade together. So that's the mindset. I'm sure the Leafs would ask about Connor Geekie, but I don't think Tampa's trading him. But if there are Lightning fans in here, I'm curious on your thoughts. Would you rather go for a bigger fish and trade Geekie, or do you be willing to trade Sam O'Reilly for an upgrade like that? Yeah, sorry, Avi. Joseph says, what goalies are on the move today and where? Again, we'll show the HTH trade bait board. So we got Bobrovsky. My top 3 potential destinations for Bobrovsky are Carolina, Minnesota, Montreal. Other goalies on the list, Jordan Binnington. My top 3 for Binnington would be Vegas, Carolina. I don't even know if I want to do a top 3 for Binner. I'm just going to say Vegas and Carolina. I think those are the 2 teams for Binner in my eyes. I know Montreal's been talked about, but I think, for some reason in my head, I think Bobrovsky is more of a shot for Montreal. And the reason I say that is because Jacob Fowler is, like, basically ready to rock. And I just think Bobrovsky, a pending UFA, makes more sense for Montreal's timeline than committing to Binnington for 2 years, this year and next. I think Vegas could look at Bobrovsky, of course. But again, I think going back to the Adin Hill situation, and people need to remember this. St. Louis, if they got a great return from Vegas, and again, Vegas is limited in what they can offer, they would be willing to take back Adin Hill, I think. Versus, there is no chance, like 0 chance, Florida is taking Adin Hill. I would be shocked. If it happened, I mean, I'll put my hands up and go, yep, I was wrong. But Florida is trying to run it back next year. They're trying to get a good pick this year, get Barkov healthy. I just don't see them committing that salary cap towards Adin Hill, who's been this year, right? Like, he was so bad that he lost his spot on Team Canada. And obviously injuries too. He was injured, but like Adin Hill, like 2 years ago or a year ago, was seen as potentially the second option for Team Canada. And out of respect for him, they could have taken him as the third goalie over Kemper, and obviously it's just been a bad stretch for him. We got 515 to the chat. Let us know who you think is going to get dealt. We're waiting for the first trade of the day. I think it's coming soon. I predicted around 9:30. We're past 9:30 now, but I think it's coming. Yo! We got a $10 donation! Sorry, guys. I got hyped. I know I scare people when I do that. But here's the thing. Just to show you guys again, this will happen if there's a trade. So you'll know the difference.
We have a trade to announce.
So, no trade has happened, but that's what you'll hear if there is a trade. So, unprovoked, if you hear that, a trade has happened. B-Rog with the 10 says, let's go Bees. I hope they make some moves after a very disappointing loss to Nashville. They need a defenseman. B-Rog, who do you want to target? How about like a Mason Lohrei and Casey Middlestat to, let's give an example, to Philly. Get Rasmus Ristolainen and Bobby Brink on Boston. I don't know. I just threw something out there, but I agree. I think Boston's going to make a move today. I wonder if they'll call if they'll call St. Louis. I wonder. Jeremy says B's going to have Carlo back. Ooh, Owen Tippett to Boston. That would, man, Tippett just screams a Boston Bruin. NHL rosters, Puckpedia reposting it. Reminder, the 23-man roster limit is no longer in effect. There you go. But the 50 contract limit is still a thing for sure, obviously. Hey, thanks to everyone that just subscribed. We are 40 away from 3.6K. Let's go. Yes, please, tip it for the bees, says Greg. Guys, I think... You know what? I'm going to tell you guys something. I have a really good trade proposal that I think makes a lot of sense for both sides. Boston's been poking around on OEL. So this is my proposal, okay? Oliver Ekman-Larsson, hear me out, to the Boston Bruins. Fraser Minton and a first-round pick to the Toronto Maple Leafs. I think that's a win-win deal for both sides. What do you think, chat? I think that's a perfect deal for both sides. I think both teams should have done that yesterday. Minton in a first to Toronto, OEL to Boston. Get her done. I think the Leafs have had their eyes on Fraser Minton for a while now, per my sources. Love it. Love causing a little stir. Let's get back to the early morning rumblings from Kevin Weeks. Somebody just asked, who are the goaltenders in the market right now? Well, this is your list. Sergei Bobrovsky, Wallstead, Ingram, Binner, Stolars, Skinner. Super Mike, you know it's a joke, right? We can have fun and joke around in life. Love ya. Yeah, Nishad says, I feel like I've already seen that trade somewhere before. What's up, Maria? Gary says Thomas to Detroit. What's up, Mateo? Goal Eiserman, thanks for being in the chat. Says, what's up, HTH? What do you think the Owls are going to do today? Goal Eiserman, what a legend. Thanks for being here. Well, I was confident the Islanders were going to go after Jordan Kyrou, and I still think that's possible. The mock trade would be a first-round pick and Cole Eiserman at the very least. If the Islanders had to send a player to the Blues, I feel like a Duclair could make some sense, maybe. Something like that. So, we'll see. I know that's kind of been already talked about. So, if I had to go off the board for another player the Islanders could look at, I mean, I don't think this is going to happen, but once upon a time, Kadri was debating between the Islanders and Flames. I wonder if the Islanders could call the Flames. The Flames have quite a few players that could make sense for the Islanders. Between Kadri and Blake Coleman, that's two guys right now that would kind of fit the profile of what the Islanders are looking at. Kobe says, unite the geeky boys in Boston. So what's your trade proposal? You're saying Connor Geeky to Boston, and then what? What's the proposal? Little Mason Lohrei to Tampa? Mario Ferraro to the Pens. Ooh. Joshua, that one's interesting. Or are you saying Mario Ferraro to the Preds or Pens? I think the Pens actually makes more sense probably for Mario Ferraro. Oh, really, Abby? Ken says, please take Kadri. You can have him for free. Whoa! Whoa! What are you talking about? Take the first. All right. Anthony, who's plugged in with Philly. Here we go. Says, hearing that so far, the offers for Rasmus Ristolainen just haven't been what the Flyers want. Oh, shocker. It's not like that's been the case for 4 years in a row now. And the question is, will they settle for less? Anthony's saying he's starting to think they would. When you look at what Buffalo traded to Winnipeg for 2 defensemen, you can get a sense for what they have been willing to pay for Risto alone. Lots of time left, and it's a game of chicken at the deadline, so maybe the better offers start to materialize as the morning, afternoon progress, but who blinks first, if at all? And I agree with that. Like, this trade deadline process, and it goes from the time where insiders were being told by execs and GMs around the league that it was a buyer's market. No, it was always a seller's market. That's 1. 2, when GMs go out there and go, we're done, or we don't think we're going to do much more. Yeah, I mean, sometimes games are played, right? Leverage is a thing. Because here's the thing. Edmonton, Bowman was like, I think we're done. We're not going to do anything major. And maybe that's true. I think it's actually probably true, because I don't think Bowman's the best at that leverage game. But I don't want to speak against it. I'm just saying that I think some GMs will do that to be like, they'll send the public message, because if they're negotiating with another team and they're trying to trade for a big player and that package or that asking price is way too expensive, sometimes GMs will go, I think we're good. We're probably done then. That's the market. And then, hey, if that team ends up calling back and they want to bring that team back in for their own leverage or for their own kind of driving the market up, they'll call back and maybe the offer's a little lower. So, Mind of Kevin with a $5 dono. Thanks for the dono. I appreciate it. It says, what do you think is the trade that's holding everything up? Ooh, that's a great question. Well, back to the HCA trade board for a second. I think those top 3 names, so we've already seen the defense market go crazy. So I don't think we're waiting for anything else there. I'm sure the next targets are the OEL and Ristolainen and Falk. Those are probably the 3. But the forward market, I don't think is as much held up by Robert Thomas. I think it's more held up by Vincent Trocheck. Because I think teams have seen Trocheck as more realistic to acquire. I think the Robert Thomas one is just the huge swing. It's like, hey, maybe this happens, but it's not like the Blues are actually calling, actively calling, going, hey, you want to have Robert Thomas? Where I think the Rangers have been basically seeking the market for Vincent Trocheck. And again, I don't think they're going, we want to trade Vincent Trocheck. I don't think they're specifically going, we need to trade Vincent Trocheck this deadline. He's got term, right? But I do think they have probably been more active in seeking out the market for Vincent Trocheck in comparison to the Blues with Robert Thomas. If that makes sense. Thanks for the dono. Sal just subscribed. I appreciate it, Sal. Yeah, Dominic, a PD trade would be unreal. So Emily Kaplan adding to the context of the John Carlson trade last night. John Carlson was asleep when he got the call, woke up to the news. He knew the Ducks were one of the 3 to 4 interested teams he couldn't block. Too soon if he'd resign with the Caps. Going through emotions of thinking he'd retire there. He's viewing Anaheim as a new opportunity and to see where it goes. Yeah, because I don't think John Carlson's going to retire this year. I mean, he's 36? He's probably got a couple more years, especially with his production this year. You could see John Carlson as a good veteran for a couple more years. So we'll see if the Ducks try to retain him. We got 550 in the chat, guys. I hope you guys stick around. Let us know if you're a new subscriber, where you're watching from. Appreciate you guys all being here. All right. Let's go. Brody, what's going on? Stewart says, not sure if it would even work, but with Stolarz to the Wild for Wallstead. Well, okay. Stewart, there's going to have to be more to that deal, right? Wallstead has a lot more trade value in the grand scheme of things than Stolarz, so it'd have to mean that Toronto is sending a significant player to the Wild. I don't know if McMahon or Lawton move the needle enough, quite frankly. So we'll see. But there are some signs to point towards that the Wild would make a move like that. So they'd basically toss up Wallstead in the trade negotiations, trade for a goalie that has that save percentage or has those numbers, but a lesser value and maybe a bit more of a veteran to pair with Gustafsson. And then they would add a forward piece or another piece that could go into the roster. So I could see something like that. They're showing the Sens depth chart right now, and the fact that Stephen Holiday is outside of the top 12 tells me that he could very likely be dealt today. And I still think the Sens could upgrade in that top 4. I don't think Nick Jensen's set in stone. I would not be surprised if the Sens, they tried to get Mackenzie Weegar. It did not happen. So if I'm being totally honest, I would look at the Sens upgrading in that top 4, potentially still. We'll see. Manuel says, let's go, baby. I've been watching you for 5 years on trade day now. Thank you so much. Mike, let's go, Mike. Let's go. Big shout out to Mike in the chat. If you guys haven't yet, please hit that subscribe button. If you guys hit there you go. That number will keep rising. Sported says, are the Flames interested in a trade? I mean, yeah, they're probably going to trade Kadri. There was a report last night, guys, that Kadri would be disappointed if he was not dealt. And that's kind of been the sense over the last couple days, is Kadri now wants to be dealt. He wants to do right by Calgary, but he also wants to be dealt. He wants to go to a playoff contender. He wants to win. Thanks to the people that just subbed. I just saw that. Scott says, here in Minnesota waiting for a great trade day. There you go, Scott. Soul says, which teams are better staying put in your opinion? Ooh, that's a great question. Okay, let me think about that. I haven't really been asked that. So that's a great question. That's why I'm saying it's a great question. I'll give you a few teams. So I think Edmonton's put themselves in a spot where I think they should add, but based on like the history of it, I really don't think it makes sense for Edmonton to trade like a Savoy or trade like an Isaac Howard unless it's like a massive difference maker. So they're probably one of the teams that I think actually just makes sense to stand pat, where maybe they go all in next year, but they've kind of gone all in this year in a way. I'm just saying I don't think they have the assets to go for the big fish that we've talked about, like a Robert Thomas or Vincent Trocheck. And I think if they make any trade, it's going to be an overpay for one of those middle tier guys. The other one that I would say probably should stand pat, like, I think the Islanders are in a really interesting situation. So the mock trade I just said, I wouldn't mind them doing in their perspective, which is the first round pick and Cole Eiserman for Jordan Kyrou. I don't mind that. But Matthew Schaefer was just drafted first overall. And I think offensively and power play wise, they've been a lot better than they've shown in the past years. Like, it's been miserable to watch the Islanders offensive system in years past. Matthew Schaefer has just sparked a lighter, like a fire under their ass, and it's been amazing to watch. But kind of what you're seeing is like I wouldn't think it makes sense for the Islanders to like rush it, to basically skip some steps here, right? So they have a lot of young prospects, they have a lot of young players. That would be the other team. And then beyond that, like, so this is my opinion on Winnipeg. I think they have enough pieces, so I'm saying it on the seller side now. I think it honestly makes sense for Winnipeg just not to do anything crazy today because they still have all the right pieces in place. To me, just based on the players that they have and the pieces they have, it's like either you just blow it up or you kind of just stand pat. And I think based on their roster right now, they made the trade that they could make, which was trading Logan Stanley and Luke Shen. Beyond that, I just don't really see anybody else on the Jets garnering a big return that makes sense to trade right now. Like, with the commitment level of Connor and Scheifele wanting to stay in Winnipeg, with Morrissey wanting to stay in Winnipeg, with Hellebuck wanting to stay in Winnipeg, like, those are your core pieces. So, like, I just don't think you can do a proper sell in Winnipeg unless you trade those guys. So that's another one. And then another team that's kind of in that middle ground right now that could make the playoffs, but they're really still rebuilding, is the San Jose Sharks. I didn't love the Kiefer Sherwood signing, if I'm being honest. But that was kind of their move. They gave up 2 second-round picks to get him. I personally don't think they should do anything crazy. If they can get Simone Nemec or like a younger player like that, that doesn't just help them now, it helps them like over the next 10, 15 years, yeah, I would make that move if I'm San Jose. But they're another team where I would not give up assets to like go for it this year. Thanks to the 550 in the chat. Let's see. All right, so Jeremy Rutherford, who's really plugged in with the Blues, very plugged in, says, you'd expect the Blues to be busy, but it takes trade partners. Army's prices have been high, but push comes to shove when this day finally comes. Here's the notes. It's been quiet on the Thomas front. A few teams could make a last-ditch effort. Otherwise, this is headed to the offseason. It makes a ton of sense to trade Falk today. Several right-shot D have been dealt, putting Falk at top of team's wish list. Regarding Parayko, I can't see him waiving the no-trade clause after vetoing the Buffalo deal. My guess is it will get revisited in the offseason. It's Hofer's team, so Binnington likely to be moved at some point. Options limited now, but could open up in June. As I mentioned, guys, that's kind of what I'm getting at. I think in my head, there's only 2 or 3 teams that could trade for Binnington today. In June or July, I think that becomes 10 teams. And I don't know. There's been so many reports around the Oilers. I've always thought Binnington was a perfect fit in Edmonton. I just think after they acquired Jari, it's just not going to happen. The Blues are not taking that contract back. Unless, something crazy happens, but I just don't see it. So I'm with that. He also adds that Shen wants to stay, but realizes the Blues situation and would move, though only for the perfect spot. He deserves that. It's been quiet on Kyrou, but I believe the Blues are trying to move him. Will require best return, so like Thomas, no rush. And again, going back to the Islanders, I really think the Islanders are one of those teams in on Kyrou heavy. So my mock trade, first-round pick, Cole Yzerman in another piece. That should get it done. And honestly, I feel like if the Islanders are not in a mindset to do that, then they should stand pat, as I mentioned. Like, if you're not in a position mentally where you can trade a first and Yzerman for Jordan Kyrou to help you now, I think Kyrou, his style, too, with the speed of, like, Schaefer, Barzal, Horvat, I think that would be a perfect fit. I think the Islanders, like, it's actually nice to see the Islanders playing with a style of speed, but possession-based. Before, what the Islanders were like dump and chase, hard-hitting, defensive style, crowd out the neutral zone, and now they're very much a lot more possession-based. And I think that's why Leaf fans are going nuts right now, is because Craig's style is exactly that. And Cole Yzerman says no Yzerman. So that's why I'm saying maybe they're not willing to trade Cole Yzerman. And honestly, Cole Yzerman, if I'm being totally honest, if the Islanders are not willing to trade Cole Yzerman, if they're not willing to trade Victor Eklund, if they're not willing to trade Kashawn Aitchison, I do not think the New York Islanders are going to be acquiring Jordan Kyrou today. Oh, what a legend. Shout out to Mr. Match. Shout out to Mr. Match. I've gotten a lot of great texts so far today, but what a great text. We got Mr. Match watching all day long. Shout out to him. Always want to give the shout outs. Hey, if you're watching, I know some of you have texted me so far. Some anonymous viewers. You guys are great. I appreciate it. We got 600 people in the chat. Thanks for everyone being here. DJ says 6 minutes left before the deadline to start. What? Are you talking about coverage? So, guys, again, we got about 5 hours to the trade deadline. I'll also be on Bleacher Report today. So, we're going to be doing that as well. But we will be live for a lot today. A little shout out from Julian. Says, while most of the talk surrounding the Panthers is centered around their veteran pending UFAs, a new report from Elliotte Friedman links the Seattle Kraken to Mackie Samoskevich. I did see that. I think with the Panthers, they're obviously crowded with their top 9 when they're healthy. I think Samoskevich probably loses his spot when Barkov comes back, so I would not be surprised if that happened today. All right, so Andrew, who's well connected with the Islanders, here we go. Says, here's where it sits for the Isles and Darsh. Continues having talks on multiple possibilities. He does not like acquiring rentals. He says dealing the 2025 first-rounders, Aitchison, Eklund, likely a no-go. Struck early on Susi Palat before prices skyrocketed and said to be fine if that's it. So there you go. I mentioned the Islanders as potentially one of the teams standing pat, and it seems like that could be a possibility. But I will say, I don't think Palat and Soucy would have been like a crazy market like now. I think what they got was already like a decent amount. What was it, like a third or second? I think it was a third for Palat, and it was a mid-round pick for Soucy as well. Anyways, this reply is kind of funny. But you know what? I think Kyrou makes a lot of sense for that team. All right, Elliotte Friedman on the Fan Hockey Show. Let's read this here. Says, if the Leafs don't feel they can get a first plus second for OEL, they'll have to adjust the price or keep him. Leafs haven't asked him to waive yet. OEL's teams include Detroit and San Jose. So again, a reminder, guys, OEL has a 16-team no-trade list. Says, the Leafs have an extension offer for McMahon, but it's nowhere near his number. Leafs won't budge. I could actually give you guys an idea on where I think both are at. So, Kiefer Sherwood just signed for $5.75 million per year. I very much believe that McMahon's asking price is around there, and I think the Leafs would be foolish to do that. Respectfully, but that's, you're in a retool, you're in a sell mindset here at the deadline. You're not trying to keep a 29-year-old. So I think the Leafs are probably in around 3.5 to 4 million per year. So personally, I think McMahon, if it's long-term, should take that and run with it. He, like, years ago, he was ECHL and AHL bound. He was never a high-profile prospect, and he's made a career in Toronto. I always use Jack Campbell as the reference point, but there's a lot of other people that have done it. Sometimes as a player, you have to decide, and this is for any professional athlete, but in the NHL, sometimes you have to decide what's more important for you. To cash out and get the most money possible with the highest bidder, or have a long, successful career. Who knows that Jack Campbell would have stayed in Toronto if he would have been successful? But we know what we saw from Jack Campbell in Toronto was fairly respectable numbers. He goes to Edmonton, it goes disastrous. So what I mean by this is Bobby McMahon in back-to-back years in Toronto, 20-plus goal scorer. He's at 19 right now, but you'd expect him to score 2 goals the rest of the way. Or 1 goal to get to 20 the rest of the way. What I'm getting at is McMahon might not be the same player on a different team. So we'll see, but I would think the gap between Toronto and McMahon right now is at least probably 2 million. So we'll see. Positive, thanks for supporting the feed. I appreciate it. All right. Bucci's buzzing. Says, Seattle has to add. St. Louis will be active. Boston has big decisions. Stevie Y needs to let one of his draft children go. Billy G needs a center. Carolina will surprise. What have I said, guys? Carolina will surprise. They will. I think Carolina will surprise. I think we got through all of this, right? Oh, okay. Sorry, well, let's read through the rest of this. If Nyes is traded, it's something like a Robert Thomas. Maybe not exactly that, but something similar. That's what Frege says. Leafs still determining where they go and how big this gets. If they accumulate pieces, they could either use them or flip them or something else. New Jersey might have to add an asset to dump Hamilton, and that's something the Leafs could do with their added cap space if they wanted. Wow. Are you kidding me? So it's went from New Jersey barely getting a decent draft pick for Hamilton to now they have to add an asset to dump him. That's interesting. I've said Toronto and New Jersey could trade together. I think that still makes a lot of sense. So, guys, I actually want to go through this. This conversation is really intriguing to me. I've seen some comments where people are asking me, who do I think are the biggest surprise players that could get dealt today? Matthew Nyes is definitely in that conversation, so I think that's one. Philip Forsberg is another one, which I can't believe I'm saying that. But if Stamkos is really stubborn and doesn't want to go anywhere, we'll see about Ryan O'Reilly, but the Philip Forsberg one is very interesting to me. And the other one that I think is really, really intriguing, I don't think he gets dealt. I really don't. But I wonder about Matvei Michkov. I wonder. I'm sorry, Flyers fans. I'm probably going to upset some Flyers fans. But I've heard some stuff. And the reason I also say that is because I could see the Flyers in their head going, all right, we want to play a certain style. At the end of the day, Rick Tocchet's our head coach. We're committing to him as our head coach. Like, I'd have to think of a decent comp here. But if Seattle called and said, hey, we will give you one of our top young prospects that we just drafted in the first round, plus Shane Wright for Matvei Michkov. I wonder. I'm going to get ripped by Flyers fans, but I'm just saying, I don't know. I don't think they should do it. I personally do not think they should trade Michkov, but I think with the comments from the head coach, kind of the vibe around Michkov, I wonder. I wonder if a team looks at the profile, looks at the scoring potential, looks at the potential ceiling and goes, his value could get a lot higher. Why don't we try to buy low a little bit on him now, but also still give a good package? So I wonder. That's the other one that would be a surprise today. I don't think it will happen, but I think the Flyers are being very sneaky in a lot of these trade negotiations. And obviously guys that we know about that are in those conversations are Ristolainen, are Owen Tippett, or Bobby Brink. But I wonder. I really wonder. Tanner, what's going on? Do people want to know where is Hot Take Hockey? How's it going? What do you mean? You mean the channel? Well, there's videos being posted. I just can't live stream on there right now, so I hope you're still getting the same experience. I promise you it would have been the same setup on that channel. So... Hockey Guy says Trocheck to Minnesota. Abby says Michkov traded would be nuts. Buck says trade's going under 15 now. Nah, I think there's going to be more than that. You guys have to remember, the chunk of when trades actually happen are usually 12 to 3. But there's usually a few trades that happen from 9 to 12. It's just like, when you're talking about like 20 trades happening, it usually happens in those 3 hours that I just talked about. LaRob, what's going on? Lord, thanks for joining. We got almost 600 in the chat right now. Thanks for being here. I don't know, Darkness. I disagree with you. I think the Blues will make at least one today. I think they're going to be so active that at least one trade's got to drop. But we're under 5 hours to go to the trade deadline. And again, I think it's going to be a bit of a domino effect in terms of the big forwards. The defense market, we've seen a lot of guys go, but I think there's more to come. I got a little peek on the HH trade bite board. I still think 6 to 7 of these guys on this list will get traded. We'll see. But I think likeliness, this is more of an order of like attractive pieces, but in order, I would say Lawton and McMahon got to be up there. Falk's got to be up there. And honestly, more and more, I feel like Bob could get dealt. So we'll see. $3,576 subs. Let's get to 4K. Let's go. Thanks to everyone subbing. Hit that notification bell. So Anthony says the most recent teams that have checked in on Risto have been Carolina, Detroit, and San Jose. The Sharks are interesting if they can make it work, but the cap situation may be difficult. Yeah, San Jose is very interesting in that aspect. I would say likeliness, Detroit probably makes the most sense. DJ says, who's your dark horse for what? Player being traded or team? Hockey Guy. I think, are you talking to me? Calling me Josh. Name's John. Nice to meet you. This is water. I'm drinking some water here. Let's see. Anto says, do you think it's worth it for Boston to add or just stay pat and keep assets? Yeah, I said my dark horse for a player DJ would be like a Matthew Knies. Yeah, my new name's Josh. Nice to meet you. No. But yeah, I think Boston should stand pat if the prices are ridiculous. But if they can get a legit upgrade by packaging like a Mason Lohrei with one of like Matthew Poitras and or Fabian Lysell, I think that makes sense to do it. Guys, in your mindset right now, who's your premier account to follow or person to follow after Elliotte Friedman? You can't say Friedman. I'm sorry. He's the default GOAT. He's been on it. Obviously, he still makes mistakes like any human being. Like, I'm pretty sure he did say John Carlson was not going to get dealt, and he got dealt. But in the grand scheme of things, Puck Empire's been keeping up with it. I think Friedman's like got an 8-5 lead on the teams. It's like themselves reporting on it. So Friedge is on it. But who's your number 2? Who's your number 2? Oh, Jeremiah. I think that's the first channel member, or one of the first channel members on this channel. It says, welcome, legend member. Big shout out to Jeremiah in the chat. Abby says you. Abby. Love ya. Abby and I beef, you know. Gets a little rowdy. But I appreciate it, Abby. Big shouts. McD says, my favorite accounts to follow are Josh Viveiros and Horny Toad Hockey. Oh, love it. All right, Logan Hacker in the chat. What a legend. Steve with the 2 says, who do you see the Red Wings trading for? I think they're going to trade for a defenseman. I think the center is probably in their target range as well. But the prices are so high. And the prices are high for defensemen too, but they're more attainable in terms of Detroit, what they're willing to give up. So I would say between Rasmus Ristolainen, Justin Falk, OEL, those are probably the 3 defensemen that the Red Wings are checking in on the most right now. Oliver Ekman-Larsson, Rasmus Ristolainen, and Justin Falk. So we'll keep an eye on Detroit for those 3 guys. What's up, Remy? Hey, J-Dub, starter member. Let's go, J-Dub. What a legend. Thank you, Jeremiah. I really appreciate it. What a legend. Hockey Guy says, this is the year of Minnesota to win it all. There you go. Yeah, we got to get a trade by 10:30. Come on! Give us a trade! Come on! But thanks to everyone for being in the chat. You guys are the goats. Big shouts. But yeah, Dreger and CJ on First Up this morning says there's been no movement on extensions for Lawton or McMahon. The Leafs know what it would take to sign both. As of this morning, the expectation is both players will be traded. So that's kind of information we already knew. Like, here's the thing, guys. When teams hold players out of the lineup for roster or trade-related reasons, they would not do that to those players unless they felt it was a very likely chance and very likely outcome that they will get dealt, right? You're not going to like hurt the morale of your team and those players if you didn't feel it was a real and very likely possibility. So between Lawton and McMahon, I would say there's probably an 80% chance they're dealt or 75% chance they're dealt. OEL, probably a little bit lower just because he's got the term. And I don't know how many months in, but his wife's pregnant. So it's that scenario where I feel like the Leafs will probably put a little bit more respect on the matter just in terms of where he ends up. Like, I don't know if, like, this is the tough part, right? Like, I don't know if OEL wants to uproot his life to the opposite side of North America. Like, I would be totally surprised if he was traded to the LA Kings today is what I'm getting at. So when I talk about teams like Tampa Bay or Pittsburgh or Detroit, Buffalo won't do it anymore because they already made their ads. But like teams like that, I've been talking about with Oliver Ekman-Larsson. So to me, Pittsburgh, Tampa, Detroit probably are 3 of the top teams I would say for OEL. Boston's probably in there as well. Like, I just don't know what Boston is looking for in a bigger sense. And also that's kind of an awkward trade partner situation with Toronto, right? Like the fact that Toronto got Carlo last year for a first in Minton. Like, if you're Toronto and Boston's inquiring about OEL, like I know I joked about it earlier, but if you're Toronto, wouldn't you just be asking for your first round pick back? Like, I'm not even joking. Like, I think Trey Living would probably just be spiteful and just be, like, stubborn and just be like, nah. We're not making a trade unless we get our first back. Oh, J-Dub with the dono. Thank you so much for the 5. Says, I will donate 5 memberships if Carolina gets a 2C. Oh, there you go, chat. We are cheering loud if Carolina gets their 2C today. There we go. 5 memberships. That's big shouts. There we go. Pagnota's jumping in on the confirmation. We know Toronto will be active today, barring a change in the team's current stance. The Leafs are expected to trade Bobby McMann today. Multiple suitors in play. There you go. Thanks, everyone, for joining the stream. Very much appreciated. Big shout out to everyone sticking around and supporting the stream. You guys are legendary. Ooh! Mike Johnson. He's aggressive. He goes, 4 trades minimum, Brad Trey Living. 4 trades minimum. He's not fooling around. He's pointing. He goes, Brad, 4 trades minimum. He really got aggressive with that minimum. Hey, Brad, 4 minimum. I like it. MJ, yes. Bro, Leaf fans are loving MJ right now. The pointing. Hey, Brad, listen to me. That's what he's saying. Hey, it's very possible that it could be 4 today at least. Like, if you just look at McMann, OEL, and Lawton alone, that's 3. And I think if I had to guess a percentage on all 3 of those guys being dealt today, I would probably put a 70% target on it. I would probably say it's a 50-50 shot they get to 5 players traded today. And I think there's going to be 2 guys maybe in 1 deal. So there you go. 4 trades for Toronto today. We'll see. I know a lot of people actually, I'll make a point here. A lot of people had reached out to me too about the Nick Waugh thing. And I think I made a comment a few weeks back, but that was when the Leafs were like, I don't know, 6 points out of a playoff spot. And it was like, maybe they could come out of the Olympic break and go on a run. Well, that obviously didn't happen, right? You come out of the Olympic break, you lose back-to-back games in Florida, you lose to Ottawa, you lose to Philly, you lose to New Jersey, you lose to the Rangers. Yeah, it's dark times, guys. It's pretty rock bottom when you lose 6 games in a row out of the Olympic break, right? And it's funny because other teams have lost games. So if the Leafs had just like won 2 of those first 3 games to start, you're probably in a much different situation right now. Again, doesn't matter because what happened. So I said you don't trade Scott Lawton and Nick Waugh, I think at one point, like weeks ago, probably before the Olympic break or around the Olympic break. That has changed. That is completely changed. When the Leafs decided to lose 6 games in a row out of the Olympic break, yeah, those like guidelines towards who you're trading and who you're not trading are thrown out the window. Guys, we are 13 subscribers away from 3.6K. Let's get it. I know there's people in here eating their Cheerios, not subscribing. I appreciate you guys being here. See, I so disagree with Jeff. I don't know why he's saying that. How is he saying that the Leafs can't get enough assets today and turn it around next season? Austin Matthews is on this team. William Nylander is on this team. Matthew Nyes is on this team. Like, I look at other teams in the league right now that have turned it around after 1 year, and they don't have players of that pedigree. They just don't. I don't know, man. I disagree with anybody making a statement that the Leafs are going to suck for years to come. The only way the Leafs are going to be shit in the next couple of years is if they trade those guys I just mentioned. So, we'll see. But if you create enough cap space, yeah, the free agent market's not great. But if you build up enough assets, I think they could be decent next year. And again, that's not... Some people will say, bro, there's some delusion going on there. It's not delusion, man. I had a lot of people, and including myself, I think I had Boston ranked pretty low in the Eastern Conference this year. There's a good chance they'll make the playoffs. A lot of people that I saw in terms of predictions for this year had Boston close to the bottom. I think Bruins fans had them out of the playoffs this year. So it's proof in the pudding. You build up enough guys in terms of a trade deadline, and you build up enough assets back, you can either, one, turn those into players for next year, or there's actually like evidence to suggest that like you calling up younger guys or guys that have been knocking on the door but haven't been able to break through because you've had a more contender mindset. Toronto's one of those teams. I would say Edmonton's one of those teams right now. Edmonton is not giving a long leash to a guy like Isaac Howard because they're packed in the forward group. He doesn't have a role there. He doesn't have an opportunity to play there when they're healthy. So what I'm getting at is when you go into this direction, it's like the Boston Bruins. They gave Fraser Minton an opportunity to start playing with guys like David Pastrnak and play with Pavel Zacha and play with Morgan Geekie. And look at the confidence that he's gotten. So when guys like Isaac Howard are stuck in the AHL, or you look at Tampa Bay, up until recently, I think a couple days ago, Connor Geekie was stuck in the AHL all year. The Buffalo Sabres just traded Isaac Rosén, who's over a point per game in the AHL, 22 years old, former first-round pick. They just traded him to the Winnipeg Jets because he could not break in to their NHL roster. So what I'm getting at is when you start trading away some of these veterans of the bottom six, you start opening up space for that, some of these guys will actually get consistent confidence. If you've been watching the Toronto Maple Leafs in the last couple days, you've seen the confidence that Easton Cowan has. Just 2 games in the top 6, and he looks like he has a crazy amount of confidence already after just 2 games. And Doc, I'm not saying that I have a feeling on one side or the other who they should trade. All I am saying is that when you have a top 10 center in the league, you have a top 10 right winger in the league, and you have a lot of up-and-coming young pieces in a top 6 forward group, I just don't think you are going to be bad long-term unless you trade those guys. That's the only statement I was going to make. Like, it's the same thing with, like, Washington as an example. Washington realizes the situation they're in right now, and that's why they've made trades the last couple of days. They realize it's a seller's market. They understand, yes, it's 4 points out of a playoff spot, but that they're in a situation that they're not going to be a real contender, and they could actually give younger guys, I don't know how I didn't bring this up yet, Elliotte Friedman. His brother obviously has been with the Capitals, but Elliotte Friedman has been stuck in Hershey. He's been stuck in the AHL. Now, after they traded Nick Dowd, it creates an opportunity for him to play in the lineup. Wow, Anthony DeMarco, here we go, guys. He's plugged in with the Flyers pretty well. He says, sounds like there could be some action on Bobby Brink today. We'll see where it goes. We know there's been some rumors around him, but for Anthony to double down on that is a good possibility. Sends Outlook, thank you so much for subbing. Hey, we're 5 subs away from 3.6K. If you guys could check, I appreciate it. What's up, Michael? Special Case is excited for the annual Yzerman presser, saying everybody was too expensive. I wouldn't be shocked if that happened. Yeah, Jeremiah, I think LeBrun said that this morning. Yeah, it sounds like Parayko will not waive his no-trade clause at this point. He might do that in the offseason, but he just doesn't want to make that decision before the deadline. But again, guys, I don't know if the Blackhawks will get much value at all for these 2 players, but it sounds like Foligno and Mikheyev could get dealt, but the Blackhawks have used their 3 retention spots, so they're limited. Jeremy, you disagree on what? Steve says you have to have culture and mindset to immediately get to the next level. What's up, Paulie? I think the Jackets could make one more move, but the fact that they got Garland, I mean, Garland's kind of their guy for that top 9 role. But hey, I could see them going after a center. Oh, we got a trade!
We have a trade to announce.
There we go! The first trade of the day! If you don't count John Carlson, Bobby Brink. Bobby Brink to the Minnesota Wild. Wonder if they're dangling David Jiricek Oh my goodness, if the Flyers get David Jiricek, are you kidding me? Oh my goodness! The Minnesota Wild acquiring Bobby Brink from the Philadelphia Flyers. If Jiricek's included in this, it's crazy. Wow! Woo! It's getting hot! It's getting hot! We're getting trades! There we go, it's starting. Who had 10:22? Who had 10:22 a.m. on their prediction? Damn it. I said 9 to 9:30. There we go. Bobby Brink to the Minnesota Wild. Bobby Brink to Minnesota. Hey, 3.6K. Thanks for subscribing. Oh, David Jiricek's headed to Philly. David Jiricek is headed to Philly. Oh, the Flyers are cooking. No way. Oh, my goodness. I can't believe that. What a get for the Flyers. I love that for the Flyers. Oh my goodness, man. Wow, Daniel Briere's cooking. Daniel Briere is cooking. Let's look at the two player profiles here. Oh my goodness, guys. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. All right, let's look at it here. So Bobby Brink, Minnesota boy. I think that's a huge part here. Like, it's got to be. I think there was a little bit of bias getting the Minnesota boy in Minnesota. 24 years old. He was drafted in the second round, 34th overall in 2019 by the Flyers. Production-wise, it hasn't been, like, amazing. Last year, he had a pretty decent year, 41 points in 79 games. This year, still respectable, 26 points in 55 games. It's just like the offense has been limited. So maybe he just needs a change of scenery like this to really break out. Elliotte Friedman is reporting that it is Bobby Brink for David Jiricek. So it looks like it is 1-for-1 unless we get different information. So I'm going based on that. The assumption that it's both players and nobody else involved in this deal and nothing else involved in this deal. David Jiricek, kind of that conversation we've talked about. Like, what players have been kind of blocked off from breaking out into the NHL? And Jiricek has been that. And I think that's probably the big part of this trade where Philly's actually benefiting because the Wild are stacked. They're crowded in the defense core. You look at the Wild defense core, they have obviously Quinn Hughes now. They have Brock Faber. They have Middleton. They have Spurgeon. They have Brodin. I'm just doing this off the top of my head. They have Bogosian. They just acquired Jeff Petrie. There's probably one or two other guys that are ahead of Jiricek in terms of their defense depth chart. And that's probably why they made this deal. But when you're talking about a profile, that this is such a W for the Flyers. 22 years old, 6'4", right shot defenseman. Getting into his prime, you know how rare that is? You guys have seen the market for right shot defensemen. David Jiricek, he has 10 points in 24 games in the AHL. Minus 15, though, which is obviously a concerning stat. You don't want to read too much into plus minus, but it's slightly concerning. But he was a 0 in 25 games with the Wild this year. But he's a former 6th overall pick in 2022. I think this is a bigger W for the Flyers in the grand scheme of things, value-wise. And I'm always on like an asset management like kind of mindset. And asset-wise, this is a huge, huge get for the Flyers. Daniel Briere, you're already off to a great start. And this points towards the fact that they are really going to try to push for Rasmus Ristolainen to be traded, right? Even more so now, because you want David Jiricek to get an opportunity to be in your top 4 or be in your defense group every day in the National Hockey League. He's 22 years old. He still needs to develop. But I think based on his size and his profile, I think he can be an everyday NHLer. And I think the fact that he's a former 6th overall pick and we've seen the potential of what he can do. Whenever I see a defenseman that's that big, and his brother Adam Juracek with the Bulldogs, shout out to the Dogs, I mean, it's a similar profile. Like, as he's getting older, you can see the defensive awareness and defensive abilities improve. He is an offensive defenseman, an offensive-minded defenseman, but he has that size already at 22 years old, over 200 pounds. This is a great, great trade for the Flyers. I don't hate this for the Wild. In terms of bringing in that offense, you probably want a center if you're the Wild, though, too, right? So maybe they still make that trade, and it is bringing in a Minnesota boy. I think Bobby Brink will be able to get a good bounce back going. But if you're the Flyers, I don't know how you can say no to this deal. I think it's just a no-brainer. So that's kind of my take on the trade. Crazy, guys. Crazy. How are we feeling on that one? That's a good trade to start. It's like not a huge blockbuster, but you're talking about a former 6th overall pick. And Bobby Brink is no Joe Schmo. Like, he's a good top 6, top 9 right now, I would say. We got 640 in the chat. Hansen says Wild won this trade. Juracek sucks. And again, God, guys, I don't know how many more times I have to have this conversation with people. He's 22 years old. Again, we need to have bigger picture mindset. So I personally think it could be a win-win trade. Like I said, I don't hate it for the Wild at all. I actually don't mind it for the Wild. But bigger picture value, I like it for the Flyers. I didn't say the Flyers destroyed the Wild in this deal. I never said that. I'm saying individually, I love this for the Flyers. They don't need a Bobby Brink on their team. But David Juracek fits what they're trying to accomplish. And if they trade Ristolainen, get value back there, I think it makes a lot of sense. The Flyers are retooling. To me, it makes sense. Yeah, and what Chris Johnson just said is exactly what I'm alluding to. The Flyers have so many Bobby Brinks or so many guys that are like that statistical profile. So they don't need Bobby Brink. They have a lot of wingers on that team. They have a lot of offensive-minded wingers. They have a lot of undersized wingers. So I like this a lot for the Flyers. They're adding a 6'4", 22-year-old defenseman who's a 6th overall pick. And I think I always say, especially those kind of profile defensemen, it takes at least until they're about 24, 25 to really develop into the National Hockey League. It's not easy as a defenseman. Like, as a winger in the National Hockey League, you can jump in as an 18, 19-year-old. That's why, like, what we're seeing from Matthew Schaefer is so special. Because it is so rare to jump in that quickly and do what he is doing. And those are generational type talents. All right. Just posting that clip on Hot Take Hockey like I was promising some viewers so they know about it. Because I've been getting that. I'll be like, oh, why aren't you on a Hot Take? It's bugging me. And I'm like, you're still getting the same experience here. But I'm promising people that I'll be posting videos on there. All right. Well, that's the first trade of the day. There you go. This is a done deal, sources say. 1 for 1. We got 600 in the chat. Thanks for being here, guys. What's up, Oliver? Thanks for being here. Flyers are not done. No. They are not done. What's up, Katie? What do I think Darce does today? I think more and more from what I'm hearing that The Isles might stand pat, but I think they should go after Kyrou if they could get him and the price is not ridiculous. So my mock trade was a first in Cole Eiserman, maybe a contract going back to St. Louis, but we'll see. It seems like the Islanders are hesitant to trade a high-profile prospect. I always remind people you got to give to get. Pub thinks Ottawa gets Ristolainen. Ooh, that'd be sneaky. That would be sneaky. All right. I feel like sometimes it's shameful to eat on stream, but I'm just going to get my breakfast that's here. Let's go. I should go for another coffee soon. What do you guys think? Is it a mobile order? I might have to do a mobile order. Hansen says, bigger picture is he's been traded twice and given every opportunity to succeed. He did poorly in the AHL and the NHL. Love when the Wild landed him. Glad to see him go. All right, Hansen, that's fine. I personally disagree with you. The Blue Jackets traded him. Fine. The Wild traded him specifically because how crowded they are. Like, here's the thing. If they didn't acquire Quinn Hughes and they didn't have Brock Faber on the right side, it's a different conversation here. Like, they don't need a David Jiricek. That's the whole point here. Hey, Mike, thanks for the starter membership. I appreciate you. Let's go. All right. So after acquiring Brink at $1.5 million, he's going to be a pending RFA. The Wild still have $9.8 million of deadline cap space. What do you guys think? Do you guys think trade bait board? HTH, let's see it. What do you guys think? Do you think the Wild could go for one of those top 3 players, guys? If you guys think Billy Guerin's going to swing here, give me your thoughts in the chat. What center could Billy Guerin go after? I think he still has a trade up his sleeve. I think he's going to go after a center. Wallstead. Could they dangle Wallstead to get some value? I'm just saying. The Blues are going to trade Binnington. They could use somebody to partner with Hofer. Ooh, that's interesting. I like that starter point of a mock trade, Pub. Maybe Stephen Holiday and like a second-round pick for Ristolainen. Ooh. That's curious. I don't mind that for both teams. I feel like the Sens would probably want the Flyers to take Nick Jensen back in that deal. We got 600 in the chat. Welcome if you're subscribed. No, Mateo, I don't want Nyes to be traded. I do not. Never said that, and I don't want that. But if you get blown away with an offer, depends, right? Like, in my opinion, and I kind of said it yesterday, if Utah came calling and said, hey, Toronto, hey, Brad, we want Matthew Nyes on our team to pair with Logan Cooley, college teammates. We will give you T.J. Ginla. We will give you Caleb Desnoyers. I'm probably doing that. I think you should do that. You're talking about a potential 1C, or on this team for the purposes of the conversation, a 2C, and a top 6 winger for Matthew Nyes. Utah's getting a proven player today, probably overpaying a little bit in the long term. But I think if you're Toronto and you could get Desnoyers and Ginla out of Nyes, I almost feel like it'd be foolish not to take that. So again, do I think Utah's giving that up? Maybe or probably not. But that's the point of the conversation I'm getting at. Do I want Matthew Nyes to be traded from Toronto? No. Would I consider an offer like that? I'd probably pull the trigger on an offer like that. It's good bacon. Wow. Yo, Anthony's plugged in. 18 minutes ago, he goes, sounds like there could be some action on Bobby Brink today. We will see where it goes. And then minutes later, Bobby Brink gets traded. Now he's tweeting out, does sound like the Isles are trying to make something happen today. We'll see where it goes. If Anthony goes 2 for 2, we're hyping him up. If the Islanders make a trade in the next 5 minutes, we're going nuts. I love the Gary Bettman. We got a trade to announce. I want to do it again. Who wants it again? Let's go. Yeah, Ricky. I think that's a no-brainer. If it wasn't much after Matthew Nyes to get Robert Thomas, you do that. But anyways. So Kevin Kurse says, as I wrote my bold prediction, shameless plug from earlier this week, moving Bobby Brink might allow Rick Tocchet to put Matvei Michkov back on the right wing now. Or maybe Matvei Michkov becomes a trade bait. Oh, it's going to be so hectic. It is going to be electric, for sure. We got 600 in the chat, guys. I hope you guys stick around. Hit that like button. Hit that subscribe. We're trying to get 4,000 subs today. Let's do it. Oh, my goodness. Jeff O'Neill's going nuts. I think the YouTube video got posted. Yeah, it did. All right. All right. It sounds like the Islanders could pivot from Kyrou based on the ask. And I really, really wonder, when you think about teams in the Western Conference, so by default, Eastern Conference team, who could they call in the West if St. Louis is not in play? Of course, the Islanders missed out on Connor Garland, and there were some rumors that the Islanders were one of the favorites for Connor Garland. So I'm about to drop a bomb on you guys here. What if the Islanders got either Brock Besser or Jake DeBrusk? I wonder about something like that. Brock Besser would fit the profile of exactly what the Islanders are looking for. Exactly. And obviously, Brock Besser very familiar with Bo Horvat. Very familiar. So, maybe DeBrusk less likely, but I wonder. I really wonder. Katie says, give me Besser. The Blues have to drop their asking price. Yeah, and I don't know if they will. That's the thing. I don't know if they will. All right. Let's see. Anything else? Oh. Okay. J. Cole says Armstrong pisses me off. Why does he piss you off? The prices? Man, now I will say, guys, in terms of sparking a retool or rebuild, that return for Parayko would have been electric for St. Louis. Hey, he earned the contract, and I don't blame Parayko for denying it, but getting Radim Murka and a first-round pick, oh my God, that would have been unreal for St. Louis. But thank you to the 600 people in the chat. Big shout out. It's going to be curious the number we can get to today. All right. Bradley says I'd take Shannon Stanley over Parayko anyways. At the price tag, sure, but I'm more so talking about like St. Louis on that side. I'm saying it would have been great if they could get that return. Ooh. Interesting. I was not expecting this kind of report, but Steven Rosner, who's really connected with the New York Islanders, says handful of teams around the league are looking for right shot D. With how well pending UFA D'Angelo has played this season, you'd think some teams have checked in with the Isles. That said, I don't believe D'Angelo's going anywhere. So he's definitely heard something, because that feels like a very unnecessary tweet. So I feel like that's not just random. You must have heard something on it. But, man, I just think there's enough right shot Ds still available that it's just... I mean, the only thing I'll say is D'Angelo's at a cheap cap hit. But this is where I just don't understand the Toronto and Brandon Carlo thing. I understand the Leafs had to play certain players and they had to fill out a roster, but Brandon Carlo and Troy Stecher should be very active in trade talks based on what I've heard and based on what I keep seeing in terms of this right shot defense market. I just don't get it. Like, why is it like OEL's cap and the term is why he's attractive in a different sense. But Carlo still has this year and next. Right shot defenseman 6'5". Nick Waugh just got a first round pick and a mid round pick. I must be missing something. I just must be missing something. And then Troy Stecher, he's got like a minimal cap hit. He should be able to get you a third or fourth round pick at least. Like, I don't know why teams are calling the Islanders, who are in a playoff spot, versus calling like a Toronto or the Rangers. Like the Rangers, Braden Schneider, Toronto. The only thing I'll say is a year ago, the Rangers did not want to trade Braden Schneider. I think from what I've heard and seen, that sounds like it's changed a little bit, but they probably want more than teams are willing to give up. Emma, who's connected with the Preds, says, I do see the value of keeping him around next year's deadline, but if someone offers you a first and top prospect for O'Reilly, I think that's the deal you have to take if you're Barry Trotz. Divide says, take this to the bank. 5 minutes after the deadline passes, Doug will do an interview about how he almost did things, about how he's offered decent players, but it wasn't enough. And Jesse Ferguson says, do you think Calgary's going to get Arbor Xhekaj? Maybe. I think there is a chance that Arbor Xhekaj's traded. I was talking about this morning, earlier in the live stream, that I think he's one of those guys that Montreal might regret trading. I was referencing like the Barclay Goodrow thing with the Rangers, that a lot of things went downhill after they traded a locker room glue guy like that. I don't know. I can't say I'm in the Montreal dressing room and know exactly what's going on, but I just feel like the sense I've gotten about how Arbor's kind of that protector on the ice in some ways and how he is behind the scenes, and he just feels like a championship glue guy. Like he's not going to be a major piece of a team in terms of on paper, but third pair, locker room guy. It just feels like one of those guys that if you trade, you might regret it in terms of the player morale and just how people feel about it. So we'll see. But of course, White Cloud was connected with Montreal, and I thought if White Cloud is traded, it would be Montreal to do it. I think it's a perfect fit. So yeah, it could be Xhekaj and some picks going to Calgary in that deal, potentially. Peg Noda with some notes here. Says Texas hockey, so the Dallas Stars are exploring another forward ad. See if they trade with the Leafs. That could be a target. I also could see them trading with the Flames. Blake Coleman, Texas boy. We'll see. Says price on the Blues. Falk has to drop if he moves. That's the Doug Armstrong story. The Caps are not done dealing. Wow. Okay. So that's firm for Pagnotta. The Preds, Eric Holla, market softening at the moment. Sharks, lurking for a winger and a top 4D. And the Habs, Montembeault is in play. As I mentioned before, if the Habs were to upgrade for a short-term goalie ad, dropped a bit of a bomb earlier, I think Bobrovsky actually makes a lot of sense for Montreal more than Binnington, because you have Jacob Fowler in the wings. If you are Montreal, you look at Montembeault. The Panthers are familiar with him. I know they put him on waivers once upon a time ago, but I wouldn't be surprised. I really would not be surprised if Montreal looked at that and goes, okay, well, we need a guy that's going to give us a good chance of going to run this year. Do they want to commit to Binnington for 2 years? That's crazy. Eric Johnson says, great move by the Wild. I played with Bobby, and he's underrated. Defensive game has improved a ton. Can trust him on both ends of the rink. Great kid. All right, fair enough. Maybe I should have considered that a little bit more in terms of his defensive game improving. I have to be totally honest. I haven't watched like a crazy amount of Flyers games this year, if I had to guess. Maybe 10. Maybe. That's probably generous. It's probably 5 to 10. But I do know in the last couple of years when I've watched Brink, it's the defensive game's a major issue. And he's 5'8", right? Like, those players always bring a risk in terms of their role. We have 670 in the chat. Welcome if you're a new subscriber. Thanks for being here, everybody. Kobe says, could Middlestat and Lowry fill the needs the Sharks are looking for? Oh, absolutely. I guess the question is, who does Boston want in San Jose? Right? Boston doesn't want futures this year, as far as I know. I always find it very interesting how different teams have different mindsets day by day. Like, I'll give you an example of this. So, Boston's at 73 points, and I feel like they're very much at like a, let's see, stand by, wait. Where like Montreal's got, I think, 1 or 2 more points than them, and they're like, let's go for something aggressive maybe. And even more so Detroit, 2 more points of that. It's like fans want them to go all in. So it's like there's literally a 4-point gap between those teams I just mentioned. And then even Columbus and Washington, like they're like right there, and they have just so different mindsets right now. Ottawa, it seemed like Ottawa was like completely out of the picture like a week ago, and now they've brought themselves back into it. And I feel like they're kind of in a mix right now of what they're trying to do. So all right, let's see if there's another trade here. MD says Blueger to Pittsburgh makes sense. Mateo says Buffalo's going all in, but I feel like they're panicking a little bit. Maybe. Thanks to everyone. Hit that subscribe button. I appreciate it. Thanks for everyone hanging out. Let us know if you're a new viewer. Let us know where you're watching from if you want to give your hometown a shout. Healthy Production says Brink has some flashes of skill, but plays hard and was a Philly fan favorite. Just a good dude. Happy he has a chance to play. Yeah. Yeah, no, the more I'm seeing some feedback, I mean, I kind of said it could be a win-win deal for both sides, right? I think that's kind of what I was alluding to. To me, that profile is very rare, and I'm more speaking on less about like eye test, more about where the NHL values players. And as you guys are seeing right now, a 6'4" right shot defenseman, especially his age, 22 years old, I feel like a lot of teams want that profile. So that's kind of what I'm getting at. And honestly, clearly the Wild preferred that over any rental because Bobby Brink, Minnesota boy, he shouldn't be too expensive to extend as an RFA. He's at $1.5 million cap hit, so that allows the Wild to go after a big fish if they want to today. And I think Billy Guerin's kind of been aggressive, right? I mean, Michael McCarron got traded for a second-round pick, right? That's probably his new fourth-line presence. We have 625 in the chat. And Lee Michael with a 10. Thank you so much for the dono. Shout out to Lee Michael. I appreciate it. It says, yo, HCH, do my Canes do anything? We were just talking about it. I think the Canes are a sneaky team to do something big. So I wonder if they look at a Robert Thomas, but on a more realistic sense, Kadri could make a lot of sense to them as well. If they're trying to go for it. Like, Kadri's one of those guys that just, like, he's proven he can do it in the playoffs. Ooh. We got a tweet that just popped up. So, Dreger says, unless there's a sudden change, Toronto prefers the picks expected in trade return for McMahon over an extension. Signing McMahon back could be revisited in the summer. Stop talking about it, though, Dregs. Please, stop talking about it. When McMahon said that, I don't know if you guys caught that. Bobby McMahon to reporters said that. And I was like, he basically just said, he's like, yeah, even if I get traded, like, I could see myself being back in Toronto. Like, something along the lines. That wasn't the exact quote. But anyways, guys, to tell you what I said earlier, I think it's going to be comparable to the Sherwood return. So I would expect Toronto to gather 2 seconds or a second and third for McMahon. But Lee Michael, back to your point. Again, looking at the HTA trade bait board, again, shout out to Lee for the dono. Like, those top 3 names in terms of centers are probably who Carolina is looking at in terms of that 2C. But there's other guys around the league they could look at. Like, Middlestat would be a low-key option in Boston. Nashville would be a low-key option to get one of their centers there. Outside of that, like, is there many other options? Like, again, it's a seller's market, so it's limited out there. Like, off the top of my head, I'm trying to think of anyone else. Like, Ryan Donato could be a cheaper option to acquire. But really, there's not many other higher profile centers that can play a 1 or 2C role, especially like a 2C two-way role. Like, it's rare. It's a rare market. That's why, honestly, and I've reminded people of it, that's why Colorado paid that first-round pick for Nick Waugh, because there's not a lot of, like, reliable, with term, 2 or 3 Cs, when I say Cs, centers, 2 or 3 centers in the market right now. So, for the Avalanche, they could have acquired Kadri. They could have, or pushed for it. But the cap hit, right? $7 million for 3 more years. That kind of limits them on what they can give Cale Makar. Imagine Cale Makar comes out and goes, hey, I want $15 million, I want $16 million, I want $17 million. And Colorado just acquired $7 million Nazem Kadri. That makes things tough real quickly. Versus Nick Waugh at only $3 million for this year and next. It's a lot less of a commitment level. The only other guy that I don't think I mentioned was Brayden Schenn. That could be another guy that Carolina targets. So if Carolina's calling St. Louis in general, and then they're inquiring about Justin Falk, Brayden Schenn, Robert Thomas, Jordan Binnington, then maybe that becomes a conversation for Carolina in terms of Brayden Schenn. The only other one, I guess, I keep saying only other one because it just keeps coming to my mind. Like, Elias Pettersson, I don't think is getting dealt today. So I know I've talked about Pettersson with Carolina. Trying to think of anyone else. Like, I don't think anyone else would make sense for Carolina, or where Carolina could make the trade. But yeah, I mean, if Carolina really wants to get the center ad, and those top 3 are way too expensive, maybe they inquire about Pettersson. They've got cap flexibility, and if Vancouver does not want to retain on Pettersson, it doesn't need to be a retention. Just send Kotkaniemi to Vancouver. Michael Russo says, I know a lot was made when Tortorella scratched Bobby Brink in Minnesota a few years ago, where he's from. But from what I gather, Torts loved Brink and felt he would become a true pro, and that Guerin Kelleher talked to Tortorella a lot about Brink at the Olympics. There you go. And Bruce Garrioch, who's very well connected with the Sens, says the Sens have continued to scour the market for a right shot defenseman this AM. Falk back to the Canes? Maybe, Andrew. Avi says we need another trade, or I need some more coffee. I need both. I'm with you. I need both. Sports Fanatic says, you think Bobrovsky will get dealt today? I think it's probably a 60-40 if I had to guess the probability. So 60% chance. What's up, Detroit? Zora Nikishin for Kyrou? I just think Carolina needs a center more than a winger. Ideally, you would want to shift Stankoven to the wing and get a center. Yeah. So, yeah, Kyrou would be a good ad for what Carolina is trying to accomplish, but will Kyrou fit Rod Brindamore's style of coaching? That's my only concern there. Like, I think a Robert Thomas or a Vincent Trocheck would strive in Rod Brindamore's environment. Same with Kadri. I think Kadri would as well. Sens Outlook wants Ristolainen on the Sens. Knuckles says you aren't wrong about Bobby Brink. Defensively, he has issues. He's also not a great skater, which is a little odd for a smaller player. Very good skilled playmaker, though. Yeah, trust me, I've seen spurts of Bobby Brink where I know how skilled he can be. The numbers haven't backed it up completely, obviously. He's still only 24. So, we'll see. Ooh, Steven Rosner retweeted this, guys. A lot of people well connected with the Islanders are saying they're cooking something up. I mean, again, I just think this screams Jordan Kyrou, but we'll see. If the Blues are being stubborn, it could be somebody else. I'm trying to think of who else the Islanders could target that's realistic. Like, I wonder if they'd be calling Nashville. Yeah, like, the only other team I can think of is Vancouver. Like, Besser just keeps popping into my mind. Yeah, Healthy Productions. I know Rick Tocchet sometimes is tough to play for if you're that profile. If you're an undersized, more skilled forward. I understand that. KRAKENs, I think it would take more to get Vincent Trocheck, right? Like, not just a first and third. I think you'd have to get, like, Nadeau in there. Dealey, what's up? Yeah, we've had one trade during this live stream so far, and it was Bobby Brink for David Jiricek. So I'll update that in the... For David Jiricek. All right, we're just over 4 hours left to the trade deadline. We have 650 in the chat. Let us know if you guys are new. Let's see. Mickey says, don't think the Penguins won't... Or, that's like a double negative. You don't think the Penguins will be doing something today? TB says, Islanders fan, move away from Duran, Duclair, and Boquist today. I'd be willing to trade a mid-tier prospect. Delius in a first. Kadri's another one. Yeah, I mentioned Kadri and Blake Coleman earlier for the Islanders. Again, reminder, once upon a time, Kadri was debating on the Islanders and Flames to sign with. There's a lot of rumors that Kadri was considering the Islanders. So that could be possible. I do wonder about Duran going the other way in a trade. Good point. Truck says, who could you see being the biggest surprise move by the day, John? Yeah, true. I've answered this now a couple times. But for you, of course. Thank you for subscribing. Surprise move? I just mentioned it. Maybe Brock Besser. But the other one that I mentioned... If you're talking about big, like, huge surprise, Barry Trotz dropping a bomb. Philip Forsberg. So we'll see. Jacob's his first-time listener and subscriber. Thank you, Jacob. Appreciate it. Synthetic says, McMahon is younger, faster, bigger, has more goals, close to points, a better plus-minus. Why is Trocheck worth so much more? Because he's a center? Yes, and he has term. His cap hit's under $6 million. He's almost a point-per-game player this year. So he has better production. I know the goals, but goals are not everything. I understand. I think Trocheck has 12 goals. McMahon has 19. Goals are not everything. So, yeah, if you're looking for a scoring winger, it's a different profile, but... In terms of Trocheck, 3 years under contract, under $6 million. He was just on Team USA's winning gold medal team. And huge on the penalty kill, huge on the face-off. And again, he's almost a point-per-game player. So he is a high-end 2C. He is a high-end second-line center. And to me, that's a lot more valuable than Bobby McMahon. So... $670 in the chat. It's been suspiciously quiet. I kind of disagree, but I understand what you're saying. Like, we haven't seen like the blow up of trades yet, but usually that happens around noon. You have to keep in mind, right? I wouldn't be surprised if a couple Pacific time GMs are just waking up, just getting their coffee now. Like, it's 11 a.m. in Vancouver right now. It's 8 a.m. Right? So, it's early. J. Cole says, this is my first NHL trade deadline. Is it always this damn quiet? At this time, it's usually fairly quiet. Well, usually by 11 a.m. it heats up. So, we're at 11 a.m. right now. With under 4 hours to go, we got our first trade. I think it's going to start heating up now. That's what I think. So, I think we're going to start getting some trades here in the next hour. I agree with Jeremiah. We're going to get a big trade in the next hour. Like a massive blockbuster. What time did the stream start? I started at about 8 a.m. Eastern time. So we've been live here on the channel for 3 hours, which is crazy. It's actually flown by, guys. Like, I don't even think it's been that long on the stream. Wow. Are you kidding me? So, guys, Steven Rosner says, believe this could be about moving some bodies in response to the Islanders making something happen today. Steve-O in the comments goes, as opposed to, and Steven replies, acquiring some bodies. So it looks like, I mean, I guess the assumption is the Islanders are shopping, like Duclair and Duran, maybe? Is that kind of the sense I'm getting? Like, I think the Islanders are about to make a trade. There's just so much noise. Like, I've seen, like, 5 people report on it. I wonder if they'd consider trading Pajot as well. Because is Pajot a pending UFA? I kind of forget if he is. I think he is. Shabanoff as well, I wonder. Let's pull up Puckpedia here for a second, and we'll show the screen. All right, let's look at the Islanders roster here for a sec. So, most traded by fans this week, Duclair, Duran, and Danny Nelson. So could the Islanders create some space here and go for something else? So yeah, Pajot's a pending UFA, as I said. So could they consider that? Duran's got 2 years left at $4 million. Duclair's got 3 years left, 2 years after this for 3.5. This is very interesting. Because the core, like the chunk of the core right now, as they see it, is Barzal, Horvat, Holmstrom, Heineman, Callum Ritchie. It's probably a good chunk of your top 9 right there that I just mentioned. So guys like Duclair and Duran are probably expendable in their eyes. That's very interesting. So there's not much time for them to do something like this, but I really wonder if the Islanders are trying to lean in because there's a lot of smoke around there. And when there's smoke, there's fire. I wonder if the Islanders will make a couple moves here in the next hour or two. Trade off a couple of these guys. Use that bigger cap space to go for a big fish. I wonder. Oh, there we go. Nedeljkovic, a 2-year contract extension in San Jose. I don't know if that was already announced or we talked about that. I don't think we did. All right. All right, so Nedeljkovic's deal, $3 million AAV for 2 years. So $3 million each year. Yeah, there we go. Ooh, here we go. Okay, so Steven Rosner on Duclair. No reason for him to waive his no trade clause, especially the bottom feeder, on a playoff hopeful team where, as of now, he's next forward in if injury. Dreger on Trade Center, we kind of heard that a little bit ago, says there just isn't a legit offer for OEL that Trelane could work with. Dreger believes the ask from the Leafs for OEL to Edmonton was a first, a second, and a prospect. Oosh. All right, well, that's not going to get it done. Yeah, so Isles shopping both Duclair and Shabanoff, also looking to add a top 6 guy. Interesting. Here we go. Eric Johnson says, can't believe Scott Laughton is still out there. Contenders should be all over him. Low AAV, does everything well, and he's the ultimate team player. Adds so much for a team on and off the ice. Glue guy. Every teammate loves him. One of my favorites. Feels like he would be a great. And then Ray says, patience, EJ. Yeah, I mean, I already said it. I would not accept just like a second-round pick for Scott Laughton. After trading Nick Waugh, like, you consider keeping him, but obviously the Leafs have done what they've done since the Olympic break. So you probably lean towards trading Laughton, but I think you probably either want to package him with something else to get a bigger return, or you get a first somehow from a team, which I don't know if is going to happen. Very interesting. Thanks to everyone subscribing. Getting closer and closer to 4,000. All right. Let's pull up the live chat. Sorry, guys. When I'm dialed, I'm dialed. We got 650 in the chat. Anthony says, Kadri is one to watch closely. Any trades from the West Coast yet? I mean, if you count last night, the Anaheim Ducks acquiring John Carlson. Scott Laughton sucks, LMAO. All right, Abby. For sure. That's a crazy statement. He sucks because he doesn't put up a lot of points? Is that what you're getting at? I thought we had more intellectual kind of approach towards evaluation of players, right? Are we just going to go to NHL.com all the time and go, oh, this guy doesn't have a lot of points, right? Like, I'll put it this way. In my opinion, I'm pretty upset about Fraser Minton getting traded. I think he's a great player, and I think he's going to be a great player. And the way that some fans talk about him, you would think he's like putting up point per game numbers. Well, 29 points in 61 games. It's an example. Another example of that is what somebody else just said in the chat. Vincent Trocheck only has 12 goals. You think teams are acquiring Vincent Trocheck for his goals? Nope. Also, when Laughton is like isolated to the fourth line playing with Steven Lorentz every night, and I love my boy Stevie Lorentz. I don't think I need to explain the limitations there. So there'd be a massive difference if Laughton was on the third line or second line playing with offensive players. Right? If you stick anybody on the fourth line every night, only playing 10 minutes a night, what do you think is going to happen? Would McMahon fit in Anaheim? I think he would fit in Anaheim. I think that's actually a perfect fit. I've had McMahon going to other spots, but I think Anaheim's actually a really good fit for what they're trying to get as well. Ovechkin says this was his toughest day of his playing career. Wow. Let's see. What do I think's going on in Pittsburgh, Cody? I think Pittsburgh's trying to get a young center. That's what I think their target is today. Yeah, Bobby Brink to the Wild was talked about before by him. There you go. Man, you better give me a big trade. I need a big trade. I need one. Wallstead talk has quieted down. What are my top three teams for OEL? I think I'll stick with the top three I said, which is Detroit, Pittsburgh. I'm torn between Boston and, what's the other team I had? Tampa. Yeah, I'll probably say Tampa. Tampa and Detroit is my top two there. And then Boston. Yeah. I don't know if Pittsburgh's, like, going to pay what And I don't know if Dubas and Trey Living will even make a deal together here, but yeah. I think the top two for OEL are Detroit and Tampa, in my opinion. KRAKEN says, hot take, Canes will get Wallstead. But what do the Wild get out of Carolina, though? That's my question. Colton Dach has some untapped potential. I mean, whenever you're talking about a profile, talking about what players are appreciated by GMs, Colton Dach is what, 6'3", 6'4"? He's a big boy. I think if he's playing on a third line, could be a good ad for the Oilers. Yeah, but Bradley, that was kind of like Trey Living doing, basically giving freebies to Dubas. The Leafs could have used a Connor Dewar. Probably. It's crazy. You look at the Leafs' fourth line this year, and it's like, damn, you probably would have preferred Connor Dewar and Pontus Holmberg. Yeah, Matthew Joseph and Jeff Skinner signing is going to be hard. Because, I mean, some playoff teams could probably give them minimum deals, but we'll see. It's not like those two guys have had productive years for teams to really go out of their way to do that. There you go. So Tom just tweeted it. I'll follow, just make sure we're following it here. So Ovi said this is the saddest day of his career personally after John Carlson was traded. Damn. Papaid, from the sounds of it, the Islanders do not want to deal Aitchison. It sounds like he is not going to be dealt. So, the Blues are stubborn and say we're only taking Aitchison, then I guess the Blues and Islanders are not trading with each other. I'm actually getting to the point where I'm kind of surprised it's not busy. But I appreciate everybody sticking with it. I think we're going to get something soon. Yeah, McD, I'd love Justin Hall and the Leafs, man. That'd be great. I don't know if this person's in the chat, but I had somebody like beefing me in the comments the other day about I was foolish to suggest that Justin Hall could be dealt in a cat move if Detroit wanted to go for a couple big fish. Because he's helping Grand Rapids right now, and I was just like, I mean, that's great, but I don't think Stevie Y is like overly focused on the success of his AHL team over his NHL team. You think Anderson's an underrated trade candidate? I mean, Freddie Anderson has not had a good year, but I guess if a team wants a backup goalie for cheap, sure. Carolina's focused on probably getting a guy to partner with Bussy. Next trade at 11:37. Okay. All right. Guys, make your predictions. I'm going to say 11:29. 11:29 on the dot. We're getting another trade. I like that prediction. Let's go. We're getting it done. It's going to be interesting. All right, a lot of people believe it's going to happen in this hour here. All right, I like it. There's a lot of optimism. TP, I hope we don't have to wait an hour for a trade. Greg says 259. No. Tanner says send him back to Toronto for a basket of poutine and the Labatt. You're talking about Hull? That's funny. Crazy Dog, what's up? Says we'll get a trade at 11:45. All right. Hey, we're 3 subs away from 3,650. Appreciate you guys. I feel bad because I actually did talk about some really cool rumors earlier and talked about some potential stuff earlier this morning. And I feel like a lot of you were maybe not in the stream earlier this morning, so I could talk again about some of it. But at the same time, I was like packing that in the morning because I figured by this time of the day and by noon, we're going to get a lot of trades. So we might not get a lot of trades until afternoon maybe, but And then I will make sure I get you guys the link or where I will be. But for an hour time slot, I'll be featured on Bleacher Report with Grav. So if you guys want to join during that, it should be a pretty cool show. Obviously, unfortunately, I can't show highlights to the degree that like Warner Media or other companies can show. So it'll be cool to be on Bleacher Report for an hour. So I hope you guys join and then come back to this stream. So basically how I'll do it is I'll hop on Bleacher Report for an hour. We'll basically jump there for an hour and then basically jump right back here. So it's not like I'm going anywhere. I'm still going to be live consistently throughout the whole day. We're just jumping from Bleacher Report for an hour and then back here. Josh says the Red Wings make a trade at 11:34 a.m. Greg, it'll be me and Grav. So I'm serving as an anchor, I guess. Oh! Imagine Bobrovsky to the Oilers. Oh my goodness, I think I would go insane. Oh my goodness, imagine. Yeah, Jada, Bleacher Report will be available on YouTube and the BR app. What do you guys think? Should the Oilers do it? Should the Oilers do it? Interesting. That would be crazy if Bob went to the Oilers after beating the Oilers in the Cup final 2 years in a row. I don't even know what the package would be and how this would work. Cap-wise, the Oilers would have to send something to Florida. It'd probably have to be... They'd probably have to either 50% retain Jari and send him to Florida. Or somehow they'd have to dump Nurse in a different deal. Like I'm trying to think of what the Oilers could get rid of. Let's look at their Puckpedia picture here. I think the Oilers are done, based on Bowman's comments, but you never know. There's a lot of people that think it's like a smokescreen. That Bowman is saying that basically to leverage trade negotiations. That he's trying to act all like nonchalant, that he doesn't need to make a trade, that he's fine with the goaltending situation, but that he is scanning the market a bit. So let's just remind ourselves what the Oilers cap picture looks like. So deadline cap space, they're at $475,000. So they have literally zero space with 22 out of 23 active roster. So when we look at their breakdown, they could ask Adam Henrique to waive. So that's one. But he's, like I said, he's got a no movement clause. So that's $3 million. Assuming the Florida Panthers would be willing to retain 50% on Bobrovsky. That brings it down from about $10 million to $5 million. So this is for any team. Like I've said the same for like Vegas if they were to trade for him. When you look at the defense group, they can maybe shave off Ty Emberson there and just have 6 defense on the roster. But man, that's probably the only option is asking Henrique to waive his no movement clause. Because at 36 years old, like, you definitely prefer Jason Dickinson. Definitely got more speed as well. I'll say this, guys. I think I've been way too nice about it. This is probably one of the worst contracts I think I've seen handed out in a long time. Trent Frederick. I don't even understand how we have the access to technology. We have the access to player profiles. We have the access to cap pictures. We have the access to everything possible now in today's age. Back then, like 10, 15 years ago when Bowman started in management, sometimes it was tougher to really gauge the market and understand this. But there is so much access now. GMs themselves, like freaking bum John Viveiros, can go on Puckpedia and go pop, 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 pop. Oh yeah, okay, that makes sense. And somehow Bowman thought it was a good idea to give Frederick a contract till 2033 at almost $4 million. You could argue the Darnell Nurse contract is worse. You could argue it, and I actually think it's maybe a fair argument. But Trent Frederick barely playing for the team, I just don't understand the decision-making there. I don't. But yeah, the Nurse contract's probably worse in terms of the impact it has negatively. But the Frederick one was just so bad because the context of the situation. Like Darnell Nurse, he's close with McDavid. There's a relationship there. Nurse had his moments where he looked like a good top four defenseman. Specifically on Frederick, there was literally like barely any sign that like he would be like a long-term impact player for the Oilers. And somehow it's like, yeah, let's give him like almost $4 million a year for long-term. Crazy. Like how valuable that $4 million would be right now for the Oilers. Insane. Insane. Yeah, thanks, Skinner. All right, we'll see. So Alexander, a little tweet here. 18 months ago, Juracek looked on track to be a good second pairing guy, maybe a number 2 if he broke out perfectly. Since the move from the Jackets to the Wild, he has regressed. Hopefully a change of scenery gets him back on track. I think a good top 4 D-man is still in there, and I agree. I definitely agree. He's 22 years old. The conversations sometimes around some of these players in the National Hockey League are so frustrating. Like, I don't have short memory, so there's just so many things that, like, over covering hockey and just following it over the years, it's just been, I always remind myself. Like, I remind myself as a rookie, people were trying to say Steven Stamkos is immature and he would never be a winner. I remember, like, the conversations around, who was I just talking about? Oh, Detroit. And I'm honestly guilty of this too. When Stevie Y drafted Mo Seider, even after he was drafted and even after he started playing, it was like still seen as a mistake. Like that's one of his best decisions as GM of the Red Wings so far. I probably could go through so many other options. Oh, the Buffalo Sabres. Like, look at Owen Power last night. Did you guys see Owen Power last night? There were Sabres fans legitimately saying they wanted to trade Owen Power earlier this season. I don't know if you guys missed it, but go check out Owen Power's highlight pack last night. Stud. And I had said it like a couple years ago, especially after they acquired Byram from Middlestat. I was like, man, the Sabres have one of the best up-and-coming defense groups in the league by far. So, anyways, that's what I'm getting at. If you asked some fans earlier this year about Owen Power, some fans were calling him a bust. Straight up. So, David Juracek, 22 years old, former 6th overall pick. Let's wait and see. He has all the right tools to be successful. Skinner, I think that's an insane take. I think that's literally one of the most insane comments you've ever dropped. To say Owen Power and trash in the same sentence is absolutely diabolical. Tom Wilson on the John Carlson trade today. Quote, "Today sucks. It's brutal. I'm sure there's some guys that want to cry. That's the reality of it. Today you can cry, but tomorrow you got to wake up and be a big boy and go play hockey." Yeah, they're still only like a few. They're not far from playoffs. That's the crazy part. I think they're like, what, 4 points back of a playoff spot? It's crazy. They could still get in. All right. Will Seattle Kraken do anything? I think they're going to make a move today. They've been so aggressive, apparently, in talks. I think they're also juggling like the conversation with Shane Wright to see if they're going to trade him, maybe. I think a lot of those things are happening right now. Again, guys, if you haven't yet, please hit that subscribe button. We are on our way to 3.7K. We're getting close. And let us know if you're a new viewer in the chat. I'm trying to read comments as much as possible. Okay, well, Skinner, this is the last comment I'll make because I think I truthfully and respectfully think it's the most foolish conversation. Owen Power just turned 23 years old. I've always been an advocate, wait till a defenseman's 25 to realize their whole value. He's going to make mistakes. He's 23 years old. It's funny because a lot of fans said the same thing about Rasmus Dahlin when he was 21, 22, even maybe 23 years old. Said this guy can't play defense for the life of him. He's such a liability. Overrated. All these things. I can confidently say today, March 6th, 2026, Rasmus Dahlin is a top 5 defenseman in this league. And if you don't think that, you have not been watching the Sabres this year. You have not been watching Rasmus Dahlin. So, and honestly, there's no excuses because Rasmus Dahlin was showing his ability at the top level at the Olympics too. So anyways, it's always a reminder for some fans and for some people that just think it's very, like it's the same for development. The tiers I always use, and I'm sorry for the people that have heard me say it a million times, but I have to say it again. So it'll be a broken record for some. There'll be new information for others. For everything I've seen, shout out to Johnny in the chat. Says, hey, John, thanks for streaming. I'm happy for Brink. Just hated the Wild. Traded a lot to get Juracek years ago. Yeah, fair enough. Forwards. And this is like, again, this is on like a standard perspective of this take. Because you're always going to have your Matthew Schaefers of the world. You're going to have, once in a while, a top goalie drafted like a Marc-Andre Fleury. Certain goalies that are drafted high. It doesn't happen that much, but it happens. Defensemen that are drafted up top, right? Like, for the most part, you still need, like, Owen Power, proof and pudding. He was a first overall pick. He still needed that time to develop. Matthew Schaefer is that generational, that outlier. We'll call him the outlier in the best way possible. When you are a forward, objectively, you could step into the league, and if you have all the tools and you have the skill level, you can jump into the league and be successful because you're a forward. You can be isolated. You can be protected. Your coach can put you in favorable positions, whether it's offensive zone starts, whether it's with 2 defensively responsible line mates that can still produce. When you're a defenseman and you are 21 years old or 22 years old and trying to play every night in the NHL, and you are playing against Connor McDavid, you're playing against Nikita Kucherov, you're playing against Nathan McKinnon, you're playing against, go down the list, there's just no isolating you. Like, you can as much as you can as a coach, but there really just is no isolating you. Owen Power is playing 20 minutes a night plus in Buffalo. So forwards can jump in sooner. They might need a couple of years, but they can jump in sooner. Defensemen, I really don't label defensemen a bust or label them not it until like 24 or 25 years old. Goaltending is a whole different ballgame. If you asked Florida Panthers fans once upon a time ago, they would have called Jacob Markstrom a bust. Well, at mid-20s or after 25, he got traded to the Canucks, and we know how successful Markstrom was there for years. And there's evidence to suggest there's a lot of goaltenders that are like that. So forwards can jump in. Defensemen probably need 5-6 years to develop. Goaltenders sometimes need more. Anyways, that's my TED Talk. Ooh! We got a big one!
We have a trade to announce.
People are going to hate me so much. AHL blockbuster. Sorry, guys. We got a trade. Hey, it's still a trade. Thank you for the donos. The Murs with the $2 dono says, do you think the Caps are trading for a younger player? I think so. I think they're trying to go through a retool situation here while also competing for playoffs. So, yeah, I could see them going for a younger player. Thanks for the dono, the Murs. I appreciate it. I wonder if they would look at Simone Nemec. I don't know if New Jersey and the Capitals are trying to trade. I'm sorry, guys. I love you. I'm so sorry. We were just hoping. We were waiting for a trade. We were waiting for a trade, and we got one. But, again, it's very AHL heavy. Like, these guys are not going to step into the NHL likely this year. Jose with the $10 dono. Mitten, thanks for being here again. Big shout out to Mitten in the chat. Yeah, I don't know if I called Zadina a steal, but if I did, then I guess I'm an idiot. I did. I remember watching Zadina in the World Juniors, and I was very high on him. And obviously that did not pan out. So sometimes we're wrong. I think I was wrong on that one. Jose with the 10 says, do you think Nick Robertson goes to Dallas to join his brother? It would make a lot of sense. I think it makes a lot of sense. Yeah, Prince Chicken, a trade is a trade. Hey, some people said around 10:35, so a trade is a trade. But thank you so much, Jose, for the dono. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it would be too expensive either. Like, I think if Dallas sauced a third and a fourth to Toronto, they should probably just do it. Give Nick a chance to play with his brother. So Ovi asked how the Karlsson trade impacts his future, and he says, I don't know. I'm still here, so we'll see. It's a hard one. Jeez, man. Wow. That's crazy, man. Thanks to everyone hitting that sub button. You guys are the best. 600 people in here, guys. I promise it's going to heat up soon. Patience is key in life. All right? Paul, I'm sorry. I got people excited for an AHL deal. I apologize. I think people probably left because of it. It's all good. You know what? Some people will always get, like, too uptight about stuff. We're having a good time, you know? We got to add some entertainment. Would you guys rather me just sit here and just be all, like, depressed about it and just be like, yeah, I'm miserable, man. No trades, just no nothing. Come on, we got to be hyped up. And honestly, making me a little jumpy, making me a little hyped up, when the actual legit trade happens, whoo, we're going to go crazy. All right, I promise. No more hype for AHL deals. All right, you have my word. You have my word. No more hype for AHL deals. This is the trade. Very minor deal. Phil, you're wild, buddy. Goalizerman, you're the best. What do you guys think? Should I munch on my blueberry bagel? Probably. Probably not even going to eat lunch today, so I might as well munch on something. Hinson tonight. Bunting and Myers won't play until Sunday. All right, fair enough. I wonder if Dallas makes another move today. Drink a beer? No, no beer. Colin says, it is great that you are so enthusiastic, but the volume of the shout is a little too much. Haha. Sorry. I'll put the volume down a little bit. Jose, I don't think Parayko's getting dealt today. LeBrun and a bunch of other insiders were saying that unless something drastic changes, Parayko doesn't want to waive his no-trade clause till the offseason. But you know what? Respect to him. What's up, Cameron? Yeah, quick swap. Blueberry bagel to mouth. Yeah. I did get a crazy text like a couple minutes ago, but I really don't want to like cause like a false alarm. I feel like it was just a minor hockey deal. All right. Come on, give it to me. Give it to me. You guys just know the roof is going to be popped off when a trade comes through. All right, guys, again, drop it in the comments your prediction on what the trade will look like. Let's go. Claire Hannah. She's talking about Calgary. Flames need more second-round picks. That's funny. All right. 3 hours and 20 minutes to the trade deadline. I think so. This every year, guys, these 3 hours are the most chaotic. The last 3 hours leading into the deadline is pure chaos. So I'm telling you right now, if you're doubting it, you're doubting it. Get excited. Man, this bagel is muck. It's helping me out. Yeah, I think we keep hearing that White Cloud is loved by the Calgary Flames, so he might stay. But yeah, you know what? Kadri should be dealt today. Like, I can't see how he's not dealt today. Ooh. Okay, maybe I'll bring this up. Hey, thank you, Noah, for the shout. Yeah, guys, if you guys can share the stream on Twitter, I appreciate it. Okay, here we go. Okay, here we go. The Leafs are extending their efforts beyond the 3 guys that were left out for roster management purposes. Carlo, Stetcher are 2 other guys garnering interest. The goalie market again. I keep getting notes on the goalie market. We'll see if Stolarz is dealt. But, yeah, I don't know. What did I say? What did I say yesterday?
We have a trade to announce.
Nick Foligno going to Minnesota. Marcus and Nick in Minnesota. There you go. Another trade. There you go. He wasn't in my trade deadline prediction video because, no offense to Nick, but it's just like not a big profile player at this point in his career. But The Minnesota Wild are closing in on acquiring Nick Foligno from the Blackhawks, according to Frank Seravalli. And the brothers are united together. That is a W storyline. Let's go. Let's go. We got a trade. Another brother duo. Now are the Shens going to unite in Buffalo is the big question. Hey, Originate. Thank you so much for the $10 donos. This is another year and another great stream as always. My favorite part of Deadline and Free Agency Day is always tuning into Hot Take Hockey for a great live. Keep up the great work, John. Nate, are you kidding me? My guy. Is my Ducks jersey around here? I got to get my Ducks jersey for you in a bit. What a beauty. What a beauty dono. I don't even know if it's... Minnesota's cooking up the deals, so maybe I put their jersey up. I'll get the Ducks going soon, but what a beauty you are. Let's go. Let's go! Big shout out to Nate. That's a really kind comment. I appreciate that. Hype up to Nate in the chat, guys. Thanks for the dono. All right. So, yes, the Wild are trading for Blackhawks captain Nick Foligno, where he can play with his brother Marcus per sources. This is Chicago doing their captain a solid to chase a cup. And as I've been saying multiple times throughout the stream, the Blackhawks have used up all 3 of their retention spots. So, we're going to see what this deal looks like. The Wild still have a lot of flexibility, so it's fine. But, let's pull up their Puckpedia right now. I think this limits them on which center they can acquire now. But Billy Guerin's going all in for a cup. So, before the Nick Foligno trade, this is key terminology here, key wording. Listen up. So, current deadline cap space, they have $9.7 million in cap space. Adding Nick Foligno is going to be about $4 million on the cap. I think it's between 4.5. So, that brings it down to $5 million. And when I look at that HCH trade bait board, that means you can't include Robert Thomas in that. You can't include Nazem Kadri in that, but you can include Vincent Trocheck in that. And that's why I still have that weird feeling that the Wild might still pull off the Vincent Trocheck trade. So we'll see. But if the Wild are to make a center trade here, and maybe they don't, but if they do, I still see Trocheck as the potential option. Minnesota makes the Bobby Brink trade official. Pretty cool storyline. Thanks, Greg. Thanks, Nate. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Let us know your thoughts on the trade. And let us know your thoughts on Nick Foligno ad as well. I know we don't know the return yet, but I would imagine it's just going to be a cheap... I think it's going to be just a draft choice, like 4th round pick, 5th round pick if I had to guess. There was something else I was trying to read. Oh! Deviation, thanks for the comment. Yay or nay in the chat, everybody. Everybody that's in the live chat. Do you guys think Connor Bedard will be the next captain of the Blackhawks? Or do you think it's going to be somebody else sneaky? So Connor Bedard, after Connor Murphy got traded, Connor Bedard got an A. Is he next up to get a C? And as O'Doyle says in the chat, please hit that subscribe, hit that like. I appreciate it, guys. We're close to 3.7K. Let's get it. Yeah, it's crazy. Gary Bettman, please. Gary. Like, actually, seriously. Change the format. Every fan should be sending Gary a letter. The playoff format's got to be changed, man. The fact that one of Colorado, Dallas, or Minnesota could be out in the first round, I shouldn't say could, will be out in the first round, pending, like, a disaster where one of those teams drops out of the division spot. Foolish. Complete foolish that this is the playoff format. I've said it for years, and now there's proof in the pudding. I still hate it for every great team that's involved, it just sucks. Should be 1 to 8, 2 versus 7, 3 versus 6, 4 versus 5. Colorado, Dallas, and Minnesota would literally be the 1, 2, 3 seed, meaning 2 of those teams would likely play in the conference final. At this point, as it stands right now, only one of those 3 teams will be left by the time the conference final rolls around. And that's a certainty. It's not, maybe. No, it's a certainty. Would I rather bracket or reseeding? Ooh. I personally would rather have bracket because it's easier to follow and for predictions and all that. But here's the thing, baby steps. Like, for them to go different format and reseeding, I just don't think it's going to happen. The Murs, Robert Thomas with the Caps. Oh my God, imagine the Caps are doing this to flip the assets for Robert Thomas. I honestly think I would just lose my mind, and I would actually have a lot more respect for the Caps, like just the business-like mindset. I know I've been on Vegas in the past for doing this shit where they're trading career guys, but this is a different scenario. Like, this is a scenario where the Caps have kind of been a borderline team for a few years now, and they could have traded John Carlson a while ago, and they kept him. And it would be different. It would be different if they were like first or second in the Metro right now. Obviously, they're not. So the fact that they collected a first and a third and a second and a third for Dowd and Carlson, they got a lot of assets here. Man, the fact that Puckpedia tweeted that out was kind of crazy when they should be knowing everything about. Oh, I misread that. I thought they were saying that they were implying that if Chicago had the retention spot, they could retain and then get it double retained. Yeah, I guess that they could do that. They could trade, hypothetically, they could trade to a team, retain, and then trade at that point. You can't do double retention anymore with the new rules. Bon dia. Thanks, Jim, for being here. We got 600 in the chat. Let us know if you guys are new. Thanks for everyone being here. Nick Foligno, breaking news, traded to the Minnesota Wild. We get that on the board. So in terms of NHL moves, was that a little bit more valid, guys? I think that was the one. That one was a little bit more valid. Oh, God. Ooh. Wow, some beef. Mark Madden says, I have no inside word, but would you blame Dubas if last night made up Dubas' mind to not bring Malkin back? That was one of the most selfish acts in franchise history at a very specific, crucial point. Spicy. That is very spicy. Yo, shout out to Minnie. Shout out to Minnie. Oh, a couple donos. Thank you so much. Ravo with the dono. Ravogel says nothing. $5 dono. Thank you so much for the dono. I really appreciate the support. No, I personally think Malkin's going to get suspended. But hey, we'll see. Predict in the comments. So Blashill confirmed. Foligno to Minnesota. Which Leaf goes next? I think there's so much smoke around McMahon, but McMahon or Lawton, I would say. Dominic, biggest name move today? I mean, you would think Kadri, but it's going to be between Kadri, Falk. Like, I don't know if OEL is a big name for some people. I mean, it's tough, man. I could see a scenario where Thomas and Trocheck are not dealt, so I'll say Kadri. I still think Kadri should and will get dealt, but you never know. So Juracek will report to the Phantoms right away, but that could change after they trade Ristolainen, if they trade Ristolainen. I think that's the big part here. J-Dub says, where do players go when they are held out for roster management purposes? Home, to the bar? J-Dub, for the most part, depending, they'll be in the building. So, like, for example, last night, Lawton, McMahon, and OEL were held out for roster management purposes, and they were in the building. They were just treated as regular scratches. Nishan says 3 hours left. Yeah, it's 3 hours, 5 minutes left. But you got to remember, this is the 3 hours where most of the juice happens, all right? What's up, Travis? But another key reminder, guys, again, I'll be jumping on Bleacher Report for an hour, so in the next 40 minutes, we'll jump on there for an hour, and then right after that, I will be back doing the coverage on here. So again, I'm going to be doing the coverage regardless. It's just I'm jumping from platform to platform for a sec. So I hope you guys can stay in the stream and open a new tab and just jump on BR on their app or YouTube. Next Gen in the chat. Let's go. Zachary Hines, what's up? Man, I am exhausted. Yeah, I'm exhausted. It's crazy because, like, I was ready to go live early this morning, like 6 or 7. And I was trying to go to sleep twice at 2 different times last night. It was like maybe 11:30 or 12 Eastern time. Then that died because Garland got traded from Vancouver to Columbus. And then after I made that video and I talked about it, oh, Nick Foligno for future consideration, so not even a draft pick. I thought it was maybe going to be a 4th or 5th round pick. So Chicago's just doing Minnesota and Foligno a solid. There you go. I'm not even shocked by it. Like I said, Foligno didn't have much value, especially if there's no retention. So that makes sense to me. It's whatever. And then, yeah, at 1:08 a.m. Eastern time, John Carlson got traded from the Caps. And here's the thing. If it was kind of a nothing-burger trade, I wouldn't have woken up. Like, I was kind of half asleep. I don't think I was fully asleep, but I was kind of laying there, like, half asleep. And then my phone started going off like crazy. And rightfully so, because John Carlson got traded kind of out of nowhere. But yeah, very nice gesture from the Blackhawks. You got my respect. You got my respect for that move, specifically. All right. Kyle Davidson, good man. Good man, Kyle Davidson. All right, guys. Shocker. But yeah, NHL player safety confirms Pittsburgh's Evgeny Malkin will have a hearing today for slashing Buffalo's Rasmus Dahlin. But yeah, zero surprise on the Malkin thing. Yeah, I mean, they're not specifying that it's in person, so we'll see. But there you go. Chris Johnson says, no surprise, but Malkin gets the hearing. His history will be a factor in the length of suspension. All right. Just trying to follow all the notes. All right. Yeah, what James Duthie's saying. So, to give you guys the breakdown of deadline deals, last year it was 24 trades, 23 and 24, 21 and 23, 32 in 2022. That was the highest it's been in the last 4 years. I predicted there was going to be about 25 trades today. That was my prediction at the start of the day. And based on, so as you guys can see right now, we are just at the 3-hour mark basically. I'm torn. I personally think, so we got 3 technically so far, even though one was an AHL deal, but we have to count it because it's a deal. They're real contracts being exchanged. So there's been 3 trades. I would say in the next hour we'll probably get at least 5 minimum. So that's 8. And then yeah, in the last 2 hours, I'd say we'll get probably at least 15. Yeah. So there you go. That's about 23 right there. So that's my prediction, guys. And based on past years, I've still been on pace for kind of what I've expected. Like, it's just they've been smaller deals. That's why there's less excitement. Like, imagine if that AHL deal and the Foligno trade were bigger trades. We're talking about it. We're going crazy. Well, they're 2 smaller deals, but in terms of numbers, it does kind of line up with what it's been in the past years. It's like 3 to 5 before noon, then another 5 between noon and 1, and then that's why a lot of other people don't start their coverage until 1, because they want hectic, they want chaos right at 1 o'clock. So usually from 1 o'clock to 3 o'clock is always like trade after trade after trade. And then even last year specifically, as I see Avi's kind of commenting on it, Marchand, Carlo, there was a couple other big ones. They happened like in the last 15 minutes, really. Like they didn't come through until like the last 15 minutes prior to the deadline. So, as I mentioned, I'll be jumping to Bleacher Report for about an hour, and then I'll be jumping back here for the last hour, and then an hour after trade deadlines. Because a big reminder, trade deadline is 3 p.m. Eastern time, but as long as general managers submit the necessary reporting on the trade to the league before 3 p.m., it will count. So meaning at 2:59 to the league, they send it in. I forget exactly the steps that they have to take, but it's basically the necessary info, the agreement from both sides, and then confirmation that contractually it works. As long as it's submitted at like 2:59 and 59 seconds, it will count. Meaning, based on the league's approval of it, their review, and then the team's PR is submitting it, or the insiders getting a hold of it. Sometimes it doesn't get out until 30 minutes after the deadline, or 45 minutes after the deadline. So I will be live until 4 p.m. Eastern time, about there, because I've seen trades take about an hour to get out afterwards. So that's possible. But yeah, shout out to everybody that's in here. Again, if you could, hit that subscribe button. We're about 30 away from 3.7. The goal for today's stream was trying to get 4,000 subs on this channel for Trade Deadline. We'll see next gen. We'll see. Jaden says Ovi to a contender for his last season. True says, all right, John, who is walking out today with more draft picks? Nashville, Toronto, or St. Louis? Oh, between those three, I don't think Nashville. Like, Nashville would have to trade O'Reilly or Forsberg or one of those guys, which I don't think is necessarily happening. So, honestly, I would bet Toronto because, and I'm not, there's no bias here. It's more because St. Louis and their prices, it sounds like it's ridiculous. Like, there's a chance that Toronto could trade like 3 or 4 middle tier guys before St. Louis trades one of their guys, which is obviously a top tier player. But St. Louis wins that big time the moment they trade one of their bigger profile players. They just haven't done it yet. I mean, they tried to trade Parayko. Obviously, that didn't happen, so. Okay, there you go. So I was waiting for the clear wording and the terminology here, but Chris Johnson confirms it. So it's not an in-person. Malkin's hearing is at 6 p.m. over the phone, meaning a suspension can't be longer than 5 games. So that's what I was waiting for, because if it's in person, it could be more. Hey, Rick, thanks for being here. Just finished your workout. You're in here. I appreciate it. Yeah, nothing insane, but there's a lot of rumors. We're just waiting for trades. We've got 3 so far today. Hey, Ari with the $14 dono. Thank you so much for the donation. Says, hey, John, hope all's well. LeBrun said the Habs are looking at a forward no one is expecting. Any predictions for who that could be? Could it be someone crazy we don't expect? Thank you, Ari. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the dono. Somebody we don't expect. I mean, I'll make a few predictions just based on like what I've seen and what I've heard. So, I mean, the one that I would be looking at would be probably like, I was going to say Braden Shen because they haven't talked about it a lot, but now I don't know if that's really a surprise because I feel like maybe that's been talked about before. But I'm just saying everybody's focused on, like, if the Habs were to trade with the Blues, it'd be Robert Thomas. So maybe Braden Shen. Maybe, like, a lower-end guy like Eric Holla in Nashville. Another hot take, I don't think it would happen, but I wonder if the Flyers would trade Sean Couturier, or ask Sean Couturier to get traded. Like, say the Flyers took back, like, Patrick Laine as a hypothetical, and Sean Couturier could fill a center spot in Montreal. That'd be another hot take one. I'm trying to think if there's any others that come to my mind. Yeah, like, nothing else really screams in my head, but... Ooh, I wonder... I doubt it. I don't think Vancouver would flip Marco Rossi. But that's the only other one that comes to mind. Is if Montreal offered something decent. If Marco Rossi could be potential. I feel like Montreal's checked in on him before. Hey, Mike, upgraded his membership to Legend. Thank you so much, Mike. I appreciate it. Oh! Derek with a $20 dono. Says, great job. Tuned into you last year on Deadline Day. Fun stream. Keep it up, buddy. Let's go, Pens. Thank you, Derek. I appreciate it. Big hype to Derek. Jordan, Flames trade prediction. Nazem Kadri to Montreal for Owen Beck, a first, and Patrick Laine. That's my mock trade for you. I don't even think that's like that. I think Habs fans should be content with that deal. First, Owen Beck, Patty Laine for Kadri. Thanks, Derek. I appreciate it. You guys are very kind. I appreciate that. Never expect those, but obviously really appreciate it. So big shout out to Derek. Derek, let us know your thoughts on what you think your Pens are going to do. What do you think about Shane Wright as a target? All right. Still waiting for the next move. But again, guys, I will turn into kind of an audio segment here for... We're going to move to Bleacher Report on video here. So from about 12:30 to 1 o'clock, it'll be kind of dead zone. So if you guys want to just keep the stream open for 30 minutes, if you want to open up somebody else's coverage, feel free. But I hope you guys can understand. I will be shifting to Bleacher Report for about an hour. And then for the last 2 hours of the stream, I will be back on here. J. Cole says, do you think we could get anything for P.S. Suter? He could be a 3C. Yeah, you know what? That's an underrated one. I actually brought that up yesterday. P.S. Suter maybe being a deadline target. I know they just brought him in, but they had brought in Bukestad and flipped him pretty quickly. Matt, it's going to be me and Grav for this one. I don't know what anyone else is doing, but just for the time slot that we're jumping on is just from, it's just at 1 o'clock or prior to that. So, Oilers are cooked if they don't make more moves. I don't know about that, but depends what you describe as cooked. Because the Pacific Division side is a lot easier to navigate through, right? Like, this is why I talk about this format. If you're an Oilers fan or a Golden Knights fan, you should love this format. Because you get to avoid Colorado, Dallas, and Minnesota until the conference final. So, that's the big part of this. Is, yeah, maybe the Oilers are cooked once they get there. But in the first couple rounds, they might have it a lot easier. Hey, Hedzer says, with the 5, appreciate the dono. So, Sens are apparently targeting a right-handed D-man. Who do you think they should go after? So, I have two different answers to that on who they should go after and what I think they're going to do. Personally, they should be all over Simone Nemec if they could do that trade. What I think they're looking at, they're probably looking at, well, Dougie Hamilton would actually be interesting. If they sent the contracts of like Nick Jensen and another one to the Devils. But looking at it in a smaller sense, not really smaller, but smaller cap hit, Ristolainen would be interesting there. So I would look at Ristolainen maybe. There's probably a couple others that are like lower tier ones. Like I look at a Nashville, like a Nick Perbix maybe. Actually, you know what? I wonder about Justin Falk for Ottawa. That would actually be a good fit. That's interesting. There you go. Some Harvs. I wish I had some Harvs. But thank you, Hedzer. I appreciate it. Tom says, come on, Tulski. Canes need a couple moves. What's up, Brandon Paul? I just got a copyright strike, unfortunately, so I can still upload videos on Hot Take, but I have to live stream on this channel for the time being, which is shitty. But I'm honestly very... Yo, what? Yo! We got a trade!
We have a trade to announce.
Oh! Bro, they said Corey Perry was going to stay in LA. He's running it back with Tampa Bay. Wow! He is running it back with Tampa Bay. Breaking news, Corey Perry to the Tampa Bay Lightning. Wow. Waived is no trade. Wow. The Lightning, they might be out on Bobby McMahon now. I do think Lawton would still be a good fit. He'd actually be on a good vibe with Perry on the same line. Damn, we'll see how much this takes. Wow. I'm shocked again. Like, it's just like insiders were just saying yesterday that Corey Perry is going to stay in LA. Like, there's so many mind games being played with execs and GMs feeding false information to insiders right now. It's crazy. Like, I have to look at that yesterday, but who was saying that yesterday? There was like multiple insiders saying. Let me see. Yeah, like literally yesterday, reports from multiple insiders that Corey Perry wants to stay, looking to extend. NHL insider Frank Seravalli reported that Perry and himself informed the Kings organization that he wants to remain in LA. That seems likely. Wow. Well, that changed quickly, eh? Oh my God. Yeah, Frank. Oh, man. Poor Frank. He's going to get ripped. It says, can take Corey Perry off the trade targets board. He's informed LA he wants to stay. They will talk contract extension after the deadline. Oh my God, Frank. No. No, Frank. No. No, Frank. Oh, God. He's going to get ripped. Oh, God, Frank. No. Oh, that's so bad. Oh, God. That's really bad. I feel bad. That's just like, it's just really bad. So I said a second or third. It is a second for Corey Perry. Wow. So clearly that's changed really quickly, right? Like, I do believe that Corey Perry probably asked to stay in LA, but when he had the opportunity to return to Tampa and try to run it back with the Lightning, I'm sure it was intriguing. And the fact that LA is getting a second round pick, LA probably looked at it and goes, okay, we have to do this. So there you go, guys. Corey Perry headed back to the Tampa Bay Lightning. Told you guys, afternoon, I told you, after 12 p.m. Eastern time, it's going to heat up. There we go. All right, let's add this on the board here. I feel like I'm deja vu here. Wow. So Eduardo on it says, according to Friedge, Bolt's trade for Perry, who recently said he wanted to stay with the Kings. Unfinished business with the Kings. Yeah. So what do you guys think? Is Tampa confirmed going to the Stanley Cup final? Stanley Cup finalists? Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Yeah, I mean, like, we'll look at the numbers here, right? So Corey Perry, you can see his numbers this year. Like, it's honestly insane what he's doing at 40 years old. 28 points in 50 games, 11 goals. He's still a very productive player at his age in the role that he plays. So, you know, the Lightning have wanted to beef up a little bit in their bottom 6, so this makes a lot of sense. Second round pick though. Hey, that's decent business for the LA Kings. They got it. They just signed him, right? And they got a second round pick out of it. So I think LA, that's kind of been their mindset in this process here, is like, after losing Fiala to injury, and it's been a tough go. Jumbo TV. I can't believe it. Oh, Islanders have 2 firsts. Could they go after McMahon or Lawton? That's interesting. I'm going to look at the live chat again. I guess the only thing I'll say is, like, I'm not sure why Frank take him off the board. Like, anything can happen. Things are so fluid in this industry. I'm just surprised he did that. Because I'm like, I swear there was like a couple insiders that like fully said there's no way he's getting dealt. All right, just reading some comments. Thanks for being here, guys. Micah says Canes are going to do nothing so stupid. I don't know about that, Mike. I think they'll do something. Corey Perry back to Tampa. So let's look at the Lightning. Let's look at the Lightning lines here, where Perry could slot in. So, you probably, based on their lineup right now, Perry probably goes in that little spot where it's blank. But obviously, you got to keep in mind, they have their injuries, right? No Nick Paul right now. Gage, Dominic James, like those pieces are good bottom 6 pieces, right? So, Perry will slot in. Connor Geeky you don't want sitting on your 4th line, but Perry probably goes here. When they're healthy, Holmberg probably slides down. And then guys like Dominic James look good. I just still think Tampa could add here. Just because they added Perry, I still think they could add a McMahon or Lawton, because the more I think about it, like, that 3rd line is lacking. I still think they could add Blake Coleman. Like, I think they could, honestly, based on how Bjorkstrand's played, I know fans have been frustrated with him, I could see a scenario where they flip Bjorkstrand and go after Blake Coleman. Hey, AI Song, thank you so much for the $7 dono. Says, what are you going to do if the Leafs don't make a trade? Lose my mind. But I don't think that's happening. Like, I think between the 3 guys we've been talking about, they'll make at least one of those moves. So, yeah, there's going to be disappointment if they just make the one move. But I think it was always over or under 2.5 players for the Leafs in terms of a realistic sense. They've traded Nick Waugh. I think there's going to be at least one more. There should be at least 2 more. But, yeah, there should be a lot more, in my opinion. But it's sometimes hard to cram in all this business. Craziness. I'm going to try. I want to get like the live, because usually NHL has like their live trade log kind of thing. we'll do this. We'll do that. All right. Alright, sorry guys, just trying to format this. A little draft lottery shortly, eh? Why did that disappear? Oh crap, I completely screwed this up. Yo! Alright, sorry guys, I should have brought this up right away. There we go. Alright, that's crazy though. Corey Perry, that's crazy. Alright, so we'll keep the live blog up there as Alright, there we go. Did Elliotte defend him? That's good. Oh, that's good on Elliotte. That is actually good on Elliotte. I respect Elliotte for that. He didn't have to do that. I respect Elliotte big time for that. Hey, respects to Elliotte. I know it looks bad. I'll defend him. There's so much out there. It can happen. There I go by the grace of God. Shout out to Elliotte. That's respectful. Bro, Elliotte's such a goat, man. Like, this guy went out of his way to do that. Shout out. So, yeah, we'll see what happens with the bonus. Alright. Alright, I hope you guys can see that clearly. So, guys, I'll be right back. A little restroom break. And then I also have to prep to hop on Bleacher Report. So, you'll get some audio from me, guys. And then during the show, it'll be kind of like a radio style for the stream. So, I hope you guys can stay patient and just wait. It'll kind of be a 20-30 minute transition time here. It'll be a 1 hour of like radio style. And then it will be back on here for video for the last 2 hours, alright? Alright. I will be right back, alright? Stand by. We'll break down more trades as they come. I'll be right back.
position where they can hold on to these guys and try to wait it out. Hasn't really been too successful for those teams. We haven't seen those trades. Is interesting considering he could be kind of a lower end type of option for a team maybe trying to pivot for a wing. You got Shane Wright from the Seattle Kraken, Jesperi Kotkaniemi, Charlie Coyle, Nazem Kadri. So a lot of centers still available. John, what do you think out of this big board? Who do you think is the first to go?
So based on what we were saying, and I think the Trocheck one's going to be like in a tough situation here. There's already been kind of mixed reports of like, are the Wild out because the price is too high? If I'm looking at that board right now, I think the Kadri one makes probably the most sense to kind of, get into some traction here for two reasons. I think there's been some public reporting that when you look at Nazem Kadri, he has respect for the Calgary Flames organization, but he wants to get into a winning environment. So I think in terms of the market that's out there, there was the Colorado Avalanche. They obviously kind of went down to the Nick Waugh acquisition as their third line center. So I would say Kadri probably. But the next guy that's really intriguing to me, and I'm not going to put my Leaf bias with McMahon, so I'll put him to a side for a second, but Blake Coleman. Little Texas boy. Yep. I wonder if your Stars get in on Blake Coleman, Grav. I think Tampa Bay would be interesting because they're so tight on the cap, and obviously the Stars with the season-ending long-term injury reserve, I would say flexibility that's been created with Sagan out. They've already added Bunting and they've added Myers, so a lot of that flexibility has kind of gone away a little bit, but all it would take is like maybe one contract out. You could get a guy like Blake Coleman. I think it's perfect probably for that middle six, because I think when you get a guy like Michael Bunting, he's been good, Grav. He's been fine. He has 13 goals this year. But I think when you talk about Blake Coleman, and Tyler Myers talked about it, little Texas boy, you see the market growing in Dallas. Coleman could probably follow suit in that. And he's a guy that can score 20, 25 goals in a full season, maybe even more than that. And when you talk about playoff and Stanley Cup winning pedigree, that's 2 cups for Blake Coleman. So if you want the Dallas Stars to win the Stanley Cup, you need that pedigree. I think Coleman could be a guy that can go up and down the lineup, and I would probably look at him being dealt today. So between him, Kadri, and McMahon, that's probably my top 3 in terms of likeliness of being dealt.
Oh, yeah. I love that, too. We've already seen a lot from Dallas. We've seen a lot really from the Central Division, going through kind of the trades that we've seen so far. At least today, we've seen a good amount of action. None of the big-time players dealt, but some good underlying trades. Corey Perry to the Tampa Bay Lightning is one we've talked about off air, but that one is already making waves for just how chaotic that whole trade could end up being. What are your thoughts as well on the big deal we saw right at the end of last night? John Carlson to the Anaheim Ducks, somebody that we didn't really even know could even be on the table, but the Capitals have been a bit of a seller this deadline. Carlson getting dealt, though. We've heard the reactions from Ovi being pretty disappointed, not even being sure how his fix is in Washington long term. That's really creating some chaos within the Capital system. But what are your thoughts on the Carlson trade itself, how it fits the Ducks, and for the Caps, where they go from here?
Craziness, man. And honestly, I think we all are upset that we lost some sleep last night, but also just excited that a crazy trade happened like that, unexpected. But you know what? I think it just shows, and it's honestly proof in the pudding, how much this seller's market has kind of forced the hand of certain general managers. I'm sure the Capitals, 4 points out of a playoff spot, they looked at that situation and go, all right, well, if you can get a first and third round pick back for expiring John Carlson, the Caps have 6 NHL caliber defensemen after John Carlson or outside of John Carlson. So they could make this move and get some assets back. So I think the part that maybe was overlooked here is how much this will affect this locker room. Obviously, it could be Ovi's last year in the NHL, but beyond that, Nick Dowd and John Carlson were glue guys in that room. And Carlson, 17 years with the team, a cup winner, probably the best defenseman. Like you talk about the things that are not talked about a lot, Grav. Like I've kept using the Barclay Goodrow thing with the New York Rangers. Obviously on the surface, he needed to be traded probably, but that was a glue guy again with the Rangers. And since then we've seen what's happened with that team. But I hope that's not the case for the Caps in this scenario, because I actually think they got good value back for Carlson. But I think it speaks on like Pat Verbeek and what the Anaheim Ducks are trying to do in a Pacific Division, Grav. I don't know about you. I mean, tell me otherwise. You're on the other side with the Dallas Stars in the Central that's stacked. The Pacific Division's wide open. The Ducks could do something pretty good here.
Oh yeah, it's open to win the division too if you're Anaheim, because Vegas has been towards the top most of the year, but they haven't been super consistent. Their goaltending has been an absolute disaster over the last few weeks. So they're in a position where they aren't confident. They're trying to make moves. Edmonton is on pace for what, like 89, 90 points. They haven't had the regular season they've wanted. They've gone after some big guys. LA has been in turmoil, but you look at this Ducks team and the position they're in, they've got off really well after the Olympic break. Leo Carlsson is back to being healthy, which is massive for them. Goaltending has really improved since the first half of the year as Lucas Doschel has gone back to form. In a lot of ways, this Ducks team has been building. They've been getting better and better. But that Carlson deal, man, they needed a little bit of juice. I thought on that right side of the defense, they were going to make a big move. And Carlson, I think, is practically perfect for that. And we'll get into as well some mock trades and some trade scenarios in a little bit here. But for a Ducks team that has really been pushing, they may not even be done after this. Carlson, yes, brought in a lot of cap, but Anaheim was one of the teams heading into this deadline with the most amount of cap space. And I feel like with how aggressive Verbeek has been deadline after deadline, offseason after offseason, they're in a position to really do something big here outside of Carlson even. We know that they've been looking for a top 6 wing potentially. I had somebody talk to me that would be fun, maybe a Stamkos type of fit there. Maybe they go after another older player like Verbeek loves to go after, but some type of sniper like that. It feels like they're hunting for that type of piece to really solidify that core. And looks like they aren't afraid to do that at this year's deadline.
No, you're right. Honestly, I think Anaheim has kind of been targeted as that team that could be in the weeds, very secretive, see if they do something here. But you know what? The bigger conversation, honestly, outside of Anaheim is just in general the California teams. Like I see Jason in the chat talking about like LA needing a scorer, of course, but they're kind of stepping back here after trading Corey Perry back to Tampa Bay for a 2nd-round pick. Like, I'm looking at the California teams. It's in such a weird situation, Graf, because obviously for the longest time, at least in my childhood in the 2010s as well, like the California teams were stacked, whether it was like cup final runs or just consistently playoff year after year. And then obviously the Kings, a couple Stanley Cups. So now we're in that sense where it's like LA, we're probably knocking on the door first, but they've had to take steps back, and that's because of Fiala injury, and they've had obviously other issues. But it's kind of Anaheim and San Jose that are seeing that door open a little bit. So, you know what? I think LA might look at this as they get a 2nd-round pick for 40-year-old Corey Perry. Maybe they get a guy with term, but I think Anaheim, and maybe even San Jose, but probably more so Anaheim, are showing that they might take some risks here. And even if it's a rental player, hey, maybe you can extend them in the offseason, but like Verbeek seeing this as like you have a nice blend of young players and veterans. And if you look at the defense side right now specifically, they have like 3 young defensemen in like Jackson Lacombe. You look at Zellweger, you look at Minchikov. I know he's been in trade rumors. And then you look on the right side, Trouba, Carlson, Gudas, just pure veterans. So I like the balance of what the Ducks are doing.
Oh, yeah. And then that really leads us on well into what we could see in the future. And we're going to get into the BR trade simulator here. We have 7 trade sims all together to show you guys and to talk about and to see how they end up. And this is going to be interesting because we don't know behind the scenes what these actual trades will end up being. So we're going to be giving you guys our live reactions as we go here. So it's going to be a lot of fun.
We have no idea.
And especially with how much this deadline could have a lot of chaos. We don't know. We could see anything today. We could see anything. So I'm really excited for that. But drop your thoughts, of course, in the chat for what you guys think could end up happening, what crazy trade you could see happening in the chat. We'll try to interact as much as you can with all of you guys. But I just have a feeling, John, there's just one trade that we don't know about that's going to pop up, that's going to surprise us all, and it's going to make us go crazy in the next hour. It's going to
be the equivalent of Brad Marchand to Florida. We're going to go crazy, Graf. It's going to happen.
Oh man, don't even get me started. If we saw Corey Perry to Tampa Bay is enough for me. But here we go with the trade machine simulator. We got Vincent Trocheck, the Minnesota Wild, and Charlie Stramel, and a 2027 first-round pick. Interesting, especially because the Wild have made a lot of moves already today. John, is this a fire or trash deal?
I'll say fire because I think here's the thing. I think as it stands right now, Grav, I don't think the Rangers are taking this deal, or else I feel like the Wild should do this. This puts the Wild over the top, in my opinion. This is the one hole that they have, is that solid center to kind of partner up with Urhoff and Eriksson Ek on a 1-2-3 punch basis. So I think if this was on the deal, I think it's a fire deal. We've been waiting and waiting for the teams like the Rangers and Blues to drop their prices. So I don't know about you, Grav. I think it's a lot for the Wild to give up, but Billy Guerin's shown now is the time, and I think it's a good return for the Rangers. And honestly, Rangers fans should look at this as a lot better of a return than what they got for Panarin. So it's just as simple as that for me, but I don't know about you.
No, that's absolutely true. The bar is low in terms of the Panarin trade package. As we've seen recently, if Panarin was traded today, you would get probably a lot more. Yeah. Now Michael McCarron's out there for a second-round pick, so that there's deals like that, of course. I'm going to go on the other side here, though, and say that it's a trash deal, not because of from the Wild perspective, because they would absolutely take this. I think they got it on the table. Yeah. The problem is that we've seen recently how vocal Trocheck is about wanting to go out east. And that seems to be the main thing blocking this deal. In terms of the fit, it makes a lot of sense for both teams. I would assume the Rangers would really like a guy like Charlie Stramel, who's really rebounded well at MSU this year. He rounds up pretty well as a good middle 6C, great around the net front, good on the power play. But Trocheck is somebody that I think is going to go out east if he does get dealt, whether it's a team like a Carolina or a Boston. I still think the Bruins are shaping up for something around this deadline. Trocheck could be interesting to try to solidify that center group. I think for a Minnesota team that has already made a lot of moves, I think they've kind of realized they're probably out of the running for some of these big centers. So they're going to pivot for a guy like a Michael McCarron, who could be more of a versatile guy. Go for a Nick Foligno to try to fix that bottom six. Bobby Brink, I think, was such an underrated addition today. So I feel like they're mostly done, unless we were to see some cap shenanigans from them. I don't see any of the big centers going there. And it doesn't seem like Trocheck at least wants to go there, which is really the biggest thing at the end of the day when it comes to that no trade clause. Plus, I also think for the Wild, they're in a position where their centers are fine enough, and the rest of the team has a lot of juice, where I could see them waiting until the offseason for the perfect scenario to come to play. I don't know if Trocheck with his age lines up completely, but that's my thoughts on that. We can go into the next trade simulation here. We got a nice little mix here. You're going for the fire, I'm going for the trash. We'll see if we're able to agree on the next one. I like the banter, though. That's what we're here for, baby. For the next one, we got a little bit of an interesting one. Evander Kane as the player. No! No! No. Going to the Dallas Stars for a 2026 third. Okay, John, I'll let you start, and then I'll get into my thoughts on this one.
Okay, I am going to say trash. You're probably going to agree with me on this. I sense it, Grav. You know what? I just think my whole thing is, like, we just talked about the Stars and getting that flexibility, getting that cap relief, I would say, with the Tyler Seguin season-ending long-term injury reserve. Of course, the Stars would have loved to have Seguin there, but it gave them that opportunity, and they've already kind of rushed and filled it up, in my opinion, with Myers and Bunting. I just think it would be kind of a disaster if you walked away with all that flexibility with the two guys I just mentioned and Evander Kane. We know Evander Kane is not a peaceful guy in the room. We know he is not a leader in the room. So there's a lot of risk with this player. The only way I would accept this, if it was like 50% retained, maybe. And that's possible coming from Vancouver. But honestly, I would look elsewhere. I'm sure you're probably going to rip it even more than I just did.
Oh, John, I've been waiting for this day. If the Stars came away from this trade deadline trading for both Tyler Myers and Evander Kane, I would eat mole socks on this live stream right now, here and there. This would be the worst case scenario for me, because in Jim Nill's case, he's kind of gone in opposite directions, not necessarily in terms of the play styles between Myers and Bunting, because they're both more physical players. Yeah. But Bunting's a bit of a younger guy, somebody that has a bit of versatility. Myers doesn't quite have that, and I also don't think Evander Kane has that much. His skating speed has vastly deteriorated. He can be a good power play player still, but that is the biggest weapon the Stars have. So if you're going to trade for somebody, why are you going to trade for somebody to just make the power play better than it already is, which I don't even think is that possible, really. And at the end of the day, I think the Stars need a bit more juice. They need a bit more speed if they're going to trade for another wing. And Evander Kane, I just don't think brings that. I mean, you saw the highlights there of Jake DeBrusk. I would much rather have that type of player, even with the contract taken into account. But a third-round pick for somebody that I think is just a lateral move, and you also have the locker room concerns there that have been brought up over the years. I just feel like I wouldn't be nil out necessarily, but I wouldn't love it. I wouldn't love it. And I think in terms of what the Stars need, just save that 3rd round pick and actually trade for a good right shot defenseman next time.
Yeah, no,
Please, I need
I'm
this.
with you, honestly. And I was just going to say that I think from my recollection, I think the Stars are a top 3 power play team in the whole league right now. And chemistry and that, like the last 3 games you've seen from the Stars, the synergy, the chemistry, both on the power play and even 5-on-5, I would say I'm kind of on your lens of like, if you can get a guy that's a 2nd or 3rd line, a guy that has a lot of speed, can support the two-way aspect of the Stars kind of lineup,
right,
and I'm more supportive of that. I think Evander Kane, as you said, is more for that power play complementary and more offensive complementary, and I don't know if the Stars really need that.
I was about to say, our producer Tia probably made that mock trade just to spite me, but it makes for a funny bit. So I'm here for it either way. But let us know in the chat what you guys are thinking about the trade simulations. I heard some disagreement in the chat, so I think we're both on the trash side of things pretty safely for that. We can get into the next trade simulation. We can just forget about Evander Kane, put him by the wayside, not forget about him, just forget about him going to Dallas. And we'll get into the next one here.
Benner.
Jordan Binnington, Golden Knights, and Aiden Hill, and a 2026 2nd rounder. Now, we have heard Binnington's name quite a bit this week. Vegas as well, we know, is very interested in the goaltender. I actually like this quite a bit from a value perspective, as well as what the Golden Knights are getting here. In Binnington's case, we know how he can rise to the occasion. Vegas loves those type of goaltenders that might not put the greatest regular season stats up, but in the playoffs kind of get that swagger. They get their moxie back. Binnington is the classic example of that. Plus, I also think with his contract, it makes him a bit harder to move. So I think Aiden Hill and a 2nd is pretty realistic. Maybe there's like another prospect on top of that, but I think it's not far off. The only problem is just making that cap work for Vegas in a situation where they're always down in the dumps. But I would say I would lean towards fire on this one, John. What about you?
Yeah, I feel like I'm being too nice to Tia. I think it's a positive trade. I think it's a good trade for Vegas, of course. I'd be a little bit more hesitant to like say it's going to happen because, as we talked about, Grav, Doug Armstrong is prices through the moon. Obviously, he sees Jordan Binnington in a very high light. So I think for me, whether it's a prospect, like they've had a couple recent prospects, like a Trevor Conley or something like that, or maybe multiple 2nd round picks in the future. So you'd maybe have to sweeten the pot a little bit there. I'd also have the concern on Aiden Hill's term on that contract. Like Jordan Binnington, it's over a $6 million cap hit, but it's just this year and next. I think it's a lot. I believe so. I could be wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong, Graf. But I think it's on more of the shorter term. So obviously a higher cap hit, but I think this would be a win for Vegas big time. It's really that aspect for them where they need a guy that's going to step up in big games. Aiden Hill's had that in the past, but obviously hasn't recently. And I don't think you want to put all your eggs in one basket with Akira Schmid if that's your guy either. So I would say this is a huge win for Vegas in terms of, they got a path here. We just talked about the Pacific Division. I mean, Binnington, if you get to a big game in the conference final or the cup final, that's where Binnington strives. So I would say it's a fire trade for the Vegas Golden Knights, but I don't know if Doug Armstrong is saying yes to that one.
No, I can agree with that. I think in Armstrong's case, the realism of it happening in any St. Louis deal right now, I would be shocked if anybody on that St. Louis team, a part of that core, gets dealt at this rate. But we'll see over the next hour and a half if those prices come down like we want them to. But I like Binnington to the Golden Knights in terms of the fit. We'll see if that trade actually is realistic there. I like the banter though in the chat too. We've got a lot of people disagreeing and agreeing as well. I think Vegas getting Binnington would light a fire in the hockey community. I think a lot of people will be pretty upset, but I also think it would be very funny just because of that. But we can get into the next trade simulation here. And again, drop your thoughts as we get into every single one here. I went fire on this last one. We'll see what happens this time. And for the player itself in the trade simulation, Kadri for the Flames to the Avs for Ross Colton and a conditional second. Ooh. John, what are we thinking?
Man,
I know my take immediately.
So I shut this down in my head, but now that I look at the fact, if Ross Colton, I believe he either has a modified or he has some sort of trade protection. So if he was okay to go to Calgary, I like this a lot. I guess the 2026 second conditional, I think based on the fact that they already
that would rise up to a first, I'd imagine.
Yeah, it would rise up to a first maybe, I'm assuming. So maybe that's like a 2028 or 2029 first round pick because they just traded the first to Toronto for Nick Waugh. And that one's protected too. So this would be a lot of moving parts here. It could be really complicated. I would say yes. I think for both teams, like at this point, Calgary and Kadri have had this mutual respect where they're going to do right by each other. So I don't think they're just going to send Kadri. I mean, he has to say yes. So I don't think they're going to try to send Kadri to a situation he wouldn't be comfortable with. Personally, I think right now Kadri to Detroit or Montreal makes a lot more sense to me. But you know what? You could slide Nick Waugh and Jack Drury down to that fourth line. They can take turns taking faceoffs, have fun with that. But I think in the fit, honestly, it's kind of, I feel like the ship has sailed, Grav. What do you think?
No, I absolutely agree with you. I'm going to go trash on this one, mostly similar to what we had with the Vincent Trocheck situation, where the biggest reason why I think this isn't going to happen is because we already saw the Nick Waugh deal and the assets moved in that one. Because even if it was a conditional, potentially going up to a first-round pick, I still don't think that's enough for Kadri, considering how much the Flames really value him. And the big thing we have heard recently is that the Flames aren't willing to retain any salary. So that really limits the options he can go to. And for a team like Colorado that is cap strapped and long-term doesn't want to commit that much, you would have Kadri for, I believe, $7 million for the next 3 seasons after this. And that is, it can work for some teams. It's an option for some teams. But I think for the Colorado Avalanche specifically, I think it's a non-starter. As much as it would be amazing to see, even as a Stars fan, I would admit that would absolutely rule. It would be so much fun. Yeah. I just can't see it actually happening. So one of the people in the chat also mentioned Detroit. I think that's a little bit more likely for a Kadri destination, just in terms of the prospects they can give up.
Yeah, and I was going to say Crimson saying Islanders. That would be curious to me because once upon a time ago, Grav, when Kadri was the free agent after the Avs, he was looking at both the Flames and the Islanders. He ended up choosing the Flames, but maybe that's in the back of his head. Could he look at the Islanders and, as David Pagnotta on the screen here, have the Habs circled back on Kadri? I think this is more based on the fact that all the prices we talked about, Grav, whether it's Robert Thomas, whether it's Braden Shen, whether it's Vincent Trocheck, Kadri, it's actually been talked about that what the Avs gave up for Nick Waugh was not too far off for what it could have been for Kadri. So if that's the case, the kind of, I would say, guidelines or framework of that trade is maybe a first-round pick and a mid-round pick or a first-round pick and prospect. I feel like for Montreal, you'd be willing to do that for the major upgrade. And honestly, Grav, maybe Patrick Laine becomes a Calgary Flame. You never know.
Just to make that cap work, I would not be mad about it. It would be. I just want to see Patrick Laine ball out on the power play again. I don't care who it is for. He'll find a way to score some power play goals, I bet. We can get into the next one here with the Kadri deal. A little bit mixed, but I think having some potential there with a different team than Colorado. I think Kadri is definitely one that could get interesting. But getting into the next trade machine simulation, Robert Thomas, another big center here, to the Sabres for Owen Power and a 2027 first. Okay, interesting.
So yeah, I'm gonna say trash. I think at this point we know that Buffalo. Here's how I'll put it. It's trash because this trade would have happened yesterday. I think, Grav. I honestly think that St. Louis has looked at Power or Byram, and I think at this point, it's just not going to happen. Buffalo, to me, should have done this. Only in the scenario if they feel they were going to extend Byram. And I don't know if that's the case. There was some speculation that last offseason the Blues were asking about Byram, so I don't know where that kind of went. But at this point, I think Power is playing 20-plus minutes a night in Buffalo, and I think this trade would have happened by now. I think, Grav, when we went through all that chaos over 24 hours, it was like, could Buffalo trade one of those left-shot defensemen? I don't think so. So I think St. Louis at this point kind of got stubborn with it. They almost got the Parayko deal done. Maybe Buffalo and St. Louis can revisit something else. Hey, Luke Schen's in Buffalo now. Maybe the Schenn brothers unite in Buffalo. You never know. But I don't know what you think, Grav. I'm just going to say trash. I think it's not happening.
Yeah, I think this is trash too. The chat is pretty unanimous as well, saying that the Sabres would end up accepting this. I think the big thing is, and I have a little bit of a hot take here, I don't think the Sabres, I think one of the big reasons we hadn't seen the deal is because I don't think they would include Owen Power. I think he has really looked good over the last couple of months. He's something that I think is more of the part of the core of that team than a Byram long-term, which I think kind of will make a situation where they could trade Byram a little bit more appetizing. But I feel like the big reason why we didn't see a deal happen is because Buffalo wanted it to be more of a prospect deal, either a Yuri Kulich or a Konsta Helenius being the centerpieces rather than one of the Buffalo big time D. I think that's the problem, especially if you were trading for a forward. If you're trading a big D like a Power or a Byram, that leaves some big holes on your defense. So I think in the Sabres case, they were kind of in a tough spot trying to negotiate with St. Louis, who has these exorbitant prices And unfortunately for the Sabres, weren't able to get it done with either Thomas or Parayko. But at the end of the day, I don't think it was a major mistake not getting both of those guys, because with what St. Louis is asking for, it could have been a real handcuff to the future of that team with how many assets and prospects and potentially NHL players they would have had to give up. Maybe like a Zach Benson, which I adore that player. And I think that's a core part of your team's identity long term. And I think in general, when you look at what the Sabres have, I don't think they're in a need to rush. And I'm kind of glad that they didn't at this year's deadline, at least not yet.
Yeah, no, you're right. It would be the Blues having to kind of break their mindset right now and what they're looking for. You made a good point on Zach Benson, because recently I think he's been on the fourth line. So, you know what, Benson's a former top 10 pick, and obviously the Sabres have seen him in a highlight. But I would say the only way that maybe the Blues revisit it is they clearly like Radim Murka, the fact that he was potentially part of the Colton Parayko trade. So Radim Murka, I mean, I'm sure he's on social media. He probably realizes the Sabres were trying to trade him. So maybe it's a scenario where the Sabres revisit it, talk to the Blues, Murka, Benson, couple firsts. I don't know. Something like on that lens, I could see maybe happening on the Buffalo side of things. But again, what you said, Grav, like I don't know what St. Louis expects out of this, because if they don't accept something like that, they might as well just make a public statement going, we are keeping Robert Thomas long-term. End of story.
Pretty much at this point. And Lee says in the chat, the Sabres would love that deal and they're loading up. I think the big success, even if they didn't trade for these guys, is the fact that they're in a position to trade for a Robert Thomas, and nobody's really questioning that. Yeah. It just rocks that the Sabres are in this position. But I think in a lot of ways they're making the right moves by not actually making the moves that they could have made. And it is interesting how we can get into the next trade simulation as well. I think in a lot of ways Thomas is an interesting asset, but not maybe the most likely guy to get dealt at this deadline. No. But for the next trade deadline simulation here, Patrick Laine, who you mentioned earlier, John, to the Kings.
There we go.
For Joel Armia, another Finn in exchange, and a 2027 third rounder.
Ooh.
I mean, Laine going to the West. What do we think?
Armia reunited in Montreal as well. Honestly, I'm kind of intrigued by this. I'm kind of intrigued. Honestly, it's like one of those things where LA just got a second-round pick for Corey Perry. They're looking for scoring. It's been a huge, huge hit after they lost Fiala to injury. Honestly, I was thinking the Laine to LA thing might be done, but I actually think it's fire. Honestly, I think it's fire because we know what Laine can do. If he's on the power play every game, and especially for the Kings, on that left side, like we know Laine through a full season can be a 30 to 40 goal guy. It's just, obviously, that's a massive if, capital letters if, because he has not been healthy, obviously, on a mental health standpoint, but also on a physical health standpoint. It just has not been the case. On a skill set side, if that was the case, we're talking different stories. So maybe, just maybe, LA could have the hope that he would at least give them something towards the end here to get into the playoffs, give Kopitar one last run, because as status quo right now, they just don't have those scorers in the top six after Artemi Panarin and Kempe, right? Like there's not really much else out there. I would say that's cheap as these prices are right now for the selling market. So Laine would be that buy low candidate.
No, that's similar to what I agree with there. And I'm going to say fire as well, mostly because it makes sense for what both teams kind of value. In the Kings case, I think a Laine just makes so much sense for that power play with the perimeter players they have. Laine could just sit on this face-off circle and make chaos happen. And I think as well for the Montreal Canadiens, they kind of need more of a Joel Armia as opposed to a Laine on this team right now. They have had big time performances, but the offense has been rolling. They don't really need more pure goal scoring. Laine has been good in the past in that role for Montreal, and I think he still can do that for LA. But I like Armia coming back to Montreal just for how good he was there in that depth role, how much he can really be able to produce in the playoffs when you really count on him. He was he was brilliant at the Olympics, by the way, really putting up some good numbers there for the Finns. And he got a third round pick. I will say the only thing is that I think we would see a lesser pick than a third, just because I think Laine's value at this point with his contract is a bit limited. So maybe it's more of like a fourth round pick in Armia. But I think it's pretty close to what we could see, especially for the LA Kings perspective, where I'm not super high on Laine these days, but I think the Kings would be for what they really want to go for here. So I could see that.
Yeah, no, for sure. Obviously so much has changed like the last couple of days, Grav. It's kind of crazy. Like we just talked about the Caps and what they did with John Carlson. Like literally day by day, teams and their GMs are changing their mindset on what they want to do. Like before the Olympic break, LA Kings, it was full steam ahead. And then you lose Fiala in the Olympics. and then you lose a couple games, you get smacked by the Oilers, and then the mindset just completely changes. Where other teams, whether it's like the Ottawa Senators or you look in the Western Conference, like there's a couple of these teams that are just hovering around and they have different mindsets. So for a team like LA, it went from, oh, maybe Corey Perry's going to re-sign to now they get the second round pick. They see the value there. So I don't know. It's all over the place. I think the seller's market and how expensive it's been has played a part in that. But I just really do not see LA buying in any capacity unless it's like a big cap hit where the value is going to be kind of lower because of that. So, I mean, Stamkos would be the hot take, but Laine is just more realistic for that aspect. So I don't think LA is going to do much more than maybe a deal like that.
No, I wouldn't expect that. But we do have one more trade proposal here from the simulator. And it's always fun reacting to these because we don't know beforehand what's actually happening. So we're going to live react to our last one here and see how it goes. We've got some big ones like Kadri to the Avs. We'll see what happens here. As for the player, Elias Pettersson to the Red Wings in exchange for a first in 2027, Michael Brenzig-Nugard. Love always saying his name. And then Austrian center, Marco Kasper. I know my take. I'm going to say my take immediately, John, if that's okay.
Yeah, you go.
If you'll allow me.
You go.
This is trash. This is, I'm not, it's not because the fit in Pettersson with Detroit. I think it makes sense. If anybody's going to go after a Pettersson, I think Detroit is one of the teams that makes the most sense in terms of what they like in their centerman. Also a team that could bring on a bit more cap because at the end of the day, that is the biggest problem. The contract that Pettersson has, it's not, for the prime of Pettersson, it made sense, but for the 50-point Pettersson, it doesn't. Making $11.6 million for the term he has, there's very few teams that would even be interested in the first place. And I also think because of that contract, that makes the deal a lot less than I think Canucks fans would expect. I think it's maybe Kasper and like a first-round pick at the most, but I don't think you're getting another asset if a player like Kasper is coming back. So I think in a lot of ways, it would kind of be underwhelming for Vancouver to do this now, because there's not really much of a reason to, especially in the maybe the market is able to bring up that trade. But if I'm Vancouver personally, I wait with Pettersson. I hope that he kind of rebounds in at least a little bit more than he is right now, and just hope that hope and pray. If you're Vancouver right now, that's really all you can do, because Pettersson has some great moments, but it's just the confidence is at a complete low. And I think if you were to trade him now, the trade return would really, really impact that.
I agree. It's trash. It's trash for the structure of the trade mostly. Like, you look at Pettersson and what he can do as a ceiling, and Grav, you kind of alluded to it. Like, we know PD at his best, but he has not been at his best in a long time. Maybe that's because of what the Canucks have done, and maybe that's the culture. But, I mean, Stevie Y looks at this and goes, okay, well, you're not retaining salary. You're wanting us to give up 3 equivalents of first-round pick value, and you're not taking a contract back. So those 3 things are the massive no-nos for me. It'd be different if you were sending a contract back and, as you said, take an asset away. So if it's maybe like, I don't know, a Michael Rasmussen or somebody that's in around that $3-4 million cap hit, cut it in half in terms of the added cap you're adding here. And then maybe it's, just a first in Kasper. Kasper hasn't had the most impressive year. It's kind of been a fall off in terms of the potential we saw last year. So maybe a first round pick in Kasper tagged with a contract that Stevie Y is okay with moving on from. But yeah, like there's so many layers to this. The $11.6 million cap hit. When I see that cap hit, I better see 25, 30 goals at this point in the season. I better see over a point per game. And I don't care if you play on a bad team. If you have a plus minus, I'm not going to read into that stat too much because you play on a poor team. But individually, there should be a lot more coming from you, and there's just not from Pettersson. And honestly, I'm just going to say it. The attitude has been poor. The attitude has been piss poor, Graf. And I think on that side of things, I don't think Stevie Y would appreciate that at all. So, trash.
Makes complete sense. And a big thank you for the trade simulations for the BR team. Fantastic work there. And we can just transition on to a couple things here. The one I wanted to mention, we have JMF in the chat saying, John, when do the Caps start the OV farewell tour?
My God, man, it's crazy. Because, again, they're 4 points out of the playoffs, Grav. They're 4 points out. They go on a 2-game win streak.
And they were
here.
looking good before the Olympics, too. They were on a little bit of a hot streak.
Great. So I don't know what's going to happen here. There was like a couple tweets and a couple people floating around. There's like, is there even a 0.001% chance that OV gets traded? I don't think so. I think that's the one that's just off limits. He's going to retire a cap, at least at the NHL level. But I think for me, it's probably going to be like within 10 games left of the season where they start even thinking about any messages in that aspect. It honestly is a little similar to the LA Kings situation with Kopitar, honestly, because they're in exactly the same situation in terms of a few points out, and you want to give the guy the best farewell. Obviously, Ovi, potentially the best goal scorer of all time in what we've seen. So, like, Washington's going to have to see in the next, I would say, 10 games. That's probably your range. In the next 10 games, if the Caps are within 2 points right in that playoff picture, then I think you have that mindset. But honestly, you're right. Like the farewell tour conversation, it might just be a distraction to be that conversation. I know the Caps didn't let the OV goal scoring record become a distraction, but I think at this point it's going to get a weird situation. No John Carlson, and the fact that on the 2018 Caps Cup winning team, Grav, it's only OV and Tom Wilson left. Like that's pretty crazy to me.
No, it's really weird to think about. I mean, it makes sense considering that Caps team was skewing a bit older, but I I think it would be such a mistake for that Capitals franchise to trade an Ovi when you could have that player, that one player for your entire franchise. Similarly to Crosby, I think both teams it would be a tremendous mistake to trade them at the end of things when it doesn't really matter that much, when they're still in the race, they still have the potential to make it. And I don't think Ovi, even with this conversation, I don't think Ovi wants to leave. He might be mad or sad that a John Carlson leaves, but I don't think he has ever expressed any desire to leave Washington. So at least for me, I think in terms of Ovi actually leaving, it probably isn't going to happen, but the Carlson trade does make things a bit more interesting. So we'll see what we have in store over the next hour and a half. And we'll get into the recap here for what could happen next and what has happened beforehand. We did get a report from David Pagnotta. It looks like the Carolina Hurricanes are working on a move for a bottom six forward. So we could have some more trade action here coming in a little bit. But in terms of the recap itself, we haven't had any trades while we've been live. We did have some trades earlier on in the morning. John, out of the trades that we saw earlier today, we didn't see too many, but what was your favorite out of the group? We had Matt Boldy going to Minnesota, them also making another move for Nick Foligno, the Corey Perry trade to Tampa Bay. What are your thoughts on it so far?
Yeah, I mean, it's been interesting so far. Like, I think, so I was kind of a defender of the deal for the Flyers side. I know, obviously, for Brink going to the Wild, he's a Minnesota boy. There's obviously some untapped potential there. He just hasn't broken out with the Flyers. I think he's got like 13 goals this year. But I think on the David Jiricek side, the reason I'm more positive on this for the Flyers is because the expectation going from the Blue Jackets to the Wild was like heightened for David Jiricek. Obviously what they gave up, and then you look at the scenario where the Wild, it really filled up quickly. Like when you have a guy like Brock Faber, you have the veteran Jared Spurgeon, who they respect a lot. You're really giving David Jiricek. It's kind of similar to the Simon Nemec, where Nemec has actually shown more signs, though. He's actually had a really good year, so it's different to that. But Nemec, that's why he's going to get dealt, is because when you're giving such a little ceiling to the player on breaking out, being a number one power play guy, being a guy that can play in offensive situations, it becomes tough. For David Jiricek, he was on the bottom pair, playing very limited minutes for like 25 games this season with the Wild, and then outside of that, he was in the AHL. So he's 22 years old. He's got a 6'4" profile. So honestly, Grav, that deal, I actually have kind of come around to think it's a win-win deal. I think it's honestly the scenario for the Flyers where they have so many wingers, and honestly some undersized wingers. And honestly, I don't know about you, Grav, I just don't think Bobby Brink was ever going to work out with Rick Tocchet. So that's also the other side of things. And then you look at just the value side of things for David Jiricek. He is a former 6th overall pick. And again, only 22 years old. I always want to give defensemen more time to develop.
Especially big ones. That makes a big difference as well. I did want to interject here because we do have a trade to announce, John, and we do have a Leafs trade to announce here. The Leafs actually trade Bobby McMann after all the speculation this year. After, we're not going to trade him, we are going to trade him. They do find a landing spot, and the Leafs are trading Bobby McMann according to David Pagnotta. He did say right before that the Carolina Hurricanes were working to make a move, so I'd assume it's McMann to Carolina, but what can you give us about Bobby McMann this year? His rise, he's really done well these last couple of seasons, kind of in a complimentary role in Toronto. But what are your thoughts on potentially a fit to Carolina there?
Yeah, if it's Carolina, I think that makes sense. Like, I didn't really have Carolina on my radar, but Bobby McMann, the way I can describe it, Grav, is like he could have gone to like 20 different teams in the league here. Like, he's just that kind of player. He's very complimentary. He's fast. Like, if you ever see the puck loose in center ice and two defensemen are kind of trying to corner in on the puck and McMahon's going up the middle, I'd bet Bobby McMann's getting to that puck. But that's kind of the aspect. He sometimes is a little bit one-dimensional in terms of how he plays. He's very much north and south type of player. So the north and south in terms of the speed, in terms of the shot, he's very much a shot-first mentality, which honestly, for a team like Carolina, it probably fits well with Rod Brindamore's style. So whether it's Carolina or another team, he's very much that complementary piece to a line that has a playmaker, has a two-way forward, and then he's very much, like I said, north-south, shoots first. So the 19 goals, I mean, based on how much he shoots, he could have 30. I think for a guy like McMann, the attractive piece also here for any team that was acquiring him is the $1.35 million cap hit. And the Leafs kind of hinted at the fact that they could retain. So we'll see what the details are. I really can't dive too much into the analysis until I know exactly what's being returned and also if there's retention here. But again, that's why I was saying for some of these contenders, if you cut that 1.35 in half, you're at 675,000 on the cap grab. I mean, that's pretty good. But yeah, I don't think it hurts to have a guy that can score 20 plus goals every season, and he's done that in back-to-back years, assuming McMann scores at least one more goal this year.
You'd hope so, right?
Yeah.
I mean, like you said, alluding to Carolina's nature and the way they play, I think McMann is a great one because I think Carolina in general is a bit more west-east. They're a bit more side-to-side, kind of more, a little bit more, I wouldn't say timid up the ice, but McMann is somebody that just goes out there and is he just gets shot out of a cannon. Yep. And he's something that, especially in terms of the complementary play that he's had alongside guys like Matthews and playing well with some of your best players, I see that working out pretty well for a team like Carolina. I could see him being a pretty good line mate with an Aho, where Aho is a bit more of that, maybe not complimentary center, but he's somebody that kind of dictates the play with his two-way game. McMann is just somebody that can just set up plays. You can be somebody that just goes out there and makes the game simple, creates some chaos, does great work on the forecheck, and uses his body well. He's just a very refined player to me, but not somebody that is anything crazy beyond that, but is a very, very valuable piece for any team looking to take that next step in the playoffs. I'm curious to see, what do you think, John? What do you think the package is going to be back? Considering some of the trades that we've seen so far, second rounders for Michael McCarron, what do you expect the Leafs to get back here?
Yeah, I've heard so many different things. Like I kept referring to the Kiefer Sherwood comparable, which was 2 seconds. So I thought it was that. I just feel like the Leafs would have accepted that by now. So it makes me think that it's going to be 1 second and then maybe a lower draft pick, or a second and a younger player or prospect. Again, I'm not trying to just tether my mind towards Carolina because it might not be Carolina. We'll see. But the fact, I know, Graf, we were looking at those reports. It's like Carolina comes in and they're looking at a bottom six forward and they're finalizing maybe, and then McMann traded. It's like those two things happen within a minute of each other. So we'll see if they're related. But if I had to make a prediction, I will say a second and then maybe either a third or like a B-level prospect. I think that's kind of where I think it's going.
And especially for the Leafs, I mean, they're a team that's another one of those teams that's been kind of contemplating being a seller, being a buyer, what the direction is going to end up looking like. They had McMann on the table. We have M. Coyle saying at second round at a prospect, pretty similar to John's proposal there. And, wait a second here. It looks like it's the Colorado Avalanche, John. Oh, boy. Woo! From Frank Seravalli, the Avs and Leafs engaged again on Bobby McMann, and we'll see where it goes. So maybe not the Carolina Hurricanes.
It's Avs, maybe. Let's see it. You know what,
dude? That was my prediction for McMann, was the Avs. So I need to see this happen just so I can get something right.
Yeah,
I just need one. Just give me one, baby. And that makes a lot of sense for the Avs too, especially for the cap hit and how low that they can get McMann under. That's pretty much perfect. They're a team also, especially for that third line. They're a team that could use a bit more punch, a bit more physicality. And for Colorado, they've already gone after some faster players, guys like Nick Blankenburg on the defense. I think here it makes sense to go for a bit more ruggedness. Yep. I mean, already you have Nagys, who's worked well with McKinnon, but you could have him with a Brock Nelson, and those two guys could just work off each other so well with how smart Nelson is, with the forechecking of McMann. I think it makes a lot of sense, whether you're playing with McKinnon or not. They have some pretty solid weapons still up the middle. Colorado.
Interesting.
So interesting.
You know what? I will say, and just my recollection on the game, I think it was in Denver, was McMann showed really well in that game against Colorado. So I would imagine, and I believe Nick Waugh showed well in that game, but I mean, McMahon's game in that, or speed in that game showed really well, Grav. Like I remember Colorado just doing like passing circles around Toronto in that game. And then there was the counterattacks from Toronto, specifically from McMann a couple times, that I'm sure the Avs looked down on that and said, okay, we could use this guy maybe. So, you know what? I had mentioned a couple other teams in terms of McMahon, whether it was like Pittsburgh in terms of the familiarity with Dubas, or I specifically said Tampa Bay because of the low cap hit. Colorado, I mean, I said it yesterday. It made way too much sense that Colorado and Toronto would make a trade together, whether it was Waugh, whether it was Lawton, whether it was McMahon. So they got Waugh. It seems they might get McMahon as well. I'm just wondering about the package again. I would think it's a second round pick for sure, at least. And then beyond that, like, it's not like the Avs have a great prospect pool these days, Grav. So the only other guy I can think of in terms of like a younger roster / prospect, I mean, he's played NHL games now, is Gavin Brindley, maybe. I don't even know if that's an overpay. It might be seen as an overpay from some Avs fans, but like, if you're Colorado, you can get Bobby McMahon for just a second round pick and a prospect based on today's market. We just talked about it earlier. Michael McCarron got a second round pick. So if you're putting McCarron next to McMahon, I think McMahon should get a second and a prospect. So that's my opinion, at least.
No, I like that. In terms of the Avs, I was looking at this earlier because of the Waugh trade they made. The Avs pick cupboard is pretty barren right now. They don't have a first, second, or third this year. They don't have a first or a third next year, and they don't have a second or a third rounder in 2028. The big ones they have to work with are 2 seconds in 2027. So I think that's where you're most likely getting the pick from. Yeah, they have their own pick and Minnesota's as well. So pretty even, though they'd probably prefer to trade Minnesota's since they probably expect to do pretty well these next couple of years still. Yeah. So that's, I think, the pretty likely option, but they don't even have a third round pick until 2029. So unless that gets dealt or something, and they might have to be a little more creative with another prospect on top.
No, you're right. I think, honestly, I think it's probably going to be the 2027 second. And then if it's not Brindley, it's probably another younger player or prospect. But going back to my point, it's not a huge selling point. But even Marco D'Amico said Leafs are going full sell mode. So clearly, like, people are picking up on the Leafs have a different conversation. So if Carolina's in there and Colorado now on McMahon, like, there's a possibility the Leafs could drop so many trades here in the next couple hours, Graf. Because I remember last year specifically, I'm pretty sure that Brandon Carlo trade, even though it's been a disaster since, I think that one happened with like 10 minutes left prior to 3 o'clock. So Brad Treliving, whether it's positive or negative, we can expect him to get a couple maybe right before the buzzer. But he'll get his second on the board if he can close this Colorado deal.
Yeah, I was going to say for you, John, too, because Toronto has had up and down a lot of options. We've heard a lot about OEL as another option that Toronto could trade. Brandon Carlo, of course, is a big one that's been rumored around for a while. I know that there was a recent Elliotte Friedman report that Matthew Knies wasn't untouchable, though it would take a lot to get him. But just in terms of the realisticness over an hour and 10 minutes, who would be another Toronto player that they trade? Who do you think is the most likely bet, considering the options they have? If you had to make your prediction right now, who is the next leap to go?
Yeah, I think it's Scott Lawton. And again, I'm kind of defaulting to that because, again, talk about low cap hit that's affordable, that can be done by many teams. The Oliver Ekman-Larsson one is just so hard because, like, Brad Treliving and the Leafs' expectation for that return is a lot higher because of the term left. There's 2 years left after this year. And at just $3 and a bit million, like, it's a deal that can be made. But when you look at guys like Stetcher, you look at Lawton, you look at Benoit, there's a lot cheaper cap hits, but Lawton brings that, I would say, attractiveness. A former teammate Eric Johnson was just freaking out on Twitter about how he hasn't been traded yet. And honestly, it is valid to a point. Like, the production on the surface level, like, if you're just an NHL.com searcher and you just look at stats, you're not going to be like very attracted to Scott Lawton's numbers. You're just not. But what Scott Lawton does is the face-offs. He's been relied upon many times over even guys like Matthews and Tavares to take key face-offs. He's also physical. He's scored some shorthanded goals. So in that aspect, that's valuable for a team that doesn't get that in other aspects of their game. You look at a team like Colorado as an example too. That's why I thought maybe Lawton was a fit, because you look at the bottom six, outside of Jack Drury, you don't have too much of that. So I think in terms of those playoff style teams, if you can fit in, I would say, a bottom six forward late here in the deadline, you're hoping for a lower cap hit. And to the point of what I said, if the Leafs are willing to retain 50%, for Lawton specifically, that's $1.5 million. He was already retained a year ago from 3 to 1.5. It's been enough time now that the Leafs could retain him from 1.5 down to 750. Which, I mean, Graf, 750, any team can fit that in these days. So I think the next one will probably be Lawton, and then I'm hoping maybe 2 or 3 more after that, but that's just me being greedy. So if you can get the 3 deals, if you're Toronto, I think you're content.
No, I think this is exactly what Toronto should be doing. They're in a position where they have been playing better since their pretty disastrous start, but not at the level where I think it's giving them much confidence either. It feels kind of a reset year, similar to what Florida's going with their inconsistent play this season. They're potentially trading guys like Bobrovsky and Greer and trying to retool on the fly. Toronto, I think, is pretty smart to be doing the same here, especially with the picks they're getting back. I wouldn't expect them to be using half of these picks. I think a lot of these will end up being dealt in the summer. I think Toronto's going to be kind of looking for those under the radar guys, similar to what they were trying to do with like Matias Maccelli this last summer, that type of route. But I think when you have players like Bobby McMann, who, yes, are great complementary pieces and will still be good players for your team long term, when they have the value that they have in this seller's market, it feels like you're honestly doing a disservice to your team to not end up trading for them. We'll obviously see what ends up being the trade package for McMann, but like you said, if it's a second rounder or a prospect on top of that, maybe even another pick, I feel like that's a no-brainer for the Leafs, and they've kind of gone in that direction too. Which leads on to a chat question here by Mounty Man saying, "Do the Flames move Kadri and Coleman as well? Because the Flames are another team that's similar to the Leafs, has kind of been a bit quieter besides the Mackenzie Weegar deal. They're another team to go full sell here and try to capitalize on this market."
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, right? Like, if you're talking about the Flames really opening up space for their younger players, and I think on top of that, like, Coleman and Kadri both have that cup pedigree. Like, I think accept the first-round picks for both of them, like, hopefully individually, and move on. Like, I think Calgary obviously wants that veteran presence around, but I think there's been some messaging that maybe a guy like Zach Whitecloud will stick around and some of the other perimeter veteran players. So I think that makes sense to do so. And honestly, Grav, like, I think in terms of this market, like, if it is McMann that's traded, I think Calgary's going to look at this and go, okay, McMann, a guy that's kind of been a little bit of like a nice story. He was ECHL, he was AHL, and he's been a nice story for Toronto, scoring 20 goals, but he is not a proven guy like a Blake Coleman. And especially if Calgary was willing to retain on a Coleman, like, that's what, $2 and a bit million. Like, a lot of teams could fit that in, and you have a 2-time cup champ in your locker room on the ice. And again, more so than McMann, a guy that can score 20, 25 plus goals. So I think it might be a wait and see situation for a team like Calgary to see what a McMann gets, because at the end of the day, for a guy like Coleman, who's got the term past this year, I believe, McMahon's just a rental. So I think Calgary should do that. And unfortunately for some teams, they're being too greedy with the prices here, Grav, and already a big seller's market. I just don't understand it. And I really hope, as kind of a Leaf guy, like Brad Trey Living and the Leafs, just ignore that and don't get too greedy, because at the end of the day, they could have got greedy with Nick Waugh based on today's market, and they took the first-round pick, they ran away with it. If McMahon's 2 seconds or the equivalent of that, take it, walk away, keep doing the same. It seems like Ekman Larsson's the one that they're pricing up high, but Calgary, man, like, make your moves. You're not in a position to win. Make your moves. And also, for Blake Coleman, it just makes so much sense for so many teams. So they got to figure that one out.
That's what I would say to most sellers right now that are on this cusp, on this bubble of wanting too much, is that you could be the team that still makes a lot work with how much everybody else is asking. So much about business, and especially about hockey, is attacking what teams need. And if people aren't able to get the trades that they want, come in a little bit lower. Maybe it's don't sacrifice all your leverage, but come in a bit lower and meet teams where they're at. Because a lot of the sellers like St. Louis have been exorbitant. If you still get a good package, you're still getting a good package. And for those teams that are buying, they might see, hey, we could get, first round pick and a 5th round pick for Waugh. And that's actually pretty good considering how crazy this market is right now. I think Toronto's kind of positioned themselves in a spot here pretty nicely where they're kind of coming in the middle tier where they can still work with these teams and still be able to make things happen. Similar to what Washington, I mean, it feels like maybe the leverage here is with the middle teams in the league that might not be the big time sellers, so they don't feel the pressure to sell, but they still have these options they can sell, and using that leverage to kind of meet teams in the middle, come a little bit lower than some other options. And in the case of a team like the Leafs, you're still getting a 1st and a 5th for Waugh. You still could get multiple round picks for a player like a McMann. Yep. I don't think that's that bad at the end of the day. That would be pretty normal for most trade deadlines. It's just that this one has been so and weird that the sellers have raised the market. You might as well come up a little bit just below that and still get some pretty good value in the end.
Yeah, no, for sure. I was going to say, I don't know if you saw it, Grav. We got Nick Delorier to Carolina per Elliotte Friedman. So there's your bottom 6 forward.
That's a needle-moving trade right there. That's going to change, league shattering. We're about to Hoist the Stanley Cup and rally this summer.
Hey, you know what, Grab? At least here we got like 5 minutes left in our segment or so. It's at least we got a couple trades, Grab. I was getting nervous in the first 40 minutes. I was like, no, we're a curse. We're not gonna get trades.
I mean, dude, we could yap no matter the situation. If no trades happened, you guys in the chat, we know we can yap. But at least we got something. We got Nick Delorier. So, okay, John, give us the Nick Delorier trade package. What are you thinking?
Conditional
I'm
fourth.
like a 7? A fourth. Oh, this what is it now? I was gonna say buyer's market, but I don't even seller's market now. It changes every day. But I think for Carolina, they're a team that's always kind of they've never been a team typically that's gone after the Deloriers of the world to just add to their fourth line. So it's kind of curious to see them go for something like that because they've typically gone for more. Yeah, you can add some physicality on the bottom six, but they aren't pure grinders like in the past. Going for a player like a Marduk, who really impactful defensive piece, has some physicality for sure. Delorier is just pure. I want to punch you and make it hurt. It seems like they could get that here, and it is going to be pretty intriguing. According to Frank Seravalli, the Flyers are receiving a late-round conditional pick in exchange for Delorier. So some weird condition, I'm sure, is going to be part of that deal, but makes sense.
Yeah, I'm surprised more deals like haven't happened like that, Grav. Again, Delorier is not the needle mover, so I'm kind of out from that. But I'm just saying, like, guys like that are maybe just fourth liners for a fourth round pick. I think it was just a bad expectation that was set when Michael McCarron was traded for a second.
No, yeah, it was one of those things too, where I think the McCarron trade, there's been a couple of trades that have really set the market. McCarron is one. And in a lot of ways, I think the defense market has kind of been set by some pretty critical moves like Tyler Myers. Now we have the Flyers, who, of course, will be trying to trade Delorier. Now they're asking for a first, another player, and a first round, and a prospect for Rasmus Ristolainen. We're in that type of market where these teams are just setting the bars so high. We have a couple minutes left in the stream here, John. I want to get into one last thing for the last hour of this deadline. What is your last bigger prediction, bold prediction with what we've seen so far? Is there anything else that you think could happen that might come as a bit of a surprise?
Well, there's certain teams so Anthony DeMarco just talked about Ross Colton maybe going back to Toronto. Like, honestly, I think Toronto might look at that for a couple moves here before the deadline. I'm making this a Toronto thing again, but I wonder for teams even like Washington and other teams that are maybe like trying to retool, could they take contracts back that have maybe some upside? I don't know how you feel about that, like in terms of those teams that are maybe 4, 5, 6, 7 points out. Could you do a retool situation? Right. I'm not sure, but that would probably be where I'm at for some of these middle tier guys, like the Patrick Laine conversation with LA that we had. So I'm very curious if we'll see some of those moves.
Yeah, my big one, and I keep going back to this, is I still have a feeling that Kent Johnson's getting moved. Ooh. And this is one that is interesting because he was healthy scratched again recently, hasn't had the success after breaking out last year with Columbus. He feels like the type of piece that could land the Blue Jackets a pretty big fish. Or I could also see Columbus just wanting to get rid of the situation for how tumultuous it's been and trading him for a couple of picks. I could see something like that all transpiring. The problem is that Johnson isn't a playoff type player. So the contenders that would normally go for a piece like that probably aren't going to trade for him. So it's more so the teams like a Washington that are in the race, but still have something to play safe and still have some ability to play him. It'll be one of those teams, though. I think Washington is an underrated one.
Hey everybody, we're back. Sorry about that, some technical difficulties, but hopefully you guys are able to stick around. Hello, hello. Can you hear me? Can you see me? Hello, hello. There we go. We are back. We got less than an hour left in the trade deadline. Thanks for being here, guys. I know some people probably left through some technical difficulties, but I appreciate you guys sticking it through. Wow, we got some breaking waivers news. The Flyers claim Luke Glendening, the Canucks claim Curtis Douglas, and the Panthers claim Cole Reinhardt. Wow. But yeah, guys, as you guys probably heard, Douglas, to the Canucks. But Bobby McMann potentially heading to the Avalanche. So that could be a big one. We got 1 hour left. I think all the news is going to start breaking. Thanks to everyone that's been hitting that subscribe button. But Bobby McMann potentially to the Avs. Dreger on Trade Center says OEL ask is high, but it sounds like Detroit aren't willing to pay the price Trey Living is asking right now. Cautions things can change though. Woo! The Washington Capitals are acquiring Timothy Liljegren to join Rasmus Sandin.
We have a trade to announce.
Oh! Here we go! Reunited with Rasmus Sandin, Timothy Liljegren. Wow. Got to add that to the list. So I said it, Washington could do a little bit of a retooling effort here. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. How are we feeling about that one, chat? I gotta pull chat up here on my phone. I think the Blues will make a trade. Thanks, Fujo. Nick Delorier for a 7th? Is it conditional 7th? Reunited! Reunited, and it feels so good. Let's go! Timmy Liljegren! So they trade John Carlson, they bring in Liljegren. I'd imagine it's going to be for cheap.
Devontae, what about you for that first taste?
Yeah, like I remember my first playoff experience. I went into game 2, so a situation where the team and guys who were playing their first game already experienced that speed. And I just remember how the level...
We got 300 in the chat. Thanks for everyone being here and sticking with me here. But we're back in business. If you guys could, hit that subscribe button, hit that like. We'll see if Bobby McMann does in fact get traded to the Avalanche. I don't know. Yeah, he was saying the OEL ask might be too high. Curtis Douglas is a monster. The Canucks adding some beef, adding some size. Yeah, Prince Chicken. I'm definitely surprised with how quiet it's been, but I honestly just think that might mean we get a crazy last hour. But honestly, I'm not going to lie. I'm getting a little concerned with how quiet it's been, but I truthfully still think it's going to be chaotic in the last hour here. We've got 320 in here. I think the Isles might stay put, yeah, based on how little traction there's been, but we'll see. But yeah, I'm not surprised by the Caps getting Liljegren. It makes a lot of sense to me. It's probably a buy low situation, and they got the big return for John Carlson. So if I had to guess, they're probably flipping that third for Liljegren maybe. But also, sounds like Patrick Laine could be traded soon. I just reverse jinx. I'm the ultimate reverse jinx. Momentum has built for the Islanders and Blues to complete a Braden Shen trade. Oh!
We have a trade to announce.
Elliott's on the phone. He's waiting to see what trade.
We got something from Elliotte.
That's brought to you by the local Toyota dealer. What do you have? Okay, so there's been a lot of talk this week.
Yeah, Isles acquired Braden Shen.
Clauses. The Islanders in St. Louis, and they're working on Braden Shen. I don't know what it's all going to look like, but it's moving in that direction. Braden Shen and the Islanders. All right, so the Shen brothers are hot. We're waiting someone from Saskatoon and Colby Armstrong, and someone from Saskatoon looks to be on his way to the Islanders. What do you? So I mean, that's pretty exciting. We were talking about the Shens last night. So what do you think of this?
Well, Luke was a Penguin. I was hoping Braden would become a Penguin. Luke was a Penguin last year for 30 minutes before he got traded to Winnipeg. But both Shen brothers on the move. I like Braden. Like, I think now at this time of his career, like, first of all, their locker room, their culture in St. Louis, and through the Stanley Cup and after when guys left, like, this guy was the rock of the team. This guy gets everything together.
Oh, baby. Oh, baby. We're getting a trade.
He's very He'll fight anybody as well. Like, he has that edge to his game. You can put him on power play, kill penalties. Like, he's just like a five-tool guy kind of thing.
The heat-seeking missile.
Yeah.
That's what makes him like you guys were just talking about.
All right, we'll see what the trade looks like.
About how guys can elevate their game
I would keep an eye on that first-round pick.
this good in the playoffs.
It definitely should be in this deal. I told you guys. I told you the last hour. It goes crazy.
He makes plays when he has chances. They have the worst power play in the league. It's 16%. The Islanders, like they're a defensively oriented team. He's gonna help there.
I think he crushed Scheifele in that first series. That was insane. He had a
All right.
massive hit on Scheifele.
So we don't even have Braden Shen on our big board. Because I was like, maybe he doesn't get dealt.
He plays. If you look
Well, it looks like he's very likely to get dealt here.
they got a lot more excitement with players there for sure. No
Is it
business.
that Jets Blues series? Remember, that's the most hits of all time.
That was the craziest series ever.
Yeah, and going back to last year when his name was popping up a little bit coming up towards the deadline, especially as they turned things around. That's the one thing. He was a catalyst to that group, their forecheck and how they were imposing their will in the back half of the season, especially in that first round matchup. That first round matchup against Winnipeg last year, like it's like both teams in the first 10 minutes of the game were just, there was no puck out there. It was just them trying to kill each other. So this is a big ad. And listen, I was critical of the Islanders.
Where do you value Teravainen? Hey, Brandon, thanks for being here. I don't know if he's going to get traded, though. That's the thing. I value him as maybe similar as, like, I don't know, like maybe 2 seconds, something like that. But I don't think he would get, like, first in prospects.
And keep in mind, if the things stay as they are right now, they're going to be playing Pittsburgh in a first-round matchup. That's a coin flip.
Thank you so much for the donation. I appreciate it.
Is probably the easiest path, maybe outside of the Pacific right now, but with the Edmonton there, I would definitely consider the Metro the easiest to get out of.
So Shen would drop into this depth chart. And by the way, they did add Andre Palat as
Okay, so we'll see what the Blues get here. But I have a feeling it's going to be a first-round pick plus.
Schaefer at the draft, which was a sensational stroke of luck for the Islanders, moving up 10 spots in the draft lottery.
And some crafty moves like Palat, he's looking a lot happier and a lot like the player we saw from Tampa since moving over. Just he didn't seem like himself in New Jersey. So, you know, they've done a good job in recovering from the injuries they've sustained this year and definitely overplayed people's expectations.
We'll wait to
Since
hear what the
gaining
return is.
momentum, is it done? Did we get it done?
Well, we'll wait to hear what the return is, but I want to throw this out.
Wow.
I'll start with you. Is there a favorite in the East? And if so, who would that be? I mean, to me, it seems like it's
Braden Shen.
wide open in both conferences. No, I mean, Tampa Bay, I feel like they're the sleeper. We don't talk enough about them, but I feel like they're just the sleeper team. They kind of went dormant for a couple years after a really impressive run.
Braden Shen to the New York Islanders. I don't even know if I want to put the Nick Delorier up. It's such a low factor deal for right now. Conditional 7th. I put the Nick Foligno trade up, so maybe I should. But for now, I'm going to leave it.
1, 2, 3, 4 down the line. So, bitch, you're 2.
I'm going to pass mine just to piss this guy off. 3, guys. I'm going to pass it off.
Who's the best team?
We got 400 in the chat. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, everyone. Hit that subscribe. Let's try to get 4,000 subs here. Let's do it. Right at the end.
Core, Chippewa Street, give me the Buffalo. You know, no one's been hotter since
Prince Chicken. You don't like the Braden Shen ad?
What's it going to be? Can they get to like even a Western Conference final, or can this be their year because of the weirdness of the?
Who's my wild card to get dealt last hour? Well, I don't know who's considered a wild card anymore. I'd say Line A. Jeez, so Dubas is speaking with the media at 3:15. So either he only has one deal or no deals. Like I don't think you'd have multiple deals if you're 3:15. So Braden Shen, 34 years old, 28 points in 61 games, 2 years left on his contract. Story of the deadline, 3 words, pending player approval. Oh, God. Hey, Avatar Elite membership. Thank you so much, Avatar. I appreciate it. McMahon to the Avs. Hopefully gets finalized here in a second. Come on! Give me McMahon! God, man. Both Shen bros got traded. Yeah, looks like, unless this one shuts down, but oh, I love when X is just scrolling through everybody I'm following on this account. I mean, it's my burner account, so it's not as busy. Like, I'm only following like 100 people, but of course he tweets that out. But yeah, Braden Shen's underlying numbers. Oof. Oh! Oh! Ooh! Pittsburgh getting in on the action. The Penguins acquire Elmer Soderblom, the Giant, from the Red Wings for a 3rd-round pick. Oh my God, Red Wings fans are gonna lose their mind if that's the only deal that Stevie Y makes. Truly, it can't, right? That's sneaky for Pittsburgh. I like that. That's sneaky. That is sneaky. Interesting. And no insider got that. That came straight from the Penguins page and the Red Wings page. Wow. So there you go. Elmer Soderblom to the Penguins for a 3rd-round pick in 2026. Headed to Detroit, originally belonging to San Jose. Wow. So Frege missed out on that one. Wow. How are we feeling, chat?
It wasn't a traditional homemade meal, but it was a real meal. Prepared by M&M Food Market, but made by you. It was homemade fish, and that's a win in our books. After a full day of everything, a Lazy Boy recliner takes you from zero to lazy. Surrounding you with comfort made for you. Come try for yourself at a Lazy Boy store. Great deals.
Braden Shen has waived. He is headed to the New York Islanders. Oh my God, Dregs. Well, Seravalli's saying it. There you go. Hearing trade is official. Braden Shen is a New York Islander. All right, well, now it's time to see the return. I think Islanders fans are going to be pretty upset if it's more than a first. So we'll see. They might be even upset if it's a first. But I think based on these prices, they shouldn't be shocked at all. If it's less than a first, I think it's a massive win for the Islanders. We got 415 in the chat. Thanks for everyone being here. Avatar with the $10 dono. Thank you, Avatar. Says, so John, what is your take on the Leafs trading Watt at the Avs? Yeah, Avatar, I made the video about it, but I will I mean, you donated also, but I still would have answered you. Avatar, honestly, I think it's a great move for Toronto. I think Nick Waugh was exactly what they needed like a year or two ago. Obviously, this year they lost some offense, so Nick Waugh, it sucks, right? Like, I think in some of the runs that they had, Nick Waugh would have been great, especially when Kadri got suspended back in the day. A guy like Nick Waugh would have been great to kind of insulate that center loss. So, yeah, you know what? I think it's a huge win for Toronto. I think it's also a win for the Avs. Like, they get exactly what they needed. I think they should have went higher in terms of, like, maybe getting Kadri, but then the cap, and then I think Calgary, I think they were saying that their ownership vetoed it, so. But, yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't mind it. Like, I think it's a good deal. But, yeah, Braden Shen, we'll see what the package is. Like, that's going to be my opinion. I don't know why people, like, this is my problem with some people that react to things. Why are you upset with this trade when you don't even know what they gave up? Like, truly, why are you upset? I will let you know if I think you should be upset in a second. But, like, truthfully, I just don't understand why some people get upset before you even know what they gave up. Like, to me, this could be like a Duclair or Duran going the other way, and it's only like a second or 2 second-round picks going to St. Louis. I doubt that's the case, but we'll see. The LA Kings have signed Matthew Joseph, so that's some breaking news as well. Vincent Hinostroza was traded to the Panthers for future considerations. That's a nothing burger deal. So it says Nick Delorier for future considerations.
Interesting conversation got brought up by Matt Murley, Kobe's right-hand man on Game Notes, about do you feel like Washington essentially gave up at what is potentially Ovi's last year? Like, now you're asking us questions. I'm trying to bring up a topic of car. We got 4 trades here. Do you think they've given up? I think that they did a great job of retooling on the fly when they got.
Biz kills me, man. He's supposed to like be a guy that has takes, and he's like asking himself questions. Anyways, Braden Shen has approved. I'll repeat it again. So Braden Shen is headed to the Islanders. Well, yeah. I mean, I guess we'll see what the return is. I really can't say much until I know the return.
Well, you just think about like Backstrom, Oshie, these guys who were injured, you know, hip surgery, Oshie, whatever he had, but like they just like you get because that's you don't get any like they didn't recoup anything, you know, and you know they're trying to do. They were commended for how good they did and turned it around and retooled on the fly and were ahead of plan kind of thing, and then all of a sudden middle of the night they dropped this one. So they did. I give them as a team.
McMahon's gonna get traded.
Trying to do that a bit.
McMahon will get traded. Yes.
Marquee, all-time Mr. Caps defenseman.
Wouldn't you be pissed if you were Ovi? Would you not be? I feel like they've done him right for so long. And yes, in this last year, but at a certain point, like I said, that retool that they did when they brought in those 4 names you mentioned, like they did him right in order to surround him with a lot of success. And like to say that like they did him dirty, like you know, Ovi is taking a lot of ozone draw. I believe at least halfway through the year he hadn't taken a D-zone draw. That's the most amazing stuff.
Okay, Bruce Garrioch says, don't think the Blues are done. Expect they will make another move. Trades are coming in now. Trades are coming in now! Oh, that's 2 tweets back to back. Trades are going through approvals. We are about to get a rush. Oh! Gary's going to get spammed.
We have a trade to announce.
We have trades coming in.
And listen, it turned out to be a huge deal leading to a championship. If you're a GM right now and you got 30 whatever minutes on the clock here, is there one
Woo-hoo-hoo!
you said, I got a target, this is the guy I want to get? Everyone's needs are different, but who's the big name out there? Who's the big fish?
Oh, Trocheck. Like I know he's got years left.
You guys all
He's got
agree?
good money, and
Did
like
you see him at the Olympics?
John Green. Thank you so much for the $10 dono. Is Elmer Soderblom a good player to be interested in? The best way I can describe Soderblom is he has some more untapped potential, but it's one of those similar profiles. Like, how do I describe this? Like, he's not as bad as Matt Rempe, but if he's not 6'8", so he is 6'8", by the way. Soderblom is 6'8". If he's not 6'8" and he's like, say 6'1" or 6'2", he's not an NHLer. And honestly, right now, he's barely an NHLer. I like the move for Pittsburgh because it creates a bit more of an ability to be mean in their, like, fourth line, right? Like, when you look at the Penguins and potential, like, gaps, they might have to, like, boost Lizotte, for one. And Connor Dewar can play center if need be. Nola Chari can play center. So what's happened here is, especially if Malkin is suspended and Crosby's out for a couple more weeks, Soderblom's a bit of a filler here in terms of that fourth line left wing spot. So a third round pick in this market, I mean, McCarron got a second round pick. So, like, that's why I think it's a fine deal for Pittsburgh, because at this point, Pittsburgh's brought in so many draft picks, and Soderblom's only 24 years old. I don't mind it. Detroit, on the other hand, they have so many forwards, so Soderblom just wasn't getting in the lineup. That's why they made this trade. But Pittsburgh, for them, a third-round pick. They've collected a bunch of picks recently. I think Soderblom on that fourth line, probably with Achari and Connor Dewar. Lizotte gets the boost to the third line, and then you go from there. Probably you're going to rely on Tommy Novak a lot these next couple weeks. But here we go. Josh, the scouting report on Soderblom. He's a massive winger at 6'8", 252 pounds. Has a high skill level and a very good shot. Not much of a skater and doesn't play particularly physical despite his size. See, I don't necessarily agree with that on Josh, because I've seen some shifts where he does get a little bit mean. I don't think he, like, here's what I'll say. I don't think he actually gets physical with hitting. That's the big thing. I don't think he gets physical with hitting, but with his size, he's 6'8". I've actually seen at times where he gets in front of the net, and he actually has decent skill in tight. So, no, I don't think Soderblom's going to fight or lay big hits. I should clarify that.
Wednesdays, watch 3 hot, all-new episodes. I have everything under control. We made a vow to protect this city. Chicago Wednesday, all new on City TV or stream it on City TV Plus.
2 hockey euros, please.
Thank you, John, for the dono. I appreciate it. We got 450 in the chat. Midnight Sam, thank you so much for the $1 dono. Yeah, Camden, Bleacher Report was good. It was a good time talking puck with Grav. I'd imagine, who was in here for that time? Were you guys able to get snippets of the chats? Again, guys, I hope you guys can hit that subscribe button if you haven't yet. I really appreciate it. Hit that like button. Let's try to get to 500 likes. We have almost 500 people in here, and we just passed 400 likes. Let's go. Habs, absolutely. Yeah, I could see Line A traded soon. Hey, Upbeat with the 5 says, you think the Oilers are done trading? I think Oilers need a goalie. Yeah, it sounds like the Oilers are done trading, but I agree. I think if they could trade Pickard for, like, another depth goalie or a guy that can support it, I think it makes a lot of sense. But it just doesn't seem like they're going to make another big move. There was, like, a weird report going around that the Oilers were going to acquire McMahon today, but, like, I think that was a fake reporter, and then it seems like the Avs have jumped in. Like, give us the details, man. Come on! I don't want to see a pizza on my timeline. I want moves. I want details. Come on. But thank you so much, Upbeat, for the dono. I appreciate it. Big shout out to you. But right now, this is not great, guys. We're only at like 10 trades. Are we at even 10 trades? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Like, I think... Okay, so these minor deals are gonna, like, be part of the trades. It's just kind of bullshit if that's the case. Man, the Leafs need to trade OEL, man. I'm getting a little stressed about this, man. You gotta get assets. Can't be fooling around. But yeah, I'm not gonna lie, guys. I'm shocked by what's happened here. I'm not gonna lie. I'm completely shocked. Like, truthfully, I think we're gonna get moves here at the end, but, like, I am shocked. This is, like, kind of baloney. Yeah, if we don't count these AHL moves, we're at, like, 8 trades, maybe. First, a third, and a prospect for Brayden Schenn. Uh-oh. Isles fans are going to be angry. I don't mind it, but we'll see what the prospect is. The prospect will determine if this is a W or an L for the Islanders, in my opinion. Thank you again, guys. I hope you hit that subscribe button. Let's hit that sub button right there. Let's do it.
Yeah, it's happening. Schenn is officially waived. It sounds like, I think it's 2 picks and a prospect. Honestly, I'm not 100% certain on that. But he did waive his no trade, and he is going to the New York Islanders.
All right. So, another thing you're keeping an eye on, Matthew Joseph.
Yeah, so his contract was terminated by the St. Louis Blues yesterday, a mutual agreement to terminate it. He signed today with the LA Kings, 1 year, prorated $900,000. He's got a connection there. He played in Ottawa for DJ Smith.
I need to see what this prospect is, because this is a high price to pay for the Islanders.
I just got a note.
Depending on the prospect, this could be really bad.
You know what? I better double check it. So let me just double check it. No.
Well, half hour away here now, but finally it looks like some momentum is starting to build around the league here, Dave.
Absolutely. A couple of cup winners on the move. Matthew Joseph to LA 1 year, and Brayden Schenn to the Islanders for what we think could be 2 picks and a prospect. Jennifer Botterill, welcome back here.
Thank
How was
you.
your time on the radio?
It
Okay.
was great. We had a nice chat. Thank you.
Okay, good. So what do you make of the Brayden Schenn opinions already?
Okay, Brayden Schenn. I think it ties in with the theme of character people. The people.
I'm still waiting for the Liljegren details. Like,
That's a big one. The Islanders.
his contract's expiring, so like I said, I can't imagine it being more than a third-round pick.
Offensive, maybe not his best career numbers so
Bro,
far this season, but you're
Pagnota tweeted out the Bobby McMahon trade details 50 minutes ago. How do we not know these details?
elements to your lineup up front. So look, Biz, maybe you don't like watching
Like, I'm not getting any info. Insiders are not getting any info.
and where they're at. I mean, hey, you think about the Islanders. I think Schaefer's always a good guy to cheer for. So you're bringing another great personality that could really help the Isles.
Yeah, and to be fair, we talk about all those other teams that we view as like potential contenders, like Vegas and Edmonton, and they have the question mark in net. And I look at their team; they got Sorokin as their backbone. They've been overachieving.
Hey, thanks to the people that just subbed. Man, who's this prospect coming from the Islanders?
I feel it's an easier division, probably the easiest division to get out of. If you're them, you're probably looking at Carolina, like they don't scare me, and then if Pittsburgh is their first
Yeah,
matchup,
the Islanders might not be done.
scare me, especially minus Crosby.
Come on! Let's go! Sorry, guys, I'm probably a jump scare, but I'm just like, what is happening, man? This is driving me crazy.
this year, but I like how he's not a rental too. Like we've talked about term a couple times today. You have him for a couple years. It's not just a guy that you have for a couple months. Get him intertwined in that locker room and part of the culture and part of the group for a little bit now. That's great.
Can I say the kid to waive his no trade clause? He's not doing that if Matthew Schaefer's not on that team. Like he's not doing this last year. That's what Schaefer's brought to this organization in a short.
All right, so the Leafs are still trying to trade and finalize the trades for McMahon and potentially OEL. There might be a couple others that kind of come through here at the end. Scott Lawton's one of them. We will see. But here's the key part that needs to be remembered. The messaging from Toronto was specifically this. You are not going to let Scott Lawton or McMahon go for nothing. So if you're not trading them, you're re-signing them. I personally think the price tag is going to be higher for McMahon, so you trade him. Lawton, his numbers aren't great. I think you could probably get him at around three and a bit million, which I think makes sense.
Just took a lot of wind out of their sails, so a faster, less boring team than we've seen in the past.
And the Blues' next home game is against the Islanders, so we will see Brayden Schenn at least. You know, they take
500 in the chat. Thanks to everyone that's here.
against his former team. All right, again, we're waiting. So many big names still available out there in the marketplace, and we're into the last 28 minutes before the official trade deadline kicks in. Once again, we're going to check in Leafland. What's happening with the Leafs?
Well, next gen, Frank announced that Bobby McMahon is progressing towards it, but I haven't heard anything else past that.
Anna Duo, Luke Fox have the latest. What's going on, Anna?
Well, we're cutting it real close right now with the trade deadline fastly approaching, and there's some heat swirling around Bobby McMahon. Nick Roy already out in Colorado for the Maple Leafs. Is it possible that Bobby joins him out there, Luke?
Sure, why not? I mean, these GMs have conversations. They don't just talk about
Kyle says Boston either going to have a dead trade deadline or blow up their team last minute again. Maybe.
Spurs linking him to
Ben says, I don't think my Leafs are getting anyone this year.
Oilers, another team that is interested.
Definitely not buying, that's for sure. Definitely not buying.
The Leafs and him did engage in some level of
unprecedented. I remember, we're going way back here, but Antoine Vermette left the Coyotes, won a cup with the Blackhawks.
What's up, Slick? Thanks for being here. Sorry about that. Well, welcome to the stream. We'll keep you updated.
It's not out of the question.
And now Brad Treliving isn't a stranger to making a deal close to the deadline. We saw it happen with Brandon Carlo, so it's a possibility that there's still some big moves coming up.
Yeah, he's a very patient guy who explores all options, and now the shoes on the other.
Islanders and Blues are currently staying at the same hotel in San Jose. What?
One he probably regrets, and that is the Brandon Carlo deal because he sent a first and Fraser Minton to Boston. Now he's in the Boston position. Can he take advantage of a team that hasn't landed an OEL or a Bobby McMann or a player that he has that they want? And can he seize that? Can he take advantage of desperation?
As the clock winds down, we're waiting for some big news here in Toronto. Hopefully next time we can give you some sort of real, actual update.
We're still waiting for the prospect.
Yes, Anna, Luke, thank you so much. And all right, Biz, you're very passionate about the Toronto Maple Leafs, and you kept saying we are not selling. So you're happy by the lack of movement today?
Yeah, I think the raw, like that made total sense in getting a first rounder, but unless you're prepared to get at least a first rounder for Scott Lawton, I wouldn't move off of him. And then same with Bobby McMann. I know we've had our differences about you guys think that can be replaced, but if a guy like
McMahon can be replaced. Like, I don't know why Biz is saying that. Lawton? I already said, you traded Waugh for a first, so re-signing Lawton can make sense. But no chance should you be keeping McMahon and signing him to $5 million a year. That would be stupid.
feel like he's necessarily grow on trees as much as we think.
What do we think about OEL?
I think if you trade OEL, you're crazy.
Just too valuable,
You're
right?
basically, with the injuries that Tanev has had and not knowing his durability moving forward, if you move off of him, you're essentially basically saying you're okay potentially not making playoffs next year.
What about the goaltenders? 3 goaltenders. Can you get rid of one?
So the one thing I would probably have to throw Elliott's way is can Hilda Beast clear waivers next year? Normally when you come off of your entry level deal, you have to go through waivers, and if you try to do that, he would be picked up in 2 seconds. If you still have the ability to move him up and down with the fact that Wool has
Man, the Leafs should try to trade Stolars here. They would get good value, man.
I would hold the 3 goalie rotation if that waiver thing is available.
Yeah, this is what I was thinking about too. Does Pajot get flipped here with Braden Shen coming in? Similar type players in terms of roles. The only difference, Braden Shen's left shot, Pajot's right shot. You can throw Braden Shen on the wing.
There's a few holes to fill. I was talking to a few of the guys over on the other panel, and we mentioned maybe Nick Robertson not getting his opportunity up in that top.
Robertson's another guy that should be dealt.
Michelli in there, and clearly maybe that experience.
There's going to be off-season moves, like a lot of off-season moves for sure, but I'm just shocked that there hasn't been more here. I'm really shocked.
But if you take the whole body of work without moving anybody out of this lineup right now, I think if you plug in a few holes, this is a playoff team next year.
You should do the press call. You should on the press call.
Do you think that if they plug a few minor holes, that this is a playoff team next year?
I think you think that. Yeah, I think.
Yeah, but is the goal to make the playoffs or?
Chip in a chair. Maybe you get to add next year.
Biz is trying to convince all of Canada the Leafs are a playoff team next year. The Jordan Eberle signing was interesting, eh? 2 years, $5.5 million per year to stay in Seattle. The leader guy. I don't know why I said it that way. Their leader. Their guy. Man, I'm actually pissed off.
Chevy Silverado. And a family weekend. And no time to waste. An available Super Cruise. The only hands-free towing tech on the road. So you can go big.
Yeah, that's a good point. Get Cowan and Quillen some playoff experience there.
Truck Month is back. Save on the Silverado.
Braden Shen. Who's the prospect man? It's not a complicated thing. Get the prospect name so I can evaluate the trade. I can't even evaluate the trade. I wanted to record this and post it already, but I can't evaluate it if we don't have a prospect name. There's a massive difference between one of your top 10 prospects or like a B level or C level prospect. Because I know some fans are going to be upset by it, but we knew the market. If it's a 3rd round pick, a B or C level prospect, and a first for Braden Shen, it shouldn't be a shock. There should be zero shock. I can't believe how quiet it's been. It's crazy. I might freaking just repost that video I made about how no movement clauses and no trade clauses are ruining the league. Such bullshit, man. And honestly, that video actually, I've posted a lot of other videos that I thought were going to maybe flop, and they did well. I thought that video was going to do very well on Hot Take Hockey, and it did not do well in terms of views. It's basically just me breaking down on like how many teams have like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 even no movement clauses or partial no trade clauses, and it's just ridiculous. Like if you guys want like have time one day, just go through Puckpedia and go through every team, and you'll see how many teams have like a lot of players on protection. It's crazy. Like even for St. Louis could have been trading way more if that wasn't a thing. Like even going back to when they tried to trade Torrey Krug, they could have had Sanheim on their team. They've tried obviously to trade Parayko. They've tried to approach Robert Thomas about different things. Parayko could have been a Buffalo Sabre, obviously, and you could have had Merca in a first. Like Doug Armstrong, man. No trade clauses and no movement clauses were the end of you. Like, it's just crazy. Shen has won 54.2% of his draws this season. That's a career high. Please, Brad, make a couple big moves. This is actually ridiculous. We're 20 minutes out. We are 20 minutes out.
Transition. Change from one state to another. Defense, offense,
All right, guys, call me your predictions. What trades are going to squeak in here? What trades are going to squeak in here? Let me know. It's crazy because some insiders and people tweeted out that the Leafs are going like full sell mode. We're going to see a few. Oh my God, did Uyghur get pissed at Elliotte?
It's pretty quiet, and then all of a sudden, the 3 or 4 hours, it's pretty quiet, and then all of a sudden, Elliotte Friedman, I don't know how he finds out everything, but he blows it up. He blows it up. Yeah, he blew it up, and then it gets a little bit more chaotic.
Oh God. BX, I called him a weasel. Come on, man. I honestly, guys, I've come to the conclusion, if he doesn't get traded today, I never want to hear about Rasmus Ristolainen and a trade ever again. I don't want anyone talking to me about it. I'm not going to talk about it. I don't want to see it. Nothing. Never again. It's been 4 years of, Rasmus Ristolainen might get traded. I don't want to see him on a trade board again. I don't want to see him anywhere near my eyes. If he does not get dealt today, don't put Rasmus Ristolainen's name in front of me ever again. Never again. I don't want to see it. God, man. I'm wiping this trade board all across the board. Because look, looking based on this right now, God, there might be 2 guys on this board, maybe 3 on this board that get traded. What a disaster. Realistically, I probably should have had Braden Shen on that board. But I was trying to go for like some juicy names up there on the top. Like if somebody asked me who was more likely to get dealt, Braden Shen or Sergei Bobrovsky, I would say Braden Shen. Come on! Yeah, synthetic. This is tough. Yeah, Ristolainen's name is banned. Don't mention him. Done. I think the Blues are not done. Yeah, it sounds like they're going to make one more move. I actually can't believe this shit. Oh, God. Thanks to everyone that's hitting that sub button. We got over 500 people in the chat. Let's get as close to 4K as we can. Hopefully a couple trades, because I wanna put Gary back on the screen here. Okay! We might have a trade! Bruce Garrioch says the Red Wings have emerged as the front runner for the Blues. Justin Falk! Woo-hoo-hoo! All right, that could be another one off the board. Let's look at my... I want to go back to my trade predictions here. So if we go back to my trade prediction, guys. All right, so if you guys see, so my trade predictions, I mean, Blake Coleman should be traded, man. It's crazy. I had Warren Fogle go to Washington. That was wrong. I had Justin Falk going to the Red Wings, chat. That could be a W. Braden Shen to Tampa. That's an L. McMahon to the Lightning. That does not seem likely right now with him potentially going to the Avs. But if I get Justin Falk right, that's one. Let's see. I had Nick Waugh going to Colorado. That's two. I knew the Islanders and Blues were going to make a trade together. I just predicted Kyrou. Ah! What else did I predict? I know, I knew Carolina was going to be all over a fourth liner. And then they go after frickin' Nick Delorier. And then, yeah, Luke Shen got traded to Buffalo, so I got that wrong. So, guys, I was hoping I would get at least 5 right. So if Justin Falk does, in fact, go to Detroit, I'm at 2 correct. But in my defense, a lot of these guys haven't even been dealt at all. But yeah, I literally was optimistic. I was like, I think I can get 5 right. And right now, I'm only at 2 if that Justin Falk trade happens. But right now, Bruce Garrioch is saying it's likely. Zita's on where I'm getting at. It's like, I need 2 to 3 of McMahon, Lawton, OEL, Stetcher, Yarncrow, Benoit traded. Yep. TikTok, motherfucker. Come on. Come on. Well, that's a good trade for Detroit. It makes a lot of sense. Perfect fit. And we still don't have the full Braden Shen details, which is extremely frustrating. "13 minutes left on the board."
Since you caught a cold, you've become 90% tissue. Real Strength is relief of your 10 worst symptoms with Advil Cold Sinus and Flu Extra Strength, so you can get back to the real you. Advil, that's real strength.
Let me show you everything I've done so far.
Everything coming along now?
If the prospect's Cole Eiserman, there was going to be a meltdown for Islanders fans. But I feel like we would have found that out by now. It feels like Scott Lawton to Detroit would make sense, but we'll see. Oh my God. Never again. I'm telling you right now, don't say his name. I don't want to see it on streams. I don't want to see it on video comments. I don't want to see it ever again. I promise you right now, I'm blacklisting Rasmus Ristolainen from any trade deadlines in the future. Ever. I don't want to see him. I don't want to hear about him. Done. It's done. The Flyers, are you kidding me right now? You're done. No, you're done. I don't want to hear about it ever again. I'm done with Ristolainen trade rumors. Get that guy out of my face. Never again. I don't want to hear about it ever again. We're putting Patrick Laine in that spot. It's done. It's over. I know, Colin, exactly. Well, Free Agent Frenzy, even though it's a lame class, still might be busy. Yeah, like, what is happening? How is Pagnota and Seravalli saying McMahon's being finalized an hour ago? What happened? Damn, man. I know, burnt orange. I just don't understand, man. He's been in trade rumors for 4 years.
Yeah, I think just using my speed, using my, my big frame, being hard on the forecheck, and, just being reliable out there. I try to...
Oh, God.
Playing a 200-foot game and, just trying to help any chance I can.
And, Warren, you're from Ontario, born in Ontario, returning to a market here in Canada, in the province of Ontario. Maybe one thing you're most excited about in terms of joining the Sens?
They have a young group of players that are really pushing for a playoffs right now, so really excited to, get accolades.
I know, Bacon. I don't understand what the Flames are doing. There's some teams that I actually don't know what they're doing. What the frig is Craig Conroy doing, man? I'm being serious. Are you out of your mind? Are you out of your mind? They are actually going to lose all their value in Nazem Kadri. It's actually crazy if they don't trade him. Like, you think the value is going to stay consistent? He's getting older, man. Like, how old is Kadri right now? Is he 35? Like, seriously, though. Like, actually, seriously. What's the holdup? Kadri's 35 years old. By the time that next season starts, he's going to be 36. I've heard from many, many, many people you can get a first-round pick for Kadri with no retention. I don't know what they're waiting for. They're being selfish. There's guys being way too greedy in this market. Doug Armstrong, man, he's on my shit list right now. I actually cannot believe how greedy he's been. But specifically teams like Calgary, where it's so obvious they should be trading Kadri and Coleman. I don't know what they're doing. If I don't see one of those guys traded, both of them should be traded, no doubt about it. No doubt about it, both those guys should be traded. But if neither of them are traded, you've lost it. You've completely lost it.
You're able to play with some special players like Connor McDavid, Leon Draisaitl. It's going to be Anze Kopitar's last season. What was your takeaway from playing with him and just his aura and what he meant to that organization and that locker room?
Yeah, I think first class is the first word that comes to
The Leafs
my mind.
traded Nick Waugh for a first-round pick. That's a good deal. But if that's your only deal, there's a problem.
Everything with class and, pretty privileged. Like, when I said goodbye to him today, I said pretty privileged that I got to cross paths with a legend like him. And, was disappointed I couldn't really see him.
Yeah, but Darkness, this is what I'm getting at. No movement clauses and no trade clauses have ruined this freaking trade market in this league. It's unbelievable, man. This is what I'm talking about. He's one of the biggest guys at fault for this. Just because it's available to you doesn't mean you should be handing it out like free candy. No movement clauses and no trade clauses in my head have always been for star players. Have always been for players that you do not want to get rid of. You know when you franchise tag a player in NFL, it's the player that you can't live without, the player you do not want to live without. Yeah, that's where no trade clauses or no movement clauses should kick in. Kick rocks. Like, that's what you should tell guys that are greedy. Like, how... Oh, God. Bowman giving Trent Frederick a no movement clause. You're telling me that was justified? Sickening. Frederick's not even close to worth almost $4 million, let alone giving him a no movement clause. Sickening. It's ruined. It like we want to grow this league, and freaking no trade clauses are being handed out like Halloween candy. It's actually insane.
You didn't miss anything. I was just saying, with Warren Fogle going to the Ottawa Senators, they're one of many teams who are just outside the playoff picture and looking to make that push to go in. What
I
does it
don't
do for
understand.
morale
I
of the
actually...
team if you're
Flyers are
making
done
that
for the
push
day.
and Christian GM does something by the
Flyers are done for the day. Done for the day, acting like they've done so much. Oh, God. Oh, God. I don't understand. What are you thinking? Done for the day. Traded Nick Delorier for future considerations or a conditional 7th. And I'm gonna lose my mind. You guys came here for good excitement though. It's gonna pop off. It's gonna go crazy. I'm sick to my stomach.
Did they get Perron back? He's returns.
Think of Larkin last year.
But Larkin last year was like all mad. Like I thought we
Good job, NHL. You've really nailed this one. Holy shit, man.
for Detroit. They have, you know,
You've really freaking nailed this one, man.
but like should Stevie Y like kind of like get it going? I agree. Run out of time here.
Are you kidding me? Like, I don't understand what's going on. What are some teams doing? Like, I'm actually so confused. I must be losing it. I must be losing it completely.
Capitals, but that's kind of the other side of the coin.
Like,
They're just
am I out of it? Am I lost?
spot, and then they ship a really good player off in John Carlson.
Yeah, it kind of shows where the management at least thinks that the team is going.
After John Carlson got traded at 1 a.m. last night, I was like, oh my God, this deadline's going to be the craziest one in years. What's the count at? I swear there's been only like 8 trades. This is crazy.
Some sort of a goal that they're chasing, and I think
Like,
you know if you go into
last year, this timeline was buzzing.
our management doesn't believe that we're gonna make a run here. Why don't we, you know, kind of stick it to them and make the playoffs still when they don't think again?
You mentioned Detroit. As mentioned, we now have
Yeah, I mean, we already knew that, Jeremy. Thank you.
what team are you
Oh,
thinking
God.
like, okay, you got to do something?
Montreal too.
Yes.
Come on, Montreal. Like what's going on? Like I know that there was rumors about Kadri. Wouldn't that be pretty good? If you went there and spruced that up a bit, like a massive.
What's up, Greg? Thanks for being here with the $2 dono. What team won the trades? Oh, trust me, Greg. In 30 minutes, I'll be doing live my winners and losers of trade deadline. Don't you worry. I'll be doing it.
Start to take these steps. You don't want to rush it.
Yeah, Tanner, you're gonna get some HCH rage. I'm freaking fed up, man. This is crazy. This is crazy. Like, some of these teams are just lost, man. Like what Versteeg just said. How is Edmonton going into another playoff run with mediocre goaltending? It's sickening.
That they need
Again, because I don't know what Binnington's doing or what's going on there or Bobrovsky or any of these guys. Edmonton's got to get a goalie. You got Connor for 2 more years after this. Get a goalie.
It's wide open. I think any team that's not the same
I can't believe we're almost at 3 p.m. and this is what's happened.
way and has a chance.
I actually... I'm sorry, guys. Hand up. Unless there's like 7, 8, 9, 10 trades that just come through here at the last second, I'm going to pop off.
team that's unbeatable. So anyone who has a chance, I just swing. Like a team like Buffalo, I
Wow.
just keep swinging.
Wow.
It's good to have you back.
Glad I made it.
Yeah, your paycheck went up.
Back to you, David.
All right, there was the Players Lounge presented by AutoTrader.ca, Canada's car marketplace. Thanks so much, Carolyn. All right, we're into the final countdown. 3 minutes. Yeah, like this is it. We got 3 minutes going here. Any expectations? Because this has been an unpredictable season, an unpredictable trade deadline. We expected a lot more activity. A lot of it did happen in the last hour a year ago, but to this point, even Elliotte seems to kind of have it. Is he there?
He gave up.
Still focused.
Yeah, it seems a bit quiet. Any expectations?
Like, I must be lost in my head.
You just said you're off the chance Stanley Cup winner, the Dallas Stars. I think Jim Neal might swoop in and do something, but
Oh, God.
they just haven't been as active as I thought they were going to be. Bunting helps, Myers certainly helps, but to get out of the Central, you're going to need a lot.
Do you guys think the prices are too high? Do you think that's what's happened? The marketplace got set a certain way, and then all the guys selling say, "Well, we expect this. If Nick Waugh got a first, then I want a
Can't
first."
believe it. It used to be like a second was a really good player, and now it's like they're getting first rounders for top 9 guys. Like that is wild. You look at the teams on the top 10. Colorado, they got Waugh. Dallas, you said, has been quiet. Carolina.
I think it's crazy, man. I think it's crazy how greedy some people, man. Guys, I would have sent a message, man. Like, even Brad. Like, I'll just say for Brad Tree. Like, third for Michelli? Sure. Get the third back that you traded for Michelli. 5th round pick for Joshua or Yarncrow? Yeah. Let's do it. Third for Robertson? Yeah. Like, I would just start clearing guys out. Clear them out. Done. Bye. Like, same with some of these other teams. I just don't understand what New Jersey's doing right now. New Jersey has Jack Hughes and Nico Hischier in their prime, and they're just sitting back doing nothing. And I'm not even talking about buying. Obviously, the Devils are in a tough spot. They're probably out of the playoffs. But I'm more so talking set a freaking standard. Make a statement, man. I just don't get it. I don't get it. I don't know what guys are waiting for. And then they'll go, oh, yeah. We're going to make our moves at the draft. Yeah. Oh, my God. Yeah. We're going to make our moves in the offseason. And then the offseason pulls around. Oh, yeah. I'm going to acquire a third liner. I've seen it, guys. It's happened so many times. Can we look back at the last few years? How many trades actually happened at the draft? 1? 2, maybe? So it's like, if you're gonna feed your fan base, like, I'm talking about teams in general. I'm not talking about a specific team here. I'm talking about in general, teams around the league. If they're feeding their fan bases bullshit, going, oh yeah, our prices were too high. Yeah, we didn't want to do anything. Or yeah, we set our price and we didn't want to lower it. It's like, you greedy son of a gun. Like, I just don't understand. If you're a buyer, you're in a playoff, get better. Take a risk. If you're a loser and you're not making playoffs this year, get what you can for your players. Players are replaceable, man. Obviously, they're human beings, but on a human being level, and that's it for the trade deadline. Yeah! But anyways, guys, just to clarify, this is when the trades flow in, as David Amber just said. So yeah, guys, the trade deadline is over technically, but we're going to find out about a bunch of trades probably here in the next 20-30 minutes. And when I mean a bunch, I would imagine at least 3 or 4. But yeah, what DJ just said, all players are employees. If you're in a company and your company is underperforming in an egregious way, you make personnel changes. You promote the right people and you demote the people that are not fit, and you let go people that are not fit in your role. There's like this like entitlement of like, oh, they're NHL players, like they're visible to us, so we have to be like extra cautious about how they're feeling. It's like, God, man, it's just sickening. No trade clause here, no movement clause here. I just don't understand anymore why it can't be a simple conversation around the league. Like, you're seeing problems in different sports, but the NHL, like, no trade clause here, no movement clause here, no trade clause here. Free candy, here we go. It's like, seriously, man. Again, accountability. How is Trent Frederick playing, like, very minimal games for the Edmonton Oilers and being handed a contract above his market value and gets a full no movement clause? I don't understand. I must be losing it. I truly must be losing it. It's bad for marketing for the sport. It's also just overall reeks of a lack of accountability. Star players, sure. I understand star players getting a no movement clause or no trade clause. They've earned it. A player that's just won a Stanley Cup for your team, sure. But I just don't understand how some of these guys are getting it. And frankly, some of the bigger deals that we're still getting could have been vetoed. Like, Braden Shen could have vetoed the deal if he really wanted to. I just think it's getting to a point. I posted the video. I think it needs to be a bigger conversation. Now we're in this position that even if big trades splurge here at the end and we get some at the draft or whatever happens, it's just a bad precedent has been set on the lack of accountability and the minimal moves, because half of each roster has no trade clauses or no movement clauses. Full. Sickening, man. I think it's truly sickening. What's up, Nathan? What's up, J. Cole? So it looks like McMahon to Seattle, so he's not going to Colorado. Oh, Seravalli and Pagnotta, what are you doing? Bro, Seravalli said McMahon to Avs. What is he doing, man? Oh, God, Frank. What happened, man? Frank. Elliotte says McMahon to Seattle. We got to trade. I don't even know what it's going to be for. So McMahon is headed to Seattle.
Bobby McMahon is going to the Seattle Kraken. I don't have the full picture yet.
Wow, Bobby!
Under the wire, so we'll figure out what that is, what that's going to all look like. I assume picks, but he's going to be a member of the Seattle Kraken.
And Falk is going to Detroit. So McMahon to Seattle, Falk to Detroit. Wow. All right. At least we got some W's. It better be a good return. The Wild are done for the day.
Smattering of trades that happen over the next 10-15 minutes. Bobby McMahon, 29-year-old UFA, 19 goals this year, 17 of them even strength. And Jason Botterill and the executive group in Seattle said that's our McMahon, I guess. So what do you make of
Man, McMahon and Lawton to Seattle. Bring me Shane Wright. Give it to me. Give it to me. I don't think it's going to be Shane Wright. I think it's going to be picks, guys. If I had to make an actual prediction, I think it's going to be picks. So we could see another player off the HTH trade bait board. Wow. I don't understand. Like, how did insiders, like, screwed up again? I don't understand. All right. Wow. That was lower than I expected, man. But you know what? It's not that bad. So, Kraken acquire McMahon from the Leafs in exchange for a second and a fourth. That's a good trade for Seattle, honestly. I think this is a good trade for Seattle for Bobby McMahon. I mean, what you're getting is a 6'2" guy, speed, guy that can score 20-plus goals. I think this is a good ad for Seattle. And I thought it was going to be picks. Like, I just think for Toronto, again, it speaks on the market. Trey Living kind of had to, like, submit to the fact that buyers were kind of laughing at what the prices became, right? You got a first-round pick for Nick Wall because of the term, but just you were not going to get that from McMahon at least. But it's crazy that a guy like Michael McCarron got a second-round pick, and you barely got more for McMahon. So that's the frustrating part for sure. Like, I think, again, it really comes down to buyers calling the bluff. And, yeah, Justin Falk going to the Red Wings. But, yeah, like, if you traded McMahon weeks ago, maybe, I don't know. I don't know what would have been better at this point. But a first and third from Detroit for Justin Falk. So St. Louis stands pat on their expectations and their price tags because they get a first, a third, and a prospect for Braden Shen and a first and third for Justin Falk. So me, like, I'm just, like, thinking about a bunch of different things right now, but unless Toronto does something else, like, you can't really give them a win for this trade deadline. I know it's a win in itself to get a first-round pick for Nick Waugh, but, man, like, you wanted at least a couple first-round picks out of this deadline. I don't know. But you know what? I think Detroit actually did it smart. Like, Justin Falk is not a rental. It makes some sense here. But St. Louis, like, getting multiple first-round picks for Falk and Braden Shen when they're aging like that, I think is a win for St. Louis. Ooh, Flames acquire Ryan Strome from Anaheim. That's interesting. I wonder if that means Anaheim's acquiring... could it be a bigger deal? I wonder. Oh! Justin Hall going to St. Louis. Ho, ho, ho. Wasn't my mock trade, like, very similar to that? I'm trying to think. So I said Justin Falk to Detroit. I was close. Justin Falk. I feel like I was close on that in terms of the mock trade. So Justin Falk, I had him going to Detroit. I'd have to think about it. I think my mock trade was pretty close to that.
Dealer Elliotte and Kyle working fast and furiously, and Ryan Strome from Anaheim. And again, he had sort of not fallen out of favor, but just fallen out of ice time with all the burgeoning young players there.
The problem was he was hurt at the start of the season, and all these young guys got going, like Beckett, Seneca, and they got going. And then, you know, when you're injured and try to get back in the lineup, the team's going, it's tough. So I think he was looking probably for a move.
Okay, I think I had Connor Murphy going to Detroit at some point, and I said it was going to be a second and Justin Hall, but they get Falk for a first, a third, and Hall. Wow.
32 years of age, 1 year remaining on his deal as well. So again, not a lot of rentals, not a lot of these UFAs. It's been a lot of, hey, let's sign guy or let's bring in guys with term. Again, we're waiting to see what some of the return is on these deals. Biz, let me ask you, what was
So Ducks trade Ryan Strome to Calgary for a 7th-round pick. So that's just a clear cap space if you're Anaheim. Clear, like Ryan Strome's kind of been like down in the lineup.
Hopefully Seattle's that desperate where they ended up getting a conditional first. I mean, we're going to get word on that later, but yeah, but hey, you got to do what you got to do, right?
Cap relief, though, is what you get. You get potentially $5 million off the cap next year that you would have had to pay him.
Correct. Yeah, I wouldn't have paid him that much if you think that that's what he's going to end up making.
4 to 5.
Yeah, 4 to 5. But also another thing as
Yeah, McMahon could have got $4 to $5 million for sure. He probably will get that in St. Louis. Oh my goodness, they said it was not going to be a roster player. It looks like it will be. The Blues are getting Jonathan Drouin. Oh my goodness. Wow. What the heck is happening? The Rangers did not trade Vinny Trocheck, by the way.
Sorry to interrupt, Luke. I just want to say I'm hearing through Elliotte to our producer to you guys, a second and a fourth is what we're hearing for Bobby McMann. So 2 picks, also 2 picks in the Nick Waugh deal. So, you know, in accumulation, Brad Trey Living getting some work done. There's still a few other names that possibly.
I can't believe this shit.
Not just there, but on other teams as well. So let the record show, we sat here for 5 hours. There was 5 trades, and in the last 5 minutes, there's been 3 trades. So don't touch that.
Okay, so there's still going to be more trades. Thanks to everyone subscribing. Ah!
We have a trade to announce.
Just weird stuff, man. I'm telling you. Just weird stuff. Anyways, we'll leave it at that. Holy crap, man. I can't believe this.
Let's hear from Feuds and the gentleman. Sam, over to you, my friend.
Yeah, nice work, Biz. All right, so Bobby McMann, he fetches a second and a fourth. The Toronto Maple Leafs, we know that the cupboards are bare there. That's the second such trade in which they've made.
Wow.
Been able to acquire 2 picks. Thoughts?
I think it's at this stage of the game, it's a good pickup. I mean, they've got to do something clearly. And again, the question mark we don't know with like the Lawton issue.
All right, let's read comments here for a sec, guys. Yeah, so second and fourth confirmed for Bobby McMann. So I don't know if there's a prospect in that Islanders deal. We'll see. From the reports, it doesn't seem like the Panthers made a trade. I haven't seen a confirmation on Bobrovsky, but AJ Greer did not move. It's actually crazy. But yeah, Isles have dealt Drouin.
Players, they don't tank. They're not worried about the future and draft picks and that sort of thing. But as a general manager, you can have some sort of impact. And if you take away a player who scored for you traditionally, well, now that puts you
Just trying to see if there's anything else coming out, guys. Is Montreal done? That's what we're understanding, that they haven't done anything, but maybe there's something brewing.
The first round is only top 5 protected. It makes Toronto, I think, in a better position to finish even lower and increase their chances of staying inside that top 5.
But yeah, Strome was sent to Calgary for a 7th round pick.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
That's just a roster cap move for the Ducks.
for me, my lines in the sand, lines in the sand is, you know, we got at the top Stenberg, and then we get into McKenna, Bearhop, but Caleb Maholcher right up the street here playing for the Brantford Bulldogs. He's a centerman that I believe is going to...
Oh, if Malholtra went to the Leafs, I'd be so hyped.
So lots to like if that happens. They're ways away from that yet, but the way they've been trending, you never know.
Yeah, well, when you take away a score, it does help that situation, no question. David?
All right, thank you, gentlemen, in the strategy room. And we're waiting for maybe a little bit more to trickle in here as we wind down Hockey Central Trade Deadline presented by Bet365.
Crazy, man.
Trade Deadline is presented by Bet365. Download the app for the latest odds. There's nothing quite like hockey night. The Leafs and Lightning close out their season series in Toronto. Then, the Canadiens continue their playoff push in Los Angeles. Hockey Night in Canada.
Carolina's unserious about winning a cup. I don't understand what Carolina's like. Some of these teams, I just don't understand. So this is the full trade, guys, from Elliotte Friedman. Braden Shen for Jonathan Drouin, a 1st, a 3rd, and I don't know Gidloff. I'm going to be honest, I don't know him. Man, that's a lot for the Islanders to give up. Like, that is truly a lot for the Islanders to give up. Leafs trade Scott Laughton. Breaking news. The Leafs have traded Scott Laughton. Wow. I don't know how I feel about it. I kind of feel mixed. Chat.
Switch and get up to 55,000 Avion points. Enough for 3 round-trip flights. Your idea of never missing out happens here.
So you didn't
Can't believe Hall got moved.
tonight, whatever that means. But you also didn't scroll an app and pay unnecessary fees just to watch a car icon do this. No, you showed up. Spun a dial with pinpoint precision. And put on an actual oven mitt.
Wow.
You chose M&M Food Market on pure motherly instinct. Took a blast of hot air to the face. Finessed our cheese to the perfect shade of golden brown.
Trying to find the details on this Scott Laughton trade.
Impressing your
But Scott Laughton has been traded. The LA Kings have acquired Scott Laughton. Wow. That's kind of weird. Like, unless they believe that they can extend him. They traded Perry, but it acquired Laughton. Man, if this is less than a 2nd round pick, I'm going to be sick to my stomach. It's already a lot to give up when you were 1st in Grabenkin.
NyQuil Hot Remedy provides relief so you can sleep. NyQuil Hot Remedy, the nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing so you can sleep medicine.
You want the most out of life. And realize what you're looking for is already in you. This is for you, the Canadian Armed Forces.
I don't know what the return is yet.
Pain I can't ignore. I found Salon Pause Roll-On and Cream to be effective. 2 unscented pain fighters start to work on contact.
But it is the Kings that have acquired Scott Laughton. We'll see what the return is.
Good medicine.
But if that's the case, another player off the HGH trade board, Scott Laughton. We'll see if this materializes.
Relaxing massage and 3 existing conditions like diabetes. Call 1-877-COVER-ME or visit
Will OEL get dealt? That's the next question. They had to submit it in prior to 3 p.m. Eastern time. So these are trickling in right now.
Still a lot of big names seemingly available. Remember, trade deadline officially passed 17 minutes ago, but we've had 3 trades consummated since 3 o'clock Eastern, and more trades could be coming on.
Man, that's kind of sad. I hate seeing Scott Laughton go. I wanted him to stay, if possible. But hopefully it's a good return for Toronto.
As soon as any information comes up about what was given up for some of these players that just were traded, we'll let you know. One team that's been actually pretty busy, not just the Minnesota Wild, but the St. Louis Blues, right? They trade their captain in Braden Shen, and then they trade Justin Falk as well. And it's a strange, it's funny. We spent almost
Kidloff's a goalie prospect. Okay. I'm just trying to catch up on what the Blues got there. That's a lot to give up if you're the Islanders. Duran, like, I feel like I've gotten mixed reviews from the Islanders fans on Jonathan Duran. Like, I feel like there's...
Certainly turning a new leaf is what it feels like. Like, I know we heard those names, but Falk is one thing, but...
Yeah, Lawton, Waugh, and McMahon gone. Like, I think a lot of Islanders fans have not liked Duran. I think they've been frustrated with him. I'm trying to look at his numbers. 21 points in 55 games. Yeah, so just not cutting it. But I think it's more about, like, I don't know, Islanders fans in the chat, how do you feel? Coleman staying in Calgary. Flames are, I don't know. If Kadri's staying too, like, I gotta say, the biggest losers are the Calgary Flames. Or they're, maybe not the biggest losers, but they're close to it, man. And Carolina might be close to it as well. Like, I'm telling you, some of these teams that were inactive when they had a chance, Carolina had a chance this year to really cause some damage. With the Florida Panthers falling off, oh my God. So I'm about to record my winners and losers for the trade deadline. I just got to wait for the Scott Laughton details to come out. But my God, if you're the Hurricanes and you're the Hurricanes fan, I would be livid. I would be freaking livid. It's confirmed the Hurricanes are done. Unbelievable, man. That's sickening. Thanks to everyone hitting that subscribe button, guys. Appreciate it. Hit that like.
Next thing you know, you're holding a Stanley Cup in your arms, right?
Yeah, true. Good-looking guys. I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, we talked about Robert Thomas a lot, but I think at the end of the day, the full no-trade clause, I was thinking maybe we made him a little more available than he was, but maybe he just pulled the Uno reverse card. I don't know if they...
I don't even know what the Leafs are going to do for next steps, man. It's actually crazy. I'm getting nervous about this Laughton trade, man. Okay, so the Islanders have flipped Colorado's first to the Blues. So that's like a second round pick, like basically. It's a late first. So guys, let's try to figure out early talks. Loser, Hurricanes for sure. Loser, Calgary Flames for sure. I don't even know who else. The Rangers are kind of losers, man. They did nothing. They did barely anything. And they got an underwhelming return for Panarin. Right? Am I losing it? I think the Rangers got to be maybe losers. And I don't love what the Sabres did either. I'm with you. I don't know if I'd call them losers. I'm like, whatever about it. But, oh, the Flyers. They're close to losers, man. They are. All to count, the Leafs are losers. Don't get me wrong. They're losers. But I don't know if they're losers for the trade deadline specifically. Yeah, don't get it twisted. They are losers for sure. But losers of the trade deadline based on the lack of activity from other teams, no chance. But let's see what Scott Laughton got. Like, if it's a bad return for Scott Laughton, yeah, the Leafs might be losers in this deadline. We'll see. If somehow the Kings gave up a first for Lawton, I truly don't think it can be possible. Like there's no way the Kings gave up more than a second.
Listening to you, but we've also just been debating and throwing out names like how come he hasn't moved? How come Robert Thomas hasn't gone anywhere? So based on the guys who are still on the board, who do you want to see still get moved? Obviously trades are done. We just haven't heard of.
Steger has some stuff to get off his chest.
Do you want to go first? Oh, about Calgary?
Calgary, get rid of everyone and go to the bottom of the floor already. Get ready for your new building. Build the right.
I actually can't believe Calgary, man. They are one of the biggest losers here. Like, it's not even close. In the Western Conference, sorry, I should have said, like, Calgary and Carolina might be the top two by far in my eyes.
They worked hard last year. Like, it was great. But it's like, isn't your team done when like 8 to 9?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not calling the Habs losers on this deadline. To me, they only really had one clear hole, and it was maybe that second line center spot, but they feel Michael Hage might come towards the end of the season here, and Kapanen can fill. I mean, they've been fine. Honestly, I'm not saying the Habs are losers. Teams that are on the edge that don't really have a lot of rental, I'm not really calling them losers. Like I think if anything, the Capitals might be winners in a way for value and business-wise, but they might be winners and losers at the same time. They're losers in terms of morale. They're winners in terms of business.
The draft maybe or something for some of these guys to move or the summer. I don't know if they're intending to do that.
Or 3 years when Sportsnet calls them back again.
Pagnota says the Capitals have another deal in the queue potentially. Are there any winners that actually bought? I don't know. That's a good point.
That's probably an issue with some of this stuff as well. So
Maybe Detroit. I actually kind of like Detroit's trade. Soderblom they didn't really need. They got a 3rd round pick, and then they got Falk for a 1st and 3rd. Based on the market, 1st round pick for Falk's not that bad. And they got Justin Hall out of their organization. David Kampf to Washington. So that's the other trade in the queue. So they probably got Kampf for pretty cheap just to replace the loss of Nick Dowd. I think the Caps have a couple of players from Czechia. Right? Do they? I don't know. Maybe I'm losing it. Canucks have made a blockbuster trade. Oh, Pajot signed to a 3-year contract extension. That's interesting. There we go. So 2 breaking news pieces there. Man, it's like a Leafs reunion in Washington, eh, guys? Sandin, Liljegren, Kampf. It's like a Leaf party in Washington. It's going to be cheap. So they got Nick Dowd for a 1st, or they traded Nick Dowd for a 1st, a 2nd and a 3rd. So they got a 2nd and 3rd for Nick Dowd, and what did they trade for? They got a 6th. Okay. So they traded a 6th. Okay, so Seravalli responded to the hockey images that precede unfortunate events. He said, facts. Kings and Perry had conversations Wednesday night and into Thursday. Kings presented Perry with a trade opportunity. He informed the team Thursday he wanted to stay and sign an extension with LA. Perry changed his mind Friday. I'm the reporter, not the decision maker.
Okay, let's go back to David in the panel.
All right, thanks. We're still waiting.
It's tough being an insider, man. I'm kind of waiting for Frank's explanation on the Colorado McMahon thing. Didn't he say that was like a finalized thing? Okay, he just said they've engaged. Okay. I think somebody else. I thought somebody else. Oh, maybe it was Pagnota. I think Pagnota said that McMahon. But again, guys, hit that subscribe button if you're new. Hit that like button. I'll stay here for another 20, 30 minutes. Gonna do my winners and losers shortly. Just waiting for the Lawton trade. Vancouver trades Reichel to Boston for his 6th round pick. Wow, blockbuster. Honestly, that's a fine buy low option for Boston. There's like no risk there. Canucks ended up hanging on to Teddy Blueger. That's kind of random. It better not be a 3rd round pick for Lawton, guys. My God, if I don't see at least a 2nd. Already a 2nd, I'm not overly happy about it. I'm like fine with it. If they get a 2nd for Lawton, whatever. I'm just moving on with my life. But if it's anything less than that, there's just no way. You might as well keep him at that point. $4.85 million AAV for Pajot. Oh God. No. I don't know why I had higher expectations than this. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God, man. You better bring him back in the off season. Oh God. The plot has been lost. Oh God. Oh my God.
Make sure you call us every day.
I'm so checked out. I'm actually so checked out. Michael McCarron got a 2nd round pick, and you couldn't even get a 2nd for Lawton. It's actually sickening. I feel sick to my stomach.
All right, welcome back. Hockey Central Trade Deadline presented by Bet365. The Calgary Flames had been sellers, Rasmus Anderson, Mackenzie Weegar, but they're also buyers. Ryan Strome coming back to Canada from the Anaheim Ducks, and it's great to have Ryan on the line with us. And we have Kevin Bieksa, your buddy from.
I don't even know what to say. I'm speechless. I'm actually speechless.
I'm sure you're excited to go to Calgary.
A 1st in Grebenkin last year, and this is what you got for Lawton. All right, I'm gonna just do a lap. All right, I'll be right back. You guys stay here. I'm just gonna do a lap. You know, one of those things, you know. Holy shit, man! I don't even know what to say. All right, do a little lap. Shake it off, you know. Shake it off. We're gonna talk about this. All right, okay. All right, let me just go talk about something. All right, I'll be right back. Winners and losers trade deadline in a second. Oh God, you guys are gonna want to stick around. Yeah. All right, I'll just be right back.
they've complained the last years they haven't seen any snow, and they're really going to get a vast change here from what we've been living down here. So we're looking forward to the opportunity, and you know, the NHL is a privilege. And when someone was asking me the other day where I think I could go, I said it really doesn't matter to me because I think it's such a privilege to play in this league, and you want to do it for as long as you can, like I mentioned.
Stromer, I know you want to win, but I also know you want to play. And kind of, I don't know, call it fell out of favor here the last couple months, haven't been playing. You're going to a place where you're going to get to play a ton now. You must be crazy excited about that.
Yeah, just looking forward to it. I mean, you know, I started the year off with an injury, which is tough, and then we had such a great start, and we've added so many forwards up front, and just kind of couldn't really find a spot consistently, and didn't really get much opportunity from this.
All right. I like teams that do stuff, you know? Just, God.
You know, bittersweet day. Like I said, Anaheim's been amazing, and I signed here, and you know, I think I left this place in a better spot than I was a few years ago, and that was kind of a bit of my role and my job, and you know, happy to move on to that next challenge now and face it head on.
I think the Canucks did well, honestly. There's going to be criticism, but I think the Canucks did well. All right, let's just quickly do it. All right, guys, give me your winners and losers in the chat. I'll take them in consideration for my final list here. I've got 2 winners and 2 losers in my head, so I'll take 1 or 2 more on each side. Convince me. Yeah, the Blues did make out like bandits. Okay, well, it does become a second if LA makes the playoffs. Okay, so that's a bit better, guys. If LA makes the playoffs, so you're cheering for LA to make the playoffs because it becomes a second if LA makes the playoffs. It's a third if they don't. It's a bit better. It's not even, though. It's not much better. It's a tiny bit better. Yeah. All right. Let's talk winners and losers quickly of the NHL Trade Deadline 2026. Honestly, the biggest losers, though, are the fans. Like, I actually think everything that I talked about and everything that we've talked about and overall just the players that were potentially out there, like, this was my trade bait board, essentially, for HTH. And, I mean, McMahon, Falk got traded. Lawton got traded. That's it. I just don't get it. I got to say, I think the Canucks can be considered winners. I know there's criticisms on that they could have done more. But I think the fact that you got 2 seconds for Sherwood, you got the return you got for Myers, you got the return you got for Garland, getting off that contract when it could have been a risk. So 8 picks in total for those guys. I think there's no one really major there in my eyes. And then also the Blues, man. You got to give the creds to the Blues. Like Doug Armstrong, again, Parayko, Stanley Cup, all those things. The no trade clause really screwed him from getting Radim Merkin at first. But the fact that you got 2 firsts, 2 thirds, Drouin's, whatever, another year, whatever. Hall, that's funny, but it's just whatever. He's going to be a pending UFA. And then a couple prospects. So the fact that you got 2 firsts and 2 thirds for Falk and Braden Shen, who are aging, who are going to be less of a factor in the next year or two. So I think it's a huge W for the Blues. So Blues W, I think Canucks W. You could probably give the Red Wings a W. Even though they paid the first and third, I think the fact that they acquired a guy that really fills that top 4. Because now you can look at the top 4 and you have Edvinsson, you have Seider, and then you have Falk, and then you can put the last guy in there, whether it's Johansson or probably Sherratt. But I think the Detroit Red Wings definitely got better in their defense group, probably the biggest hole that they had. And again, I don't understand why some people are saying the Canucks are losers. Like, yeah, they are losers. Same with the Leafs being losers. And there's a lot of teams that are losers, but for the deadline, I would say at this point the Leafs are kind of borderline losers. Like, I was going to have them as winners on the trajectory that they were on because they got a first for Nick Waugh. I don't hate the McMahon return, but the fact that you didn't trade anybody beyond that, like OEL, just take the first and walk away. Like, he's getting older. You need first-round picks to replenish. You just look at the bigger picture. There was a trade that occurred where you traded Fraser Minton and a first-round pick for Brandon Carlo. You traded a first-round pick in Nikita Gorbenkin for Scott Laughton. You got a third-round pick that sure can become a second-round pick if the Kings make the playoffs. That's the Laughton trade. And then didn't trade Carlo. There's got to be some major offseason moves here. And then, I mean, a couple other losers or winners. Like, I thought the Rangers didn't get enough for, obviously, Panarin. So they can be considered losers for not doing more. I mean, I actually thought Anaheim were winners. I'll say the Ducks were winners because I like the John Carlson trade. Buffalo, I'm kind of in between about. Carolina, massive losers. The fact that the Panthers are out of the picture here, and the Panthers were like their thorn in their side. They were the problem for the Hurricanes in those conference finals, and the Panthers are not a factor here. The Hurricanes could have went all in here, got a Trocheck, got a Kadri or something like that, and then went all out and go for a cup. I just think they have a major hole. They didn't do it. And I honestly, if I'm a Hurricanes fan, I'm livid. And I honestly think the Flames, I actually cannot believe the Flames did not trade Coleman. And like Coleman, Kadri, there's so much potential, man. I don't understand what Calgary's thinking. A new arena coming. You want to get draft capital. You want to have a great pick. Kadri and Coleman are just going to win you hockey games when you do not want to win hockey games right now. I just don't understand. I know some people are going to say the Habs are losers. I actually am not saying the Habs are losers. Like, they felt they didn't want to overpay. Michael Hage is on his way. I don't think they have major holes. Jacob Fowler is the goalie of the future. So sure, they could have upgraded today, but the Habs have obviously a big-time core coming up. And even if they don't do well this year, you should not take shortcuts. I don't have a problem with what the Habs did. I think the Oilers can be seen as both. I don't mind the trades they made, but at the same time, running with that goaltending for another McDavid year is a problem for me. I think other teams are going to be regarded as losers just for not doing much. Like Pittsburgh, a little disappointing for sure, especially with the Malkin and Crosby situation they're in now. And the Flyers, I don't ever want to hear again about Rasmus Ristolainen. The Flyers are just lost. Like, I just don't understand what's going on there. And then beyond that, like, I don't really think that there was many winners, to be honest. Like I said, I think St. Louis, I like what Vancouver collected there, and I like what Detroit did. Detroit did exactly what they wanted to do. Beyond that, I mean, Washington did, this is how I described it. Washington are winners on a business perspective, on a value and asset management perspective, but are losers on a morale and locker room standpoint. But I honestly, the fact that the Caps got a first, a third, a second, and a third for Dowd and Carlson that are up in age is really good business. The Caps, players and fans can be upset about losing like pure and big-time franchise guys, but they got great value for aging guys. So I like what the Ducks did. I love the John Carlson ad, and on the flip side, I like what the Caps did. They, asset management-wise, the Caps were probably the best team here. Close with the Blues, but the fact that the Caps got what they got, and they still plugged the holes at the end, getting Liljegren in there on the right side, and then getting Kampf in there at the center spot, they gave up like nothing for those guys, basically, and got a lot more for the guys that gave up. So outside of that, I'm probably forgetting a couple teams, but really some potential contenders didn't do nothing. And the sellers did not do nearly enough. Toronto did not do enough. Calgary did not do enough. Rangers did not do enough. Trade clauses and no movement clauses are ruining the trade market and ruining the trade deadline. It's got to be figured out, man. There's got to be some restrictions that are taking place. In the next CBA, this has got to be a conversation. The losers are the fans. The losers are the marketing for this league when it comes to this stuff. So, I mean, there's so many other teams that I could talk about, but yeah, it's all perspective. I do think the Islanders overpaid for Braden Shen, but I'm not on the lens of saying they're an absolute loser. the way that some people are, because at least they did something. At least they did something. And Islanders fans are so sick of Jonathan Drouin. So why would you want to keep Drouin? Brayden Schenn's clearly an upgrade. He's been a great face-off guy. And honestly, his style fits perfectly with the Islanders. Way more than Jonathan Drouin does. So I actually think Islanders fans are going to like Brayden Schenn. Yeah, maybe it's a lot to give up, but I would rather be the team and rather be a fan of the team that takes a risk like that, gets off a contract you don't want, brings a guy in. It's only 2 years left. I don't hate what the Islanders did there. I don't think they're winners. I don't think they're losers. I'm fine with it. Anyways, I understand they were close to getting maybe Kyrou at some point. It was going to be a prospect you were not going to be happy with. If Islanders fans did not want to get rid of Eklund or Aitchison or Yzerman, this is the result, right? You got a lesser forward, but maybe more of a stylistic fit. But anyways, you guys know, honestly, there's probably going to be a Leaf rant that comes up after with more thought. It's a really disappointing outcome, in my opinion. There should have been more players traded. And the fact that you're walking away with only a first, a second, a third, and then a couple later picks, I think is not enough. It's not enough. It's a really disappointing year. It's a really, really disappointing year. And there should have been more. Oliver Ekman-Larsson is getting deeper into his 30s. There's not much more room for Oliver Ekman-Larsson to be reliable. He's really good right now, and you should have sold high, and maybe they'll do that at the draft or in the offseason, but this was the time to get a first-round pick for Oliver Ekman-Larsson. Getting Grady for additional draft picks was just not the route, in my opinion. Get the first-round pick and walk away. I had said they needed the 2 first-round picks. That would have been the second first-round pick. I'm just really disappointed with the lack of moves here because either sellers were getting super greedy, which is obvious now, and buyers didn't want to take risks, and that's why I'm giving some grace to Darsh and the Islanders, because at least they made a risk. At least they took a step forward, and they got off a bad contract they didn't want, as I said, and they got a guy that fits their system and style. So anyways, subscribe, like, comment, notification bell, guys. Oh my God, what a brutal, brutal trade deadline. I don't think the Islanders are losers like you guys are saying. I think they're whatever, to be honest. And they re-signed Pajot, but... So Zito's saying they want to try to keep Bob for next season. Anyways, guys, I think that's going to be it for the trade deadline stream. Thank you so much for all the support. I really, really appreciate you guys. I got to go host for an OHL game. Shut up. Go Bulldogs. But yeah, you guys are amazing. I really appreciate it. Check out on Hot Take Hockey. If you guys haven't subscribed to Hot Take Hockey yet, I hope you guys do. And subscribe to this channel. And I appreciate all of you guys, all right? Keep an eye on everything for this channel and Hot Take. More stuff to come. I know it was kind of a disaster and a mess of a day. And really, it should have been way bigger with the potential trade, but it was kind of a flop. So I guess this was the year that it's okay that Hot Take Hockey wasn't able to stream during the trade deadline because of the lack of activity. So anyways, we'll post the videos and talk about it. Thanks.